Good afternoon and welcome to the February 10, 2021 session of the Board of Zoning Appeals. In a moment, we will commence the call of our calendar, a copy of which can be found on the meeting web page of the Board of Zoning Appeals on the Town of Brookhaven website. As noticed, this is a virtual hearing conducted on the Zoom platform. Applicants and other interested parties may participate by utilizing the interactive Zoom hearing link found on the meeting web page by utilizing the address www.brookhavenny.gov/join. When attending, please be sure to identify yourself by name and case number so that we may be able to determine which application you wish to speak on. The Q&A and chat functions on Zoom can be utilized should you have any questions, which will be answered by our staff. Again, thank you for attending this virtual hearing. Applications before the board will consist of three parts: the presentation of the applicant, the testimony of those wishing to speak on the application, and finally, the rebuttal testimony of the applicant limited to those issues brought on by persons speaking in opposition. At the conclusion of each of the presentations, this board will take one of three actions. We can decide the application today by a motion to grant or to deny the relief requested. Alternatively, we can close the public hearing and place the matter on our decision calendar. Finally, we can hold the public hearing open to a future date. If the motion that you hear at the end of your case is a motion to grant the application, what this means is, at least in part, the relief that you seek from this board has been granted. A grant letter will issue from the Board of Appeals office within 7 to 10 business days. Once received by the applicant, that is the document that you utilize to return to the building department with to continue with your endeavor. If the motion that you hear at the end of your case is a motion to close the public hearing and place the matter on decision calendar, what this means is that your hearing was held today virtually, and the record is now closed. Under the code, the board has 62 days in which to render a decision. Once that decision is rendered, again, the applicant will be notified directly. Those interested in viewing a copy of the decision can access it off of the town's website under the calendar and agenda links for the Board of Zoning Appeals. I want to acknowledge receipt of notice documents for each of the applications pending today, except for case number 15, which we will resolve during the hearing process. Those notice documents have been made part of the record and or files. In the course of your presentation as an applicant, provide this board with any testimony you wish to be made part of the record for the board's consideration. Any exhibits previously provided have been made part of the record and will be displayed during the hearing. If you are not an applicant today, but someone wishing to speak on an application, we will promote you as a participant at the conclusion of the applicant's presentation. Opposition testimony before the board will have the same opportunity to provide testimony and exhibits for the board's consideration. We ask only where there's more than one person or neighbor speaking on an application that you do not repeat what someone before you has said. Just please indicate to us that you agree with that prior point or prior testimony and move on to issues not yet covered by prior speakers. In doing so, we can ensure that everyone wishing to speak will have that opportunity. Again, it's very important that you identify yourself by name and case number when joining the Zoom session. That is the manner in which we can determine which application you wish to speak on. I want to thank you for your attention and ask you to please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good afternoon once again. Welcome to the February 10, 2021 session of the Board of Zoning Appeals. May we have roll call?
Board members: Charles Lazaru.
Present.
Rick Cunha.
Present.
Ronald Lindsay.
Present.
Howard Bergson.
Present.
Deputy Chair James Wisdom.
I believe that Mr. Wisdom will just be late coming on today, but he will be here.
Chairman Paul DeChance.
Present. From today's calendar, we do have 3 adjournments. In a moment, you'll hear motions concerning those adjournments. As if there's anyone waiting to be heard on any of the 3 cases being adjourned, please indicate to us in the Q&A or chat section, and we'll be happy to provide you with whatever information you need.
Case number 7 under the name of Patricia Carper, requesting March 10th. Case number 20, E. Castillo, requesting March 24th. And case number 36, Casey Erdman, requesting February 24th.
Does the board have those motions?
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I see no one inquiring about the adjournments. So we can begin this hearing with case number 1.
Number 1, Jeffrey and Kathleen Ann Pers, care of Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson. Property is located on the east side of Rayner Road, 550 feet south of Castile Drive Ridge. Applicant requests side yard variance for existing chicken coop.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malguanera for the applicant.
Thank you. Andrew, we can see you. Are you able to hear us?
I can.
Let me just ask that Mr. Doyle swear you in.
solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's just start with your appearance for the record.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson agent.
Thank you. And what did you want to tell us about this application?
So I have a chicken coop, 4 chickens. It's been there for 5+ years, has no adverse effects. Still holding 26 feet from the property line. No problems with the neighbors, as far as I'm aware. And if the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bergson.
So Andrew, what would it, to be in compliance, how far off the property line? Would it be 30 feet on that zone?
50.
50?
Yeah. It's not really realistic in this situation.
Well, the property's about 160 across.
Yeah, I mean, it's been there for X amount of years. So
And you say there's four chickens?
correct. No
No, I have
roosters.
not- And there's not been no, to your knowledge, input from the neighbor?
I have not heard any.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Eddie, the survey that you've given us also highlights a gazebo.
Yeah,
That is a
at
30-foot setback.
yeah,
What's the
at-
status of that?
At first, the building department said we needed a variance and then said no. So it is in compliance.
Very good. Is there anything further from the board? Are there any speakers or someone that sent correspondence in?
Mr. Chair, I do not have any speakers.
No
Thank you.
correspondence.
Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, move to approve the application as submitted, type 2.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.
Case number 2, Brett Palmer, care of Andrew Malguanera. Property is located on the southwest corner, Brendan Gate and Wading River Hollow Road, Middle Island. Applicant requests rear yard and side yard variances for existing in-ground swimming pool.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malguanera for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Malguanera, are you still with us and you've been sworn? Start with your appearance
Yes.
for the record, please.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson agent.
Thank you. You are proposing rear and side yard variances for a pool. What did you want to tell us?
Yeah, this pool was permitted last year, and then upon construction and upon the survey being updated, it turns out they built it a couple feet too close. The measuring was off, so here we are. It's not a great variance, and it has no adverse effects. If the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. We don't have Mr. Wisdom here yet? Not yet?
Mr. Chair, I
Okay.
do not have.
So with regard to this survey, you are close, 13.3 at the side yard and 12.9 at the rear yard where 15 is required. And we see that where the pool is located on the survey. So I don't really have an issue there. If this is there anything further from the board on the application? Does the board have a motion?
Yes,
Chairman,
Mr.
I move- Go ahead.
To make a motion to grant the approval as submitted.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Lindsay. I'll take the second by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Case number 3, Jennifer and Robert Campbell, care of Andrew Malguanera, located on the south side of Henry Avenue, 83 feet east of Selden Boulevard, Selden. Applicant requests rear yard and side yard variances for proposed detached garage.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malguanera for the applicant.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I apologize for interrupting, but Ms. McCarty, case number 7 was postponed. Do we have a date for that day? That case?
It's March 10th.
March 10th.
Thank you, Mr. McCarty.
All right, sorry to hold you up there. This is case number
3.
3. I'm looking for the survey for case number 3. Is the survey up? I know, Mr. Vega, you're doing 5 things at once. That's great. Thank you. All right. Then, Mr. Malganara, again, you've been sworn your appearance for the record, and then what would you like to tell us here?
Andrew Malganara, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent. So what we have here is a proposed detached garage. Size is within the restrictions, 576 square feet, 14 feet high. We're asking for setbacks, 6 and 4. And as you can see from the survey, it's just the way the property is situated. It's the best we can do in terms of fitting it in. The driveway's on that side, so it has to be there. And there is a recharge basin behind them, so there is no neighbor on the 4-foot setback. So, and there will never be one. So we feel that would be okay. And any closer to the house would be too close to the house. So that's why we asked for 4 feet. There are many garages in the area of similar setbacks. 76 and 80 Marshall Drive down the road has a similar side yard setback. 15 and 17 Marshall as well. Again, it falls in line. There's no adverse effects. I don't believe there's any issues with any neighbors. So if the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha?
How are you, Mr. Malguanera?
Good. How you doing?
Not bad, not bad.
Good.
I'm looking at this, I'm looking at the survey, and it looks like you're going to be coming in on an existing, you have an existing garage on that driveway. Is that existing garage going to remain?
As far, yes, yes.
It is, okay.
Yeah, it's a 1-car, it's only a 1-car garage, so they needed extra room.
Okay. Out of curiosity, I know a lot of the houses in this area are slabs. Is this a slab house?
I believe so. I don't know that for a fact.
Okay, all right, I was just curious.
Yeah.
The garage is going to be, the proposed garage is going to be used for what?
Just storage of cars, not to, so they don't have to park on the street. And again, the driveway is, it's a 1-car, so it just, overall helps the owner.
And I see it's a 1.5 story Cape Cod. So the driveway, I'm assuming, will follow that concrete walk and go all the way back to the garage. They're going to be
Exactly.
removing it.
Exactly right.
Okay, and I didn't see from the aerial if there was anything else in the other side yard. And you said that there are other houses in the area with similar garages. Is that correct?
Absolutely, with similar setbacks as well. And again, the 4-foot setback is 4 foot, but it kind of fits, and also there's a basin behind it.
Okay, all right. And so it's 4 foot in lieu of 15, I think it is it?
10.
10, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't check in the zoning in the area. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And you said the height meets the height, so there's no issue with storage above. And the square footage is it also meets, and actually it's less than the square footage allowed by code.
Yes.
All right, no further question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lazaru?
Mr. Malmanara, how is the owner proposing to get to this garage?
They're gonna wrap you used to see the driveways on the same side, and the driveway will go along the house and down to the garage.
I see, so just driving across the lawn and
Well,
whatever.
they'll make it at it. They'll make it proper. They won't just drive on the lawn.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
I just thought maybe if there was a proposal for this garage, then there probably should be a proposal as to a driveway that we going down to the garage.
Yeah, I mean, we're not doing an extra curb cut, so
No, I didn't expect to. No, I'm just imagining and you're telling me how they're going to access. Thank you.
understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lazaru. Again, is there anything further? Do we have a speaker or communication on this application?
Mr. Chair, I do not have a speaker on this case.
I have
Thank
no
you.
correspondence.
Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as presented type 2.
Second,
Motion is by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Case number 4, Dara and Glenn Mayola, care of Andrew Malguanera, located on the northwest corner, Water Road and Tall Tree Lane, Rocky Point. Applicant requests front yard setback variance from Water Road for proposed relocation of existing shed to the front yard, Water Road not permitted.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Maguire for the applicant.
Andrew, you still here?
I am.
All right. Again, you've been sworn. Let's start with your appearance for the record.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
All right. You are seeking a variance to relocate a shed. What would you like to tell us?
Yeah, so they got a variance for a pool last year, and upon construction, they, with everything, they had to move the shed to the other side. It is a front yard, but it is a corner lot. It's not the primary front yard. And it is behind a fence and it is set back a ways from the street. There's no adverse effects, and if the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lindsay?
Good afternoon, Mr. Maglera. Where are they moving the shed to?
The along Water Road, you'll see it where it was. You'll see the arrow down to in the corner with the fence by Water Road.
So they're taking it from the pool and they're going right to the front yard.
Correct, but it's not the primary front yard. It's a corner lot. Tall Tree is the primary.
Tall trees, primary.
Yeah.
Okay, but the driveway's coming in from water,
Understood. Yeah.
primary.
I mean, the way the building department looks at it, the address is 34 Tall Tree, so how they look at it is that's a secondary front yard.
You have a, okay, and that's what they stated to you through a letter or whatnot?
Just through correspondence with them.
Through correspondence, okay. How, is there a fence that goes across the front of that?
Yes.
Is that a metal fence? So it's,
Yes.
do they have any,
It's a 4 foot. Yeah, it's a 4 foot fence.
what kind of fence is it?
It's a metal fence.
Metal fence. Do they have any slats or anything going through that to block the shed? That way you're not looking directly at the shed? Because the address might be the primary, but you're gonna be looking at it right from Water Road.
Anthony, can I ask you to pull up the aerial again, please? Sorry to interrupt.
It's all right.
Will we zoom in on that, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I think Anthony heard you. Here he goes.
Okay. And was there any questions from the neighbors?
Not, I have none.
Do we have any speakers, Mr. Phillip?
Mr. Lindsay, we do not have any speakers.
I have a letter.
Mr. Lindsay, we do have a letter written from a neighbor. Would you like us to read that into the record now?
Yes, I would love to hear that.
Thank you.
This is from Barbara and Dr. John Hadchick. The property that we own is located at 31 Water Road. To begin, first a quick reaction and then on to the questions, rhetorical or otherwise. We are surprised and shocked that not only is this our second variance notice of the recent past, but that what is happening in this neighborhood has happened so quickly. What we are referring to is what can be called the Brooklynization of the neighborhood. Having lived in Queens for quite some time, it happened in just the same, but in slightly different way. The neighbors wanted to maximize as much of their space as possible. The easiest way to do this is to move everything up against the fence, the property line, so that their yard is unencumbered. In some ways, it's like putting up a fence. If you can get away with it, the neighbor looks at the ugly side of the fence while you have the luxury of the nice side. That said, on to the questions. What is going on here? Is this something short of a land grab, but rather a space grab? And for what reason? How many variances do these folks need to be happy? What comes after this? We realize that our property is just a lot, and maybe that's the problem. Hey, it's just a lot. Who cares if we get a variance and put a shed for our shed next to the original shed? After that, we'll ask for a variance for the changing rooms for the pool, the smokehouse, the ATV storage unit, and on and on. In some ways, even though no one is living on our lot at the present, when we do build, are we going to be subjected to the queensization of the property? So that when we do want to go out, all we see is the back of something the other folks don't want to see. To the town, we think you're setting a dangerous precedent with this variance upon variance business. Be careful. It doesn't take much to turn the neighborhood into Queens. To close, we are assuming that granting variance after variance, which encroach upon our property, that sometime in the future, when we do build, that the town will happily grant us an equal reciprocity in our petitions for variances.
All right, then that is the owner of the neighboring parcel that is undeveloped. And those comments are now part of the record. Ms. Lindsay, did you have further questions?
Yes, my only question is, would they be, could this shed be moved like 20 feet off the front property line?
At that point, you're getting too close to the pool, you know, that's the reason why that they had to move it to begin with, you know, so.
You're talking, so you're talking 8 more feet. Did the building department tell them they had to move that shed because it was too close to the pool?
No, it just wasn't practical, you know, and they need a shed for their lawn equipment and whatnot, so it wasn't practical to keep the shed so close to the pool when building the pool.
Okay, so my question is, when did they get the variance for the pool, and why did they build the pool so close to the shed when they had 22 feet from the front?
Well,
begin
full disclosure is we actually did put this exact survey on our application to the building department, and the building department didn't actually put the shed on it, unbeknownst to us, until it was too late. So here we are again, but we were trying it. We intended to ask for both at the same time.
All right, I don't see the point of moving that shed, to be honest with you. It's already there. And what is their entrance from the pool? How do they get into that pool?
I mean, from any sort, you know, the both sides of the pool are the entry points, and you know, I mean, theoretically any side of the pool, but yeah, I mean, the shed is to, you know, the reason why, you know, again, it's a corner lot, and this is why we're here, you know. So if it was, you know, if it was just tall tree in the middle, we wouldn't be talking, you know. And the shed is, again, you know, it's a small, very small shed to begin with, and it is just can't be too close. You know, you don't want a shed on top of your pool.
Okay, my question. So, are you telling me that they have steps completely around that in-ground pool? They enter it.
No. It's on each side of the pool, but
They have steps on each side of the pool, so they don't have a deep end in the pool.
I mean, yeah, no,
I'm asking you. I'm giving you good questions here. I'm giving you, trying to give you a reason to give us a front yard.
It's on one of the sides of the pool. I wasn't there when the pool was installed, so I don't know. But again, you know, for practicality's sake, having the shed too close to the pool, is undersized shed, is not practical. And again, it is an undersized shed at the end of the day.
Okay, I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I think what I'm hearing from Mr. Lindsay is that when he looks at the aerial in the survey, while that may not be a practical place for the shed since the pool's been installed, he's not seeing any accessory structures that far deep into the front yard. So while I think, Ron, you did ask why shouldn't it stay where it is, what you also were asking at the same time was, can the setback both to the property line and the side and front property line be altered to make it more conforming to the neighborhood? I mean, you're proposing it at 12. Certainly, it could hold a 20 or something like that, and it doesn't have to be 3 feet off of a property line. It could hold the same 7, for instance, that the pool is. My sense is that my board member Ron Lindsay was also asking that. Andrew, did you have any discussions concerning the exact location and whether a more conforming location based upon the board's view might be acceptable?
It is behind a fence, and the owners want to keep it, you know, as far away from the pool as they can, because it's, you know, they have the pool is installed and they don't want the shed on top, and it is behind, you know, an existing fence. And, you know, that, you know, in theory, and I'm not saying this is gonna happen or anything like that, but in theory, they could get they don't need a variance, they could get a permit for a 6-foot fence, and it would be, you wouldn't even, you know, it'd be behind a 6-foot fence, you know, so,
Okay.
because of the corner location.
All right, Mr. Bergson, did you want to say something? I did.
Yeah,
thought heard something.
I was confused about, well, who determined that this is a secondary side yard?
Well, it goes by that on the code is your 34 tall tree is the address. So that's you know, that's.
Okay, but from a physical point of view, it really is a front yard. It really is the primary front yard.
Well,
Is it?
You know, not, it's
Well,
not.
look at it. The driveway comes in, the front porch is on Water Road.
I had a case similar to this with a fence and it was the same thing, but the building department looks at it that way.
Well,
I will tell you from looking at the building department denial that the building department indicates to us that Water Road is the primary front yard, even with the Tall Tree Lane address.
okay, there you are.
In any event, we're dealing with a shed that is in a front yard, whether it's primary or secondary,
Yeah.
may not be as significant.
Well, I think the logistics of how the whole thing is, all the premises are set is significant, whether or not, whatever you want to call it, though. Correct.
All right. I mean, the logistics as it pertains to the front yard, side yard, or both?
Actually, both, but more importantly, the front yard.
I concur.
All right. Andrew, maybe you should have another discussion with the applicant. We'll certainly take the application the way it is. It appears as though I'm hearing enough from board members that they believe that there are other locations that will work just as well and may not press this shed so far into a front yard. I'll do with the application whatever you like, though.
Mr. Chair, I have one question.
Yes, Mr. Cunha.
Andrew, are you here also for the 3-foot side on that? Because I don't see it on the call of the record.
Oh, actually, then, yeah, that may have been me.
Oh, okay, because I kept hearing that 3-foot, so I was just curious, because I just wanted.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was looking at.
If we're doing
case number
housekeeping, might as
3.
well do some housekeeping.
Understood. Yeah, I mean, I'll talk to if you want to push this back, I'll talk to the owners and see what they and see what we come up with.
I think that is a great suggestion, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate
right.
it, guys.
I know that we've adjourned one of your cases to March 10th. Does that give you enough time?
It does.
All right, then. Is there anything further from the board? I'll ask for a motion then to hold the matter open until March 10th.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Lindsay, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
While we're waiting for the next case to be called, just for clarification, board members, that last application, the shed only required front yard setback relief in a required front yard, not side yard relief at all.
Case number 5, Dennis O'Connor, 5 Greenbrier Court, Holtzville, located on the east side of Greenbrier Court, 225 feet north of Summerfield Drive, Holtzville. Applicant requests rear yard variance for proposed in-ground swimming pool.
Mr. Chair, I have the applicant Dennis O'Connor, and I also have Diane Moshe for the applicant.
Thank you. Why don't we promote Ms. Moget?
Mr. Chair, I recuse.
Yes, the record will reflect that Mr. Cunha has recused. Diane, we can see you. Are you able to hear us?
I'm here, Dennis O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor.
Okay, sorry.
Just,
Yes.
just waiting, just seeing if I can't get Ms. Moshe in with us. Dan, your video was on and you were unmuted, but I didn't hear you, and now you're back to no video. All right, Diane, you're back. Can you hear us? We're still having a problem hearing you. That shows muted. So just hit the unmute one more time. Maybe that will do it. How about now? Still no. I think while we're waiting for Ms. Mauger to get promoted so that we can hear her, we'll move just to the next case. Mr. O'Connor, stay with us, and I apologize for the delay.
Am I okay as I stand, Chairman?
Yes, we can hear you directly. Your video's not on, but that could be, if you don't intend to participate, that's fine, exactly where you are.
Okay, I'll leave it as is. I mean, I don't mind, but
All right.
didn't mess anything up.
I'm sure Ms.
Thank
Moshe will be with us shortly. She is here almost every meeting, and she'll iron out her issue with her Wi-Fi system or technology. Let's call case number 6.
Case number 6, William and Patrice White, care of Jennifer Leeds, PO Box 150 Quorum, located on the east side of View Road, 1,179 feet north of Shipyard Lane, Setauket. Applicant requests side yard variance for proposed generator located in the required side yard.
Mr. Chair, I have Jennifer Leeds for the applicant.
Thank you.
Hi.
Jennifer, we can see you. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I am.
All right, this is hearing number 6. You're here for a generator in a required side yard.
That's correct.
Let's start with getting you sworn, and then we'll have you give your appearance.
solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Your appearance for the record, please.
Jennifer Leeds, 134 Sequoia Drive, Quorum, New York, expediter for Patrice and William White.
Thank you. And here, the building department determined that there was a generator in a required side yard and determined that you required zoning variance. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's a proposed generator. What you're seeing in the picture is actually the AC unit. So it's not installed yet. This is a proposed generator. So
Thank you. May I ask, I'm sorry, Ms. Ricordi, what's the date on that denial?
December 8th, 2020.
Thank you. And we do see that it's proposed, Ms. Leeds. So what would you like to tell us about it?
So Patrice and William, they're proposing a standby propane gas powered generator to use during emergency power outages. They're asking the board to allow them to install the generator in their side yard 7 feet from the property line. This property is located in a wetland sensitive area, which makes it difficult to locate the generator in the rear yard. The property does slope down towards the water. The higher elevation areas are up closer to the house. Up closer to the house, unfortunately, there's the pool, the patio, and a dry well. Especially on that side of the property, it's difficult to fit it behind the foundation of the home. In the side property there, the reason they selected this location was because right on the north side of the front lawn is the underground propane gas tank. Also on that side of the home is the electrical lines that go into the home. So that's where they will hardwire the generator into the house.
Thank you. This is a residential unit being proposed?
That's correct.
Mr. Vega, can we see the aerial, please?
That's the old house. That house has been demolished and there's a new home there.
And these are waterfront homes. Are there other
Yes.
residential uses with generators in a required side yard?
I'm not 100% on generators, but I know that most people have their mechanicals in the side yard. The neighbor on the same side where we're proposing, they have their AC units, and I don't really know. There's something else out there. I don't know what it is. I could tell the AC units, but for central air, I'm just not sure what they have something else. I don't know what.
The mechanicals are generally on the sides of the houses because the front is, one side is water,
Right.
the water side, and the other is the roadway frontage.
There's windows, so they have to stay 5 feet away from the windows.
Yes.
And then, as you can see right by the electrical panel towards the side, but the front, there's an egress window from the basement. So they're trying to stay clear of that as well.
We do see that. And that the proposed location is approximately 5 feet from that window well?
From
Or
the
the 10
exit
feet.
of the window well, yes.
Okay. Has there been any discussion with the most affected neighbor?
Yes, the neighbor next door sent an email to my client, and he sent him the specs to the generator, along with the survey, everything that we provided you, we provided him.
We see that. This is a Generac. We've seen this this unit at other residential locations. So there, apart from those questions, there was no, was there any discussion for or against the location, to your knowledge?
The reason they were emailing, they were concerned over if this was going to be a loud generator, the noise. We, explained to them that that the generator is one of the most quiet on the market. The case that covers it is insulated. The homeowner has offered to put plantings around it, so it looks nice, which he planned on doing, whether they wanted it or not. And really the generator, it's for emergency purposes, maybe once a year if we have a storm.
Yes, I mean, they'll test them monthly or on a regular basis. So it will be at least operating more often than that. But I understand what you're saying. Mr. Bergson, you appeared to have a comment there.
No, only about the once a year aspect.
Okay, all right. Yes, well, we've had a couple of hurricanes, so we know
that's
how
true.
often they're used. All right, well, thank you for those responses. Is there anything further from the board? Do we have a speaker or any communication?
Mr. Chair, I do not have any speakers on.
Thank you.
I have an email from a neighbor.
All right.
It's dated February 8th from Renee Costella. The subject is the side yard variance for the proposed generator. Today, we asked the owner, Mr. William White, to provide us with a copy of the original blueprint clearly showing the original location of the generator. We see no apparent reason to relocate that generator within 7 feet of the property line. Will that generator be installed on a concrete slab and therefore be a permanent structure, in which case the building code states a minimum distance between any permanent structure and the property line? Is this distance respected? Obviously, as the next door neighbor, we are concerned about the noise level of such a generator and the unaesthetic look of such a generator and installation. The generator is rated under normal load at 67 decibels at 23 feet. It will be installed at 7 feet from our property. And when in use as a backup generator to produce electricity, will definitely be used at full load. No decibels information is given by the manufacturer at full load. We believe that the installation of such a generator and its location needs further investigation.
Ms. Leeds, did you want to
Yes.
respond at all to that?
Yes, that is the full load from what it says in the generator specs. And that's, regular conversation noise is what it compares to. Right now, the Whites, they own a portable gas-powered generator. And that's what they would use if they can't have this installed. And those are louder than a lawnmower. Again, they're not going. This is not going to be something that's used often. So again, he has. He also, in the email that we went back and forth with them, he did offer to do plantings. Again, I'll reiterate that the case is insulated. And then, I know in my backyard, I have a loud pool filter. So we put a 4-foot fence around it, and it helps. It helps very, a good amount of the noise went away once we put that up. So maybe a 4-foot fence is a barrier, and that could help insulate.
Mr.
All right.
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Brookson.
So my question is, would the applicant be prepared to commit to that? So that, because it is pretty close to the property
Yeah.
line. And those units are quiet, but they're not as quiet as they may appear to be or proposed to be.
Yes, he is
And
prepared
it's
to
7
do
foot.
that. Yes, he's prepared to put a 4-foot fence around it, and he will also put plantings, so it looks nice. He was planning on putting plantings anyway. There's other equipment over there. I don't, when you have these wetlands homes, now they have you put in the new innovative sanitary system. So his whole front lawn, I believe I sent it in late yesterday to Anthony and Lori. He had just recently got in his final health department approval. And you can really see in the front yard with this, the location of the sanitary system is the whole front lawn. As you can see in that picture, he has the driveway coming up the other side. He didn't really have, he doesn't have many choices. Again, the electrical wires are coming up the north side of the property and to that side of the house where he's proposing the generator. So again, he wouldn't be against trying to do anything to try and keep it quieter. And like I said, the 4-foot fence absolutely will help. And then he can make it look nice with plantings.
So would the fence surround the unit, or just between the property line and the?
Well, I think you have to leave it so you can have a little access to it. So I would say, some type of L shape, definitely on his side, the neighbor's side. And then, coming back on one side, he would have to see, which way the installation goes, but absolutely along the
So-
neighboring side.
Sort of a U shape, possibly?
Sure.
I have
Absolutely.
nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Ms. Leeds, let me ask you, that communication from the neighbor that we heard also referenced or questioned what the generator would sit on and referred to a cement platform. Do you know what the installation will be?
I believe that the installation, the machine comes with a pad. It's all about the quiet packaging of this. So there
So
is no.
is it at grade? Is it raised from grade? What?
No, it will be at grade.
At grade? And it also referenced a prior location of a prior generator. Was that the portable one that they're referring to that they most likely had on the driveway or something?
We were unsure of that because like I said, he only has this portable one. So we're not really quite sure what he was referencing. My
Thank you.
client has told me that they are seasonal. They spend anywhere from maybe 3 to 4 months at the home. So he was surprised. They're not really around during the storm seasons, but he does understand. And that's why he sent them the email back and offered the fence and the plantings.
Do you happen to know the distance or the setback of the neighboring house to the property line?
I believe that they have a little over 25 feet.
Let's
All
see
right.
the aerial. Judging from that picture, if I might interrupt,
Of course.
the airborne noise from that generator to that house will be diminished for every foot closer. The young lady is correct that the specifications should give you the loudest disbursement of decibel noise when it's fully operating. It usually comes on a platform, either a prefab base or a concrete base. And if you want to buff the noise, put a bunch of arbor vitae around it. So it's not 7 feet away from the house, it's 7 feet away from the property line and another good 15 or 20 feet from this aerial to the person's house. And yes, an emergency generator that is not permanent is much louder than a Generac, according to my experience.
Thank you, Mr. Lazaro.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Wisdom.
that the Generac that we were looking at with that photo, that's what they come with. And actually what they do is they put a concrete base down below that so that it stays clean because of the lawnmowers and everything else that, blows up against it because it does breathe. And you can see that in that picture right there that has the vents for the Generac motors to stay cool. But typically that's the way the Generac comes. That's the pedestal it sits on. But most people, I would say almost everybody, puts a concrete pad down first and puts it on that. But then they put the generator on top of the concrete.
Thank you, Mr. Wisdom. Ms. Leeds, anything further?
No, thank you.
All right then. Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to grant the application as presented type 2.
Second,
Motion I heard was from Mr. Cunha. I'll take the second from Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Are we going back to case 5?
Mr. Chair, we do have Ms. Mojay.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. Yes, case number 5 was called. Ms. Moshe,
Mr. Chair, I recuse again.
thank you. Diana, you are here. Can we hear you this time? Say something else so we could see. Nope, I don't have audio yet.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Mojay, if you can hear me, if there is another device connected to possibly like headphones or another like audio device connected to your computer, maybe that could be affecting what volume is.
Hello?
Yo, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Very good. Welcome.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. So for the record, the case was previously called. Mr. Cunha has recused, and we have you here. I want you to know that your client is here also, or he was with us just some time ago.
Okay.
But let me just ask you to give your attention to Mr. Doyle, and we'll swear you in.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And your appearance for the record, please.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Diane Mojay, DNI Expediting Services with offices located at 779 Horse Block Road in Farmingdale. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, on behalf of Arthur Edwards Pools and Spas, representing the applicant, we're proposing an in-ground swimming pool located in the rear yard of the subject premises. This is located in an area that this board has granted many variances with similar setback. The property is irregular in shape. Anywhere placed on the property, it would require a variance. We're looking for a 6-foot rear yard. That is not uncommon and that has been granted in this area. If you look at the aerial, you can see based on your numbers and your aerial, lot 112, lot 4, lot 6 all have pools in close proximity to the rear property line, all having had some kind of relief, as well as lot 2 and 16 and 35, 119. It's very, very common. The granting of this variance would not create any detriment to the surrounding area. There is no rear neighbor. That is a common area behind them. And if the board has any questions, I'd be happy to address them at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Moshe. Just for the record, though, we do have background noise through someone. So if you're not speaking, just please put yourself on mute. And I'll ask the board for questions.
yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lazaru.
Yes. Ms. Mojay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I noticed on the aerial view here, beyond the outline, the white outline of this property number 5, there's a space leading to, it looks like a lawn that leads, is that a pond or a catch basin, or is that part of a bay, or where?
It's, this is located at Summerfield in Holtzville. And I believe that it is a man-made, pond area.
Okay, so there's a little distance beyond the rear yard supposedly of this property. And because of the large area triangulation, the rear points of the rear lot line seem to be open spaces before you touch anybody else's rear lot backing up to that. Yes, excuse me. My question was, without saying, probably it could have been moved a little bit with regards to moving it a little further south on the property to enable maybe a little bit more than 6 feet to the property line. But after looking at a majority of the other problem areas, it seems to be spaced far enough away from other people's yards where it wouldn't be so offensive or obtrusive. Is there a possibility that it could have been moved a little bit further south and then a little bit closer to the house?
Well, we're only about 12 feet off the side of the house, but I do know for a fact that you have granted 6-foot side and rear property line variances in this area previously, so it would not be out of character. But I think coming closer to the house, you really don't want to get any closer than 10 feet. It is a little bit close there. The owner of the property is, I believe, on the Zoom, so I would defer to him if he'd like to move it a little further south and bring it maybe a foot closer is all we pick up.
Thank you, Ms. Moshe. Let me, Mr. O'Connor, can you still hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Do you have the ability to put your video on?
If you could direct me, I apologize. I'm pretty good at this, but for some reason I don't see a camera. Okay.
I think that you may have done it.
Hi, how are you?
Very good, sir. Nice to meet you. I'm just going to ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn. Mr. Doyle.
Do solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
And your name and address, sir.
My name is Dennis O'Connor, 5 Greenbrier Court, Holtzville, New York, 11742.
Thank you. Ms. Moshe, did you want to broach this subject directly with your client, or do you want us to?
Mr. O'Connor, they're asking if we can move the pool a little bit to the south and like a foot closer to the house. So if you brought it, I'm gonna say a couple of feet, you're at 82 feet from your northern property line. I don't know if you could push it, 5 or 6 feet to the south and a foot closer to the property line, would that be something that you'd be okay with? And Mr. Lazaru, is that what you're thinking?
Yes, actually, my proposal is just, it would affect this. If you moved it further south, you then are more than 12 feet away from that, what appears to be a porch or something with steps. Therefore, your distance between the western side of the pool would be then determined to the rear face of the building, which would be much more than 12 feet. But you close in on that. And I just was suggesting that. This is not hard and fast. I'm trying to get this pool and any other pool more in conformance than just accepting that these were previously approved at 6 foot in the neighborhood.
Well, what you need to keep in mind here is this is a development that was built with much smaller size lots, and that's been taken into consideration with the also advantage of this particular property, having the pool proposed where it is. It's in a unique situation based on the common property that's behind it with the man-made lake there, the angle of the house, the shape of the property, and the space to the other properties. So I would suggest that this is a unique situation, and that the 6 foot or even increasing the setback is not going to, it's not, you don't have passerbyers behind, it's not a wooded area, and there's not a house behind it. So to move the pool, we would get a little bit more conformance, but we would not get complete conformance of 15 feet, which I would suggest that there is no pool in this development that meets the 15-foot side and rear property line based on the sizes of the lots and the amount of variances that were in fact granted.
I'm not suggesting complete conformance. I've just said a little bit.
I'm just bringing out
I,
the features of the property that make this a little bit more unique even than the other ones that were granted. But deferring back to my client then on bringing the property a little bit further south and increasing the rear yard setback to possibly 7.
Actually, and let me put out there that the pool actually doesn't, the location of the pool vis-a-vis the house doesn't need to change. I think mainly what Mr. Lazarou is pointing to is the rear yard setback of 6 feet. That could be increased to 8 without moving the pool. It would be just be changing the pool from an 18 wide to 16 wide, or alternatively moving it south. But just to cut to the chase, because I know there's a back and forth between both you and Mr. Lazarou on the issue. Can the applicant offer 8 feet on the setback here?
I would just suggest that past grants offer precedence before the board.
I would agree with you. The board's familiar with this development. It is, I believe that we referred to it as a PUD development. It's one where the lot sizes were artificially made smaller and did not meet zoning because there was large areas of common space. As a result, the board has received requests for variances. And Mr. Lazarou's point on the other side is that while there may be precedent, is that required here? I'm just leaving it open. I'm just trying to move us along. With regard to that suggested setback, Ms. Moshe, did you have any response?
I'd like to defer to the owner of the property to see if he is willing to move the pool to create an 8-foot rear yard setback.
Mr. O'Connor?
Thank you. I mean, I'll take anything. I'm very blessed to have this view and everything here. But just 2 things, if I may just point out. The property line, although it is the property line, there's like 8 feet that I maintain, which has no bearing here as far as where the fence would be or anything like that. That's one reason. So when you place the pool where it wouldn't have a variance, it just looks very awkward. So visually, anyone that's walking this pond will be like, why did they have their pool so on top of their house? When the builders did these properties, I mean, you can see it's a triangle. So I mean, like me and my wife we drew it out with poles. We did everything we possibly could, and it's basically as close as we could. And then with the help of Arthur Edwards' team, this seemed like the best place for it. It's safe to have a 2- and 5-year-old. The closest, it looks kind of big between the steps and where the pool would be based on that photo, but it's not. Like there's no walkway to go around. It just makes it unsafe. I'm not going to put a deck. We're going to put a patio. So I mean, the request is a request. It is what it is. If we're able to get that, we'd be blessed again.
All right, sir. I think what I'm hearing is that you'd like the board to consider the application as it's being proposed.
Yes, but I'd be happy if we could, if it was the 8, I mean, of course I'd want what we can get. I don't know how to answer that. I'm sorry.
No, I think that you did. Ms. Moshe, did you have anything further?
No, I would defer to the board at this point. Like I said, I pointed out that I think we have enough unique features of this subject property to support the 6-foot rear yard rather than have a decline of this. The applicant is willing to move it to 8 if need be.
Thank you. Mr. Lazarou, was there anything further?
No further questions.
Anything from the board? Anything else from the board? Do we have a speaker or anything written on this application?
Mr. Chair, I do not have any speakers on the stage.
Thank you. Does the board have a motion?
Why don't we grant the application as presented?
All right, for the record, it's subject to chapter 81. We'll make that part of your motion. The motion is by Mr. Lazaru. Is there a second?
Second,
Second by Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Moshe. It was
Thank
very
you.
nice to meet you, Mr. O'Connor. We will move on to case number 7.
Case number 8, James Suskin, 3 Sheridan Square, New York, New York. Properties located on the east side of Nautilus Walk, 80 feet north of Ocean Walk, Fire Island Pines, Fire Island National Seashore. Applicant requests side yard variances for existing hot tub and for existing deck with outdoor shower. Front yard setback and side yard variances for proposed swimming pool, and permission to exceed the 35% lot occupancy, 38.3%.
Mr. Chair, I have John Bracco for the applicant. I also have Michelle Quattrelli and the applicant.
Thank you.
Michelle, are you here for this case?
Yes, I am.
Michelle, I
And
can see you. I did see Don, but I don't anymore. I actually, well, he looks like he's being promoted. I don't have video yet.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to promote the applicant?
Let me ask Ms. Quattrelli and Mr. Bracco first.
Do you have?
Michelle, we can hear you. Let me just ask, who's presenting this? Is it
I am.
John? You
I
are.
am.
All right. And John, we do see you now. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Would you like us to swear in your client also?
Sure.
All right, then I'm sorry, Mr. Vega, you can promote the applicant. Mr. Suskin, we can see you. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Very good. Let me ask you all three of you to give your attention to the board's attorney, John Doyle, so that we can have you sworn.
Do solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do. I do.
Very good. Ms. Quattrelli, you indicated that you intended to bring the application here, correct?
Correct.
What would you like to tell us?
Michelle
Let's start with
Quattrelli,
your
100
appearance. on the
Columbia
record.
Drive, East Patchogue, New York, for architect John Bracco and homeowner James Suskin.
Thank you. I'm having some issue with your volume. If you're able to either speak louder or adjust that, that would be great.
Okay. All right. After reviewing the survey that I found some discrepancies. So from the original survey that was submitted with the application. So yesterday, I believe Mr. Bracco scanned and dropped off a revised survey for the record and the review. The
Yes, I
issue
will state for the record that we did receive Mr. Bracco's letter dated February 8th, 2021. Let me just point out before we begin, and this has nothing to do with this application, Mr. Suskin, nothing to do with you. But the survey that accompanies this application has a scale 1 inch to 15 feet. And that is not something that's common, that's submitted to the board. I think Ms. Quattrelli, in the past, we've spoken about that. And a minimum, we expect the scale to be, I believe it's 1 for 20 feet, and there's some surveys that are even larger scales. But in this instance, it's very difficult to take note of what is going on in this parcel. It's busy to begin with, but it's very difficult for the board to follow. So in the future, just as a side note, I don't want to see the scales at 1 to 15 feet. Having said that, Mr. Bracco's letter does indicate that after a review of the original survey, lot coverage was actually higher at 39.4, and the additional action that was being taken was the removal of a wood walk adjacent to the north side of the house to bring the lot coverage to the 38%, which was I'll leave it at that, to 38%. Fair enough?
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. And the reason why it's that 38% is because this property was improved in 1970 with a certificate as well as a certificate of existing use. And I believe you have a copy of the 1998 survey used for the CEU. And at that time, the lot coverage was 38%. So to get back to what was legally certificated, Mr. Susskind is proposing to remove a portion of that north side walk. So the lot coverage will not increase from what existed prior to the 1970. We're also here requesting to maintain a 2.5-foot side yard setback for an existing hot tub that is partially inside a legal non-conforming south side deck, a 9-foot side yard setback where 9.6 feet is required for an existing rear deck extension with a shower enclosure, and a 9.5 front yard setback for a 5.6-foot side yard setback for a proposed swimming pool. The pool will not be encroaching any further into the established front and side yards, and it's proposed to be constructed inside the existing front deck, which was issued CEU 14720 back on May 26, 2000. The rear deck and shower addition is just 6 inches shy from what the conforming 9.6-foot setback is, which is a minor variance for this board to grant. And it does not encroach any further into that established side yard. The existing hot tub will have no impact on the southern neighbor, as this is a vacant parcel which was donated to Fire Island National Seashore for preservation. I believe it's a cranberry bog known as Smoky Hollow. The area variances before you today are minor in nature and conform to the community as a whole. They will not and have not caused a negative impact to the surrounding neighbors or the environment. We received a letter from FPOA, but unfortunately I was not privy to a letter from Fire Island National Seashore. I don't know if this board has had one, but the neighbor to the north of this property has a pool in the front yard, and this is not uncommon at all. So if the board has any questions, I'd like to entertain it.
Thank you. Let me have the correspondence from, I think we have both the National Seashore and FPOA.
Yeah, I have both. The National Seashore Department of Interior, they have an objection. They object to the overdevelopment of the lot. The allowable lot occupancy under the federal zoning regulation is 35%, including dwelling, decking, and accessory structures. Adhering to the lot occupancy allows for more vegetation to grow, stabilizing the island. And from Fire Island Pines Property Owners Association, Zoning Advisory Committee. Let's see. We have reviewed the information and the survey sent to us. We note that according to the supplied survey, lot coverage at 38.3% is slightly in excess of the permissible limit. We have been told by the owner's representative that there is a documented legal justification for the existing coverage, and we assume that the same will be provided to the satisfaction of the board. In addition, we have been told that the proposed work will not change the existing lot coverage, as the survey atypically does not distinguish between present and proposed lot coverage. We cannot verify this. Subject to the above, as well as to any objections raised by neighboring homeowners, we have no objection to this application.
All right, then those were the pieces of correspondence that we did receive. Ms. Quattrelli, you did indicate to us that you asked for questions from the board.
Correct.
Your presentation was done. Mr. Barco, did you wish to add anything before I give it to the board for questions?
Not at this point.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bergson.
So Michelle, you say that the neighbor has a pool in the front yard?
Yes, the neighbor at 371.
Okay.
If you look at the aerial there, you'll see it's to the north.
And what is that holding in terms of a setback?
I'll tell you right now. A side yard would be approximately,
No, the front yard.
front yard, okay. Well, side yard is holding about a 10-foot, and a front yard, if he is there, that's 10. It's approximately a 12-foot front yard.
Okay. So the variance request on the south side of the house, the hot tub and the shower, is that correct?
The shower is on the east side, on that platform with the stairs.
The survey, I mean, unless I'm reading it wrong, says proposed shower.
No,
That's, Mr. Bergson, that's the shower, that's a proposed shower that's up on the second floor roof deck that's conforming. If
Oh,
you,
okay.
yeah, if you look right at the if you look right at the southeast corner of the house, yep, a
Right.
little bit farther up, you'll
Okay.
see, yeah, I know the survey's a little difficult to read, but you see at that corner, see it says outdoor shower, and you see like the little swing door there.
Yeah, it's right behind where it says proposed shower.
Oh, okay. I see it now. Okay.
Hold
Now,
on.
Michelle, the difference between 38% and 35% is about 66, 67 square feet. There's so much going on here. It's hard to believe that you couldn't find 68 square feet to release the request for this variance.
Well, you did understand that this was
No, I heard it. I heard what you said.
coverage, and they're not increasing the deck space. They're putting a pool inside an existing deck. The only thing that they increased was they added this shower and stair platform on that rear end east side of the property. By doing that, they're removing what was certificated on the north side, which is that wood walk. That wood is balancing it out.
No, I understand what your position is.
Okay.
I'm just saying it's so close to conformity, to conform with the 35%. It wouldn't seem that difficult to be able to find that 68 square feet.
Well, there actually is. We considered it. On the north side, as you see, that we kept some decking there. The reason why is there's doors. So there'll be a door to nowhere, which you can't have. So we have to have some sort of a platform for them to enter the house on the north side from the access walk, as well as I believe that's a bedroom on the northeast corner. John, you can verify that. Mr. Suskin, you can also, that they have sliding doors there. So there has to be some sort of walkway there or deck.
Yes, that is correct. And the other thing that I would just like to add quickly, and maybe, if we could just double check the numbers, but, it's a 6,000 square foot lot, meaning 1% is 60
Oh, I'm
square
sorry.
feet.
You're
Yeah,
right.
so
My math is
to
wrong.
reduce it 3% would be 180 square feet.
No, you're absolutely correct. I apologize for that. I was looking at
That's
a
okay.
different number. I have nothing further right now.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board? All right, Michelle, John, you've shown us that the parcel is certificated or was previously certificated at 38%. And I think that there's some thinking, at least on the applicant's side, that once it's certificated 38%, then you can remove and add structures at will. And that is not the case, and that's not what the code permits. When you remove a structure, you lose the entitlement to the pre-existing coverage. So for instance, when we remove a deck and add a pool, you lose the entitlement to 38%. Or in this instance, that deck with the outdoor shower is about 100 square feet, just shy of it. And it was built without a permit. You're here for a permit for that structure. That was built without a permit. It added to the lot coverage, and what the applicant did, or what assisted him in doing is remove something, a walk or something, to get him back down to 38. The applicant is not entitled to 38% because it was certificated at one point with 38%. When structures are removed, you lose the entitlement. So you're here for, the building department correctly determined that you're here for lot occupancy at 38. They say 38.3. It is 180 square feet, something in that range. And we do see that there's a structure here that's not permitted, that when you add up the steps and the landing and the shower, and that exists presently, it's almost 100 square feet. And in this house apparently once is proposing now a second outdoor shower. So on this issue, Michelle, I know that you have something to say. Why don't you give that to us now?
Well, once again, I'm just going to reiterate that they just added that back platform. All right. So it's not like they built an addition or they added a huge amount of decking.
But they added to the lot coverage, almost 100 square feet.
So they're going from deck to deck. All right. They're removing a portion of a walk just so they can maintain what they have.
Well, and that's where I go back to, it's not a give and take thing where you have a percentage of entitlement to lot coverage, and therefore you're going to remove and add structures just and claim that you're entitled to them because you're still meeting the pre-existing lot coverage that disappeared once structures were removed. That thinking I understand is, and the way in which these applications are presented to this board, it's not the way that the building department determines it. It's not the way that the code says, and it's not the way that we look at it. And I know that you all know that.
But if you look at the 1998 survey, there really is no other location to remove and still have a viable outside platforms, decking. This is not a huge built up property. It's minimal decking to walk around the house. There's an access walk, there's a front deck.
I understand that, but again, Mr. Bergson's point was well made. It's 180 square feet, which is very easily findable. You know that there are, for instance, you have an application later in this hearing. I believe that a deck was removed and pavers were put down. I don't think that they count against lot coverage. There's things that can be done to when structures are removed and you lose entitlement to lot coverage, that can be done to at least bring the lot to the required lot coverage in ways in which still allows the parcel to work for an applicant. That's all. That's the point.
One thing that I would like to add, just so the board is aware, this survey is dated 2017, and this is the survey that was obtained when Mr. Suskin purchased the property. So while I do, understand everything you're saying, Mr. DeChance, the current owner, Mr. Suskin, was not the one who added the hot tub or that outdoor shower and back platform and steps. He was very surprised when he found out those items were not on his CO. So I just wanted to make it clear that the current owner did not add those items. They were there when he purchased the property.
Understood. Thank you. Is there anything further from the board on the application?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha.
Michelle, I have a question, going back to what the chairman is talking about, that outdoor shower and that step area. Is that in line? Because I don't see how you can actually access the steps. I believe the steps are only there to access that shower. Is that correct? Because it doesn't access the other deck or the house, does it?
That's correct. I'll answer if you don't mind, Michelle. That platform with the outdoor shower is actually on grade. Those stairs that you see from the south deck near the hot tub, those go down so you can access that. So basically, from that platform, it's 6 inches and you're stepping onto the sand. It's on grade.
Okay, so the stairs can't really get removed because they supply access to the backyard from an elevated deck. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, but the platform itself and that shower is actually down on grade. So
that is correct. Yes.
So at that point, I mean, all the stairs are doing are accessing either the backyard and or the shower.
That's
that
correct. Yes.
So so that actual platform exists underneath the stairs, so it can remove a certain amount of space.
Well, I believe the stairs would still count in the lot coverage, though.
Okay, so they're not at this. Okay, I see what you're saying, because they're not counting twice. because they're landing on the platform, so the platform's not counting twice if you're removing
Right.
it,
Right.
because the stairs are over top of it.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so that would be one solution. But I mean, there are quite a few decks around the property, and I understand that you're removing the wood walk, but you could take some from the north side of it a little bit as well.
We are. That's where we're proposing to remove the walk. There's no other decks on the north side.
So those hash marks are only stairs.
Those are walkways.
They're walkways.
Ramona, do you have a copy of the 98 survey?
Who, me?
I do.
No, I do.
Okay, can you pull that up?
I don't know that we have it up here.
Okay. Would you like, can you guys see this?
I can see it. What's the point, though? Maybe I can explain
Okay,
it better.
So he knows this is what's there now, what's been certificated, and then compared to what we're removing, which is a portion of it about here, because there is a sliding door here, and this is the house entrance here. All right, so there really isn't too much that they can take off. Other than that, there's nothing more on the north side that they really can take off. On the west side or the front is where they are proposing to put the pool inside the existing deck. The south side has an 8-foot walkway, and that's it. It's not like there's a lot of.
I understand that, Ms. Guicciardi. And in the past, we have actually considered the requests for variances and granted them, and then had the applicant determine ultimately where they were going to get back the lot coverage to come into conformity. I'm not sure what the board will do with this, but I think that we probably have enough. I don't want you to repeat. Is there anything else that you haven't said that you want to tell us?
No, other than the setbacks have been approved before by this board throughout Fire Island Pines.
All right. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Does the board have a motion?
Move to close and hold.
Motion is by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor? All in
Aye.
favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Good to see
Thank
you all.
Thank you.
Case number 9, Kerry Hall and Danielle Jacobs, 84 Smithtown Polk Boulevard, Center Reach. Property is located west side of Smithtown Polk Boulevard, 2,331 feet north of Route 25, Center Reach. Applicant requests side yard variance for existing gazebo with wet bar located in the required side yard.
Mr. Chair, I have a Kerry Hall and Danielle Jacobs.
Thank you.
Video.
I see that you're being promoted.
Hello.
Are you able to hear us?
Yes, yes, we
Very
are.
good. We can see you also. Thank you for attending. Let me ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
I do.
All right, and let's start with your names and addresses, please.
Danielle Jacobs.
Kerry Hall, 84 Smithtown Polk Boulevard, Center Reach, New York.
Welcome. The board is familiar with the application in that we see that you have an existing gazebo with a wet bar, and it requires variance because it's technically in a required side yard. It just clips the rear foundation area of the dwelling, and as a result, you're here for that variance. What did you want to tell us about the structure? How long it's been there, whether it conforms to similar accessory structures in your neighborhood, things of that nature?
Okay, we purchased this house a little over 4 years ago. The outdoor wet bar was already there. It was on the survey when we purchased, and I had no idea that there was any, variance or permit issue. I just assumed that it was on there. It was fine. So I understand differently now. The gazebo we put in just for shade. This is something that when we have our kids and grandkids over and we barbecue, we eat out there on the, counter when it's good weather. There is many houses in the neighborhood and that I have sent in pictures, and I believe I emailed some pictures to Mr. Vega as well this week, where there's sheds and some gazebos very close to the property line, pretty much like every second or third house in the neighborhood here. So I don't think it would be anything out of the ordinary.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, did you wish to add anything further?
No.
All right, questions from the board? Mr. Wisdom, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Did you have any questions for this applicant?
Well, I do. So I'm looking at this gazebo in the back, and I don't, it's actually to the side and to the back of the house, correct? Behind the driveway?
Yes.
I actually wanted to mention one other thing. The outdoor counter, if you draw a line across the back wall of the house over to where the outdoor gazebo and counter is, the two legs of the gazebo do go within that line of the back of the house, but the gazebo, the countertop is actually about almost a foot behind that line. I'm not sure if that makes any difference, but I just wanted to mention it.
So what's it holding right now? 4 foot 9 inches, 4 foot 7?
Right, that's what the survey.
That's what the survey is looking at, right? So.
Right.
Is this common in the area? Are there any other gazebos in your neighborhood?
Yes, actually, the same exact one. I believe there's a couple that we got pictures of.
Okay. Were those turned into the ZBA?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's not out of character with the neighborhood at all?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Wisdom. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chair, make a motion to grant the application type 2.
Second.
That motion is by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to you both.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Case number 10, Ahmad Chowdhury, care of Tracy's Permits, 80 Terry Street, Patchogue, located on the south side of Ryder Place, 120 feet east of Fowler Avenue, Lake Ronkonkoma. Applicant requests minimum side yard variance for proposed one-story residence addition, attaching existing detached garage, converted to habitable space without a permit, to the dwelling, creating entire first floor area exceeding 1,500 square feet permitted, 1,550 square feet is requested.
Mr. Chair, I have Tracy Rivera for the applicant.
Thank you. And could you please bring us I'd like to see the aerial as opposed to the survey. Thank you.
I think she's going to postpone this.
All right, Ms. Rivera, we can see you and hear you. Let me first just ask you to give your attention to Mr. Doyle. We'll have you sworn.
I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you. And Ms. Rivera, your appearance for the record.
Tracy Rivera, agent for the applicant, 80 Terry Street, Patchogue, New York, 11772.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us here?
I am looking to adjourn this to March 10th, only because I found out that the file, everything that I submitted over to Lori was in my Outlook box and never actually was emailed over. We'll be looking to adjourn, we'll be looking to amend the application when we come back before the board, but right now I just need to adjourn it.
All right. Mr. Vega, can I ask, are there any speakers on the application?
Mr. Chair, as of this moment, I do not have any speakers.
Very good. Does the board have a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Rivera.
Thank you very much.
Case number 11, E.J. Wenk, care of JW Consulting, P.O. Box 674, Quorum. Property is located on the north side of Park Avenue, 221 feet west of Division Street, Blue Point. Applicant requests permission for proposed one-story residence addition.
Mr. Chair, I have John Weiss for the applicant.
Thank you.
I also have the applicant as one of the attendees.
Thank you. Mr. Weiss, I can see you. Can you just put your audio on, please? We can't hear you yet. Oh, we can't hear you yet. Now we could probably hear you.
Hopefully.
Yes, yes. All right, so we're going to promote the applicant also. Maybe while we're doing that, just as a piece of housekeeping, this survey happens to be the same surveyor for the survey that I just spoke to Michelle about. In this instance, the scale is now 1 inch to 40 feet, and as a result, we're looking at something that's difficult to review, especially during a public hearing. So I'm just going to ask you, when you deal with this surveyor, again, just to get the more standard scale of 1 inch to 20 feet. Can you do that for us?
Definitely.
All right. We do have the applicant here. Would you like us to swear him in?
No.
All right. Then why don't I ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney and we'll swear you in.
Do solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
I do. And I'm assuming that this is Mr. Wank on with us also?
Yes.
All right, sir. Well, good afternoon. If you, irrespective of what Mr. Weiss says, eventually, if you'd like to say something, just raise your hand. I'll see it, okay? Mr. Weiss, your appearance for the record.
John Weiss, DW Expediting, Post Office Box 674, Quorum, New York.
Thank you, sir. And what would you like to tell us here?
As you can see by the size of the house, I submitted pictures that the house is extremely small. We're looking to add the square footage. We have plenty of room and area to do so. I've also included pictures of the neighboring houses that I took from the front property. Shows you that all the houses in the neighborhood are considerably larger than what we are even proposing. 2-story houses. We have a single-story house here. I've also included a picture of the detached garage showing the interior to demonstrate the fact that the detached garage is in fact a detached garage. You're now seeing the houses surrounding it. We're not asking anything that's going to be out of character for the neighborhood. We're not asking anything that's going to infringe on anybody's rights or privileges of property. We're not going to hurt anybody's value by putting on this addition. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. I will tell you that the only thing that we can see is your hair. If you would like to adjust your...
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine.
Look at it.
There are days I want to do that also, trust me. The board does see that this is a very deep lot, 330 feet deep, and you're here for permission for, because you have established setbacks, and it's because of the width of the lot that you're here. And the request is for permission for this addition. Do I understand that?
That's correct.
All right, and you're not affecting any of the pre-existing setback? Oh, no, you are. You're affecting the rear yard setback.
Yes, but we're not hitting the 60 foot.
No, you're nowhere near that.
Right.
Yes, absolutely. So this will remain a 1-story house, and you're proposing to add to it. Looks like it's going to approximately double in size. And what are we adding to the residence?
As the application should demonstrate, we're enlarging the kitchen. We're going to make a master bedroom out of it, out of the one room, converting the living room to part of the kitchen. I believe that should be all.
Thank you. I think that's why Mr. Wank is smiling now. In terms of the proposed size of the house as proposed, you've shown us photographs. Those were neighboring houses, 2 stories, and the footprint approximately the same size as what's being proposed here. Was that what I saw?
Yes, you are.
All right, thank you. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to grant the application as presented type 2.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Weiss.
Have a
And
nice
good luck
day,
to you, Mr.
everybody.
Wanks.
Stay healthy.
Case number 12, James and Tracy DeGruccio, care of Christine Nicole, 18 Railroad Avenue, Center Moriches. Property is located on the east side of Lucerne Avenue, 169 feet north of Monty Drive, Shirley. Applicant requests side yard variance for existing shed, front yard setback variance for existing wood deck with steps.
Mr. Chair, I have Chris Nicole for the applicant.
Thank you.
Hello?
Ms. Nicole, we
Hello?
can hear you. Yes, we can
Oh.
see you. Very good. Good to
Thank
see
you.
you. Let me
Good
have
to see you.
Mr. Doyle swear you in.
Do solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
And your appearance for the record, please.
Yes, Christine Nicole, agent for the applicant. My office is at 18 Railroad Avenue in Santa Mauritius.
Thank you. You are proposing variances for a front yard deck and a shed in the rear yard. What would you like to tell us?
Yes, I'd just like to say that the deck that's in the front of the house is 8.2 feet deep, where 6 foot is permitted. This leaves a 37.3 foot setback. At the time the house was built, there was a 40-foot setback requirement. The porch has been there for 20 years. The shed is in the rear. It's been there for 7 to 10 years, long before they were enforcing the 3-foot requirement. It cannot be seen from the road. There are many other sheds and front porches. If you look across the front of Lucerne Avenue, you will see many people have added front porches or replaced what they had there. Our requests are not unusual for the neighborhood and don't change the character. If the board has any questions?
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha?
Chris, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay, the shed I see is a 10 by 10, so it's basically under the old code.
Yes, yes,
And that's probably why they set it where they set it. Is
yes.
that what you were trying to,
Yes, I was trying to state that. It's just like about 3 years ago, we really started enforcing the shed. Other permits were issued for other things. The shed was there. So it's something that now, we're coming before the board for.
Okay, and the front wood deck, that's an entry deck to the
Yes, it
main,
is.
to the main portion of the house, is that correct?
It is, and it gives some enjoyment in the front yard, yes.
Okay, and I know that your statement is correct that at one time the setback over there was 40 feet. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Was there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as presented, type 2.
Mr. Chair, I just
Motion by
wanted
Mr.
to,
Cunha, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. I'm sorry, Mr. Vega, did we have a speaker?
I apologize. I just wanted to note for the board that there is actually an outstanding violation.
What is the violation? And actually, I'll have Ms. Riccardi pull it now. Thank you.
Mr. Doyle, if you can help us out with this Mr. Campbell, who has an outstanding law department violation.
And for the record, we're referencing complaint numbers 200903499 pending litigation, date of violation September 21, 2020. Mr. Doyle, do you have any background information for us? And while you're looking, Ms. Nicole, do you have any information yourself?
The only thing I can think of is for the garage, the detached garage, which we have, we're applying for that also, but we had to go through this first. We're applying for a detached garage that was constructed a while ago, and I believe that's what the violation might be for, although I'm not 100% aware of that.
Yes, it was for building without a permit.
Okay.
They started construction, so
All right, so you're
ergo,
trying
they
to
would go
apply
to
for a
building and
permit.
they need a permit, which means
Very
they need a variance to get that permit, and here we are.
We got
Thank
that.
you. Yes.
All right then.
The garage does not need a variance, by the way.
Thank you. So I have a motion pending, a motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 13, Richard and Betty Deininger, 102 Atlantic Avenue, Blue Point. Property is located on the west side of Atlantic Avenue, 232 feet south of Wilson Street, Blue Point. Applicant requests permission for 2 existing 1-story residence additions, side yard variance for existing 2nd-story roof covered deck.
Mr. Chair, I have a Richard Tripkowski for the applicant.
Thank you. All right, sir, we see you're being promoted. I don't have video or audio for you.
This for video.
All right, we can hear you now. Just if you could work on the
Yeah.
video, then then we're good.
Sure.
You've actually muted yourself again. And now now we can hear you again, but without video. There's There you go. Up.
There you go.
Yes. All right. Good evening, sir. Let me ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Very good. And your name for your appearance for the record, please.
Sure. Richard Trubakowski, agent for the applicant, 173 North Main Street, Sable, New York, 11782.
Thank you, Mr. Trubakowski. What connection do you have to the application?
I'm the agent.
And what would you like to tell us here?
All right, this application seeks to legalize additions that were done in 1969. A sunroom, a second floor deck, and a rear addition to increase the size of a den, all conform to the original setbacks for the home. As presented, it conforms to most properties in the immediate area as shown in photos and Google Earth that I presented. If it were not for the current code for front yard width requirements, I believe this would not have been needed to come before the board. When constructed as it exists, it conforms to the neighborhood, has existed for approximately 50 years, has not had any complaints or created any adverse impacts on the neighborhood.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lindsay.
Hey, good evening.
Good evening.
Good afternoon, thank goodness. You say what year were they built in the 60s?
1969.
1969. That's the year I was born. Wonderful year. And they're both one story. They're on the first story, correct?
No, what we have is it was a second story addition to the house, which was legalized and CO'd. And the first story addition was an addition to a den, which I think was a screen room prior. But upstairs, off the second story addition, there was a deck that was there, the roofed over deck. And so that is on the second story. But the
Okay,
second
so
story-
what I'm reading here is just request permission for two existing one-story resident additions. So there was an addition built on top of the addition?
No, it says on top of that, though, if you read, it says permission for two existing story ones ready additions and a existing second story roofed over covered deck.
Okay, now that question comes in. How do they get to the second story roofed over deck?
The second story roofed over deck was part of when they did the second story addition. There's a small roof over it where you walk out the bedroom.
So they built an addition on top of an addition.
Correct.
Okay, that was my question. Okay, been existing for 52 years?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there anything further from the board? Mr. Trubakowski, you mentioned the balcony on the second floor. Does that go over the entire second floor addition?
No. It's
from your survey, we can't tell. That's why I'm asking.
all right, hold on. Let me look at it.
Mr. Chair, there's lines on the survey that's showing it's just going over that 10 by 5 part.
That is.
Is that the dotted lines?
Yes, sir.
All right.
that's the balcony.
Can I ask you, Mr. Trubakowski, what is the grade of that deck from the ground? Is this a true two-story? Is it a high ranch? What?
That's a true two-story.
And is there outdoor access to grade from the balcony?
No.
All right, thank you. Is there anything further? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application. Type 2 is presented.
Second.
That motion is by Mr. Lindsay and the second is by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 14, Laurel LaCastro, care of Christine Nicole. Property is located on the east side of Longview Avenue, 658 feet north of Albion Road, Rocky Point. Applicant requests side yard variances for existing generator located in the required side yard and for existing jacuzzi.
Mr. Chair, I have Christine Nicole for the applicant.
Thank you, Ms. Nicole. Are you still with us? We do see you, but you appear to be muted. Christine, there you go.
that's better.
Is that
Okay.
better? All right.
Yes,
You
thank
previously
you.
been sworn. Can you just give us your appearance, please, for the record to start this?
Sure, Christina Cole with offices at 18 Railroad Avenue, Santa Riches, and I represent the applicant. I
Thank you,
would
Mr.
like to
Cole.
s-
I see here we have another application for a variance required for a generator in a side yard.
Yes, that's going to become very popular,
Hmm.
unfortunately. And I don't know why the generator companies don't check first with the town zoning to see where they should place them. And now it's coming up when people are doing other stuff that they have a generator that's been placed in the wrong spot. But I would first like to
So when
amend the
so when you went to the building department for this applicant and you got denied for the jacuzzi, you also received the denial for the generator in a required side yard.
And there's propane tanks that are on the property line, but the company that installed those are willing to relocate them because we have spots that can be relocated. We really can't relocate the generator. So
Very good.
yes. Yes,
right.
but I want
What
to
would
add
you
a
like to tell
shower
us
to
here?
the application. I
Oh.
would like to add, I noticed I didn't get denied for that. Now, not even sure if it needs it because it's just a bunch of walls around an outdoor shower, but I just want to cover myself and
All
add,
right, so I know that it sounds like you want to amend the application to seek relief for a shower structure. Unfortunately, the
correct.
notice that went to the public referred only to a jacuzzi and the generator in the side yard, to those structures and not a shower.
Oh,
So I
but it was a
wouldn't,
side yard variance. I thought it would be okay.
it's a different structure, and that's why
Okay, then,
we're not
yep.
permitted to amend it, but I do see we do see it on the survey. You may have to come back for that. But talk to us about what the structures that are noticed to the public, which is the generator in the required side yard and the jacuzzi.
Right, well, let me read my testimony.
Of course.
Okay, so the generator is gonna, it was installed about 9 years ago, and they didn't realize that it needed a side yard variance. It is behind a fence. It is not visible to the road. The decibel rating is 68 decibels, and I gave you a copy of the brochure in my package, so you saw all the safety issues. It is a very quiet unit. The jacuzzi, and it's on it is on gravel with a wood frame around it. Again, the company installed it, so apparently that's okay. A lot of them I see are on wood structures with cement pads between the wood and the unit, or they're right on the ground. The jacuzzi was added to the rear. And again, they didn't realize they needed 15 feet. They put it on the deck and it's 12.5. And that's about it. We don't think that these are major, I don't think any neighbors have any problems. The neighbor next door to my client the house isn't that close. They haven't got any complaints, so.
All right, thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lindsay. I'm sorry,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Lazaru. I'm sorry.
Okay, you got that one straight. I want to go back to something that you said, Ms. Nickel. With the generator located where it is between the side yard from this house, if I could see the aerial, what is the proximity of the home next door? Anthony, may I see the aerial, please? Yeah.
That's the street over here.
Yeah.
It's not
Well,
close, really not close.
Well, yeah, but here's my point. Did you say, or can you tell me that there has been no objection or no complaints from the neighbor next door, number 57?
No, not to my knowledge. I always ask my clients that, how are you with your neighbors? And
Yeah,
he didn't
right.
indicate, I mean, that's a major question.
With all indication with requirements for these to be tested as frequently as they are for a certain amount of time. And you did list the decibel level of 56, I believe.
Yes, which is pretty quiet, and it says that it's a very quiet
Yes.
operation. I think they realized they got rid of those noisy ones.
Yeah, well, we understand those applications. Now, tell me a little bit more about the jacuzzi. How long has the jacuzzi been there?
That's been there approximately 5 years. And what they did was they don't have much room. All their land, as you can see, is in the front. So they use their backyard, obviously. And what they did was they added a small extension onto the deck that's there. And the small extension is just a set of stairs. But that wood deck is on grade and they just placed it there. So again, the deck The deck is okay. It just seems like that the jacuzzi is not.
The function, yes. But actually, you've got a side yard requirement of 15 feet, and you're actually at 12.5 feet, which
Correct.
is
Correct.
not totally over. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lazarus. Is there anything further from the board?
Mr. Chair, I believe I have a speaker on the case.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if it's a speaker or the homeowner. They haven't identified themselves.
Oh, I think it's the homeowner.
Hi, so you are identifying yourself as 1419 KJW. I see your video, your audio is on. Can you place your video on, please?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm at work and I don't have access.
Oh, that's okay. Are you the applicant?
No, the applicant, I live in the house, but the applicant is my girlfriend. I lived there for 13 years.
Very good. So that you are you and your girlfriend are being represented by Ms. Nicole. You have nothing further to say, or do you have any further comment for us?
No, nothing further, but we are being represented by Ms. Nicole.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Ms. Nicole,
Thank
did you have anything further for the board?
No, nothing. Thank you.
Does the board have a motion on this application?
Grant the application as presented, please.
Motion is by Mr. Lazarus, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We are completing our second hour of hearing. I'm going to ask the board for permission for a brief recess. It's 3:52. We can start at 4:10. Does the board have a motion for a brief recess?
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Is there a motion to resume the hearing?
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We can resume the hearing with case number 15.
Philip Carlucci, 4 Scotts Cove Lane, East Setauket, located on the southeast corner, Scotts Cove Lane and Dramer Road, East Setauket. Applicant requests front yard setback variance from Scotts Cove Lane for existing 615 square foot detached garage, not built in conformance with permit number 20B111004 and the BZA grant of September 14, 2016, allowing a 17.11 foot front yard setback for a 600 square foot garage.
Mr. Chair, I have Linda for the applicant.
Thank you. Linda, we can see you. Are you able to hear us? And it looks like we did have some video, and then it looks like it was shut down. And I have you still muted. Are you able to provide, open up your video and provide us with audio? Can give you another moment.
Mr. Chair, she was there.
She was there. I did see her, but now she is a blank box. All right, what I think I might do, she did look like she was having some difficulty that maybe we can iron out. Let's move, let me ask that we just call case number 16 and we'll return to 15 right after.
Case number 16, Sean Sessa, 16 3rd Street, Holbrook, located on the southwest corner, 3rd Street and Avenue B, Holbrook. Applicant requests side yard variance for proposed in-ground swimming pool.
Mr. Chair, I have Sean Sessa. The
Thank
applicant.
you. Mr. Sessa, I can see you. You came right on. Are you able to hear us, sir?
I am able to hear you.
All right. Let's start with, let me ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right, sir, and your name and address, please.
Sean Sessa, 16 3rd Street, Holbrook, New York, 11741.
Thank you. So the board is familiar with the application and the survey that you provided. We see that you're here for side yard setbacks for a pool. You are a corner lot with 2 front yards. There's limited places you can place your pool. And we do see that you're placing it in the far corner, meeting the setback on the southern property line, but proposing 8 feet where 15 foot is required on the western property line. Tell us a little bit about that location, why you chose it, and how you think it compares to the other pools in your neighborhood.
I personally don't know about other pools in my neighborhood because I don't go into their backyards. But as for the space, I don't have a large backyard, and it is really the only feasible area I could find to be able to even put a somewhat decent sized pool.
Fair enough. We do see that the width of the pool in the side yard is 16 feet, so it's not the, 16 feet. So it's not one of the widest pools we've seen. There's no other location that you can place this pool without a variance from the board. And in terms of that 8 foot setback, again, while maybe you're not going into people's rear yards, are there accessory structures in this neighborhood that would compare with a similar setback?
Not that I'm aware of, honestly.
All right. Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman, you asked all the right questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bergson. Do we have any speakers or any written communication on this application?
Mr. Chair, I do not have any speakers on this.
Thank you. If not, I'm going to ask the board for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the application as submitted, type 2.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, Mr. Sessa.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. And how are we doing with case number 15? Do we have the applicant's representative?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Very good. I am looking. Linda, I see the video on
Yes.
and I see, oh, you can hear us now. Very good.
I could hear you.
Welcome. Let me ask you to
Thank you.
give your attention to the board's attorney, John Doyle, so we can swear you in.
Okay.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And your appearance, please, for the record, and your connection to the application, please.
I am the agent for the applicant.
Thank you. And you've indicated you're the agent. Could you just give us your name,
Yes,
please?
I'm sorry. It's Linda Ruisi, Definitive Design and Expediting, Inc., 18 Hunter Avenue, Miller Place, New York, 11764.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ruizi. You are familiar with the application. You know that there was a prior hearing on this for structures on this parcel, and specifically when it came to a garage after a back and forth and an extended hearing. It was agreed with the owner. It wasn't agreed. There was a decision from the board that went to the owner that said you have permission and variances to build a garage, square footage to code, at an additional height, but with a setback of 17 feet and 11 inches. And from what we can see, the garage is built, but it was built slightly larger at 615 square feet. And that's one issue. But most significantly, it was not built at the 17.11 feet to the front yard, Scotts Cove Lane. It was built at its closest 0.8 feet, which is about half of what was granted. So tell us about how we got here and what the applicant's position is.
Well, unfortunately, I am here based upon exactly what you stated. And there is unfortunately a very big error on my client's side, of course, because again, it was granted at one and now it's at another. We're asking for this relief, hoping that it would be granted. And unfortunately, there is no excuse other than a big error based upon paperwork was given to the builder and the builder did what he did. And unfortunately now my
Well,
client
did the builder
is
do what
out
the
of work.
builder, did the builder do just a mistake, or was it that Mr. Carlucci decided he didn't like our decision, so he was going to build
No, no,
where he
no,
wanted?
no. No, absolutely not. It
Well, the
was
application
definitely,
comes to us as built not in conformity, so the board is aware that when we see things like a half a foot off, or in this instance, 15 square feet over the permitted square footage, that sounds like a common error, and that we have seen and approved those requests. This garage was built with a front yard setback of half of what was proposed. It doesn't appear to be a measurement issue, and I'm not sure saying this is what happened, we'd like to be excused from it. I'm not sure that that's enough.
no, I understand that. I do understand everyone's position.
Well,
And
did they prepare you to come with anything other than that?
not at this time. If you'd like,
Um,
we could adjourn this, and I'll be more than happy.
I think
to-
that's what we're going to do, and if you'd like to, after some further prep on it and some solid reasons why the garage is where it is, please come back. If not, you can send the applicant back. We'll be happy to speak with him. But it is the 24th of February. I do have March 10.
Okay, that would be
Or March 24.
as soon as possible. I'll
March 10.
get everything that I can gather, and hopefully it will be to some type of goodness.
We understand that you're only here to present, but also understand that this is significant different from the prior grant to the board, and there must be some better explanation for the board to
of
consider
course.
either
I'm
way.
gonna end up speaking with the builder and so forth, and see what I can do on that end, and
All right.
we'll go
Before I
from
ask the
there.
board for a motion, I do want to tell you that we have communication, I believe, from HDAC. I will have Ms. Riccardi read it for the record today.
Okay, great, thank you.
This is dated January 27, 2021. The HDAC recommends denial of the requested variances. The HDAC was very concerned with the potential impact of the structure so close to the street when it was originally reviewed. At that time, the HDAC approval of this detached garage was based on a 20-foot front yard setback shown from Bramer Road. This is a huge difference to what was actually built, 8-foot and 10-foot setback. While the HDAC previously signed off for a CO for the garage, the HDAC was not aware at that time of this non-conformance with the permit and code requirements, most specifically the setback to Bramer Road. The HDAC was aware and pointed out that the garage did not conform with the HDAC approval. The garage doors do not match the approved plans, but the HDAC let this nonconformity go at that time, again, unaware of the additional nonconformance. Now, given the multiple areas of noncompliance with HDAC permit and code requirements, the HDAC recommends denial and conformance with all HDAC permit and code requirements. The HDAC is concerned with the precedent-setting potential of the proposal. While the lot is out of the way, it is in a location that is a remnant of a rural past with long views over an open field to Setauket Harbor. The overdevelopment of this site detracts from the integrity of the historic district.
All right, then, Ms. Ruizi, I do want to just, I can't, don't know how best to say it, but this is a serious issue. I think
Yes,
the
it
board
is.
will look at it that way. I would suggest that prior to coming back to speak, that whatever issues there were with the historic that were not complied with, because of the garage location, if it was to stay there, may have to be complied with now. I may expect to see a further comment from them based upon whatever discussion takes place. But you do have some work to do before we see you again. And if you require additional time, please let us know
Yeah.
before the hearing, and we will accommodate that request.
Yes, actually, with that stating the fact of the historic, I would appreciate if I could actually come back in April. It gives me enough time to.
I can't do April, but I can do March 24th.
That's fine.
And then if you require additional time, you have April, but it would have to be renoticed, wouldn't it?
Sure, I understand. I understand.
Oh, because today's February 10th. All right. All right, you understand it will have to be renoticed to the public. The
Yes.
notices will have to go out again, both the mailing and the posting. So we have April 14th. Is that acceptable?
That's acceptable.
All right, so you are adjourned to April. Oh, let me ask the board for that motion. Is there a motion to adjourn to April 14th?
So moved.
Motion second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You have until the 14th. We'll see you then.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Case number 17, Michael and Incy Mason, care of Andrew Malgonera. Properties located on the east side of Richmond Avenue, 382 feet south of Greenport Avenue, Medford. Applicant requests side yard variance for existing 5-foot by 8-foot roof over platform.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malguanera for the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, whose application is this anyway? At this point?
I
think
believe it's Mr. Cunha's.
Okay.
Oh, okay, not a problem.
If not, I may have taken over the last one, so maybe Mr. Lindsay's. I'm not sure. I think it's
No, you
that
took- you
side of the
took two,
board.
Mr. Chair.
You
and
should go back to Beyond Howard.
That's why I asked.
You're absolutely right. Step
I'll
up.
take it.
All right, so I'm looking for Mr. Malganaro while we decide who, here he is.
Here.
Mr. Malganaro, welcome back. You've previously been sworn. Let's provide your appearance for the record, please.
Yes, Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Yes, and we have a side yard platform roofed over. What would you like to tell us about it?
So this is going back to 1992. He had a significant permit for multiple additions done to this house, open porch, the full 9. And this roof over was added as part of it, just wasn't actually permitted. We went to renew and close out, and that turns out that we needed to legalize that. And here we are. It's been there again since 92. Has had no adverse effects, and I don't believe anyone has any issues in the neighborhood. If the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha.
Mr. Malguanera, I have a question regarding, you said you basically just got this to close it out. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's a permit from 91 that was open, and he's looking to sell, and we're looking to close this out. And it turns out this roof over was never part of the initial permit.
Okay, so he got a permit, didn't get it CO'd, came to you almost 30 years later.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I see that at the back, there's a shed to be removed
Yes.
next to the garage. I just wanted to get that on the record that it's there.
Yes.
That entry or that platform, it's roofed over and it enters into what part of the house?
Just the main living area.
The main living area?
Yep.
Okay, and the front one enters, I guess, the den?
Correct.
Okay. All right, no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as presented, type 2.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha, second by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 18, Anthony Chiarella, care of Tracy's Permits. Properties located on the west side of Radburn Drive, 618 feet south of Antrim Lane, Farmingville. Applicant requests side yard variances for existing pool deck with steps and ramp.
Mr. Chair, I have Tracy Rivera for the applicant.
Thank you. Ms. Rivera, we can see you. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, you've previously been sworn. Can we have your appearance for the record here?
Sure, Tracy Rivera, agent for the applicant, 80 Terry Street, Patchogue, New York, 11772.
And what would you like to tell us?
We are here before the board for an irregular pool deck that's less than 4 feet in height. That's holding 11.7 side yard versus the 15 that's required. You can tell by the picture that's been submitted that the property actually goes upward in a slope. You can see in the far back of the picture, the white PVC fencing that's the neighbor behind. You can also, just to give you an idea of how the property is, if you look at the survey, you'll see that there's, it's a multi-level deck where the area in the deck that's keeping 11.7 versus the 15, it's been there since like the early 90s. We're just looking to legalize a few things on the property, and the only thing that had to come before the board was that area of the decking. It doesn't create any kind of negative impacts in the area. It has been here for over 30 years. Once, if the board looks favorable upon the application, then we'll continue with the permit process to get the permits for the above-ground pool and for the screens room, as well as the back portion of the garage that's been added on. The Chiarellas have been here for quite some time. I believe they bought the property in the late 70s. And like a lot of older homeowners, they kind of build things on their houses over the years. And it's not until they've decided that they're possibly going to move on to the next chapter of their life and sell their property that they realize that they have some issues. And this is the one that will be before the board today to address. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. Questions from the board?
Mr.
Yeah.
Chair.
I think this should be Mr. Lindsay.
Okay.
Okay. So they built the deck in the early 90s, you're saying?
Approximately, yes.
Approximately. Okay, and it was built, so there's two decks. There's a deck that goes around the pool and then a second deck above the deck, from what I'm looking at.
Yes, it's like a multi-level deck, correct?
Level deck. So you're here for the deck, the steps going down to between the decks, correct?
Correct. Well, yeah, yes, because it's considered one structure.
Considered one structure because they're attached. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, what did they use that for?
I just know that they use it for pool purposes because it's attached to the pool. I mean, in the summertime, it's heavily vegetated. You can't really see it as much as you can now. So I kind of feel, I have empathy for property owners when you have to present pictures to the board during the winter because it shows everything. At least in the summertime, you get heavily vegetated areas and you don't see it as much. But yes.
That's very good. And so this is the first step on many steps to get permits to legalize everything to move on.
Yes, we actually already had submitted the application to the building department, but the way that the building department's doing when you submit things through a seller is you don't ask to legalize everything at first. You move forward with getting a denial, which brings you before your board, and then after your board acts on the application, then we bring it back to the building department where we move forward with legalizing things. But there are multiple things that need to be addressed on this property.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Is there anything further from the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Bergson?
I just have a question about the shed.
The shed's not an issue at all.
It's not in a side yard?
Nope, they're not considering that a side yard. They're considering that the rear yard. Because I originally put that on my application for the denial and they said they didn't have an issue with the shed.
Meaning it's not in the required side yard, and
Yes.
the side yard that it's holding to the southerly property line is sufficient according to the building department.
Correct. That was a question that I had too, Mr. Bergson, but they said it was not an issue.
Okay.
What's the square footage of the shed?
The shed is approximately 13 by 9, and then an additional bump out of 3 by 7. So 13 by 9, we're looking at what, like 110, and then 3 by 7, so it's like 120, 130 feet.
It's most likely the reason why it's 100 square footage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Also not on our calendar, Mr. Chair.
that's correct. All right then.
Know that, that was the point.
Was there anything further from the board on the application? If not, I'll take a motion.
Yes, I'd like to grant the application type 2 is presented.
Motion is by Mr. Lindsay, seconded by, and I apologize, I didn't see that.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Lazaru, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Rivera, don't go anywhere. I think the next one is yours.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere.
Case number 19, Nicole Bell, care of Tracy's Permits, property located on the east side of Washington Avenue, 150 feet south of Rosalie Place, Patchogue. Applicant requests permission for proposed 546 square foot first floor addition and proposed 950 square foot second floor addition on a 50-foot wide lot.
All right, Ms. Rivera, you have been sworn. Can we have just your appearance, please?
Sure, Tracy Rivera, agent for the applicant, 80 Terry
right.
Street, Patchogue, New York.
Thank you.
So-
I'm gonna ask the board for a motion to incorporate the prior proceedings
Thank you.
into this record.
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Board members, there is prior action on this parcel. Looking at the survey and the dimensions of it, you will probably recall it. Ms. Rivera, what presentation did you have for us today?
Okay, so I just wanted to give you, as you know, we already made the prior application, prior hearing part of the record, but what I wanted to go over here is after the, when the fire damage took place and they had, Miss Nicole Bell had actually hired an architect to design the plans, they were in the beginning stages, so they kind of like just rushed through with giving me the site plan to go before the board. So the square footage calculation wasn't as accurate as it should have been. So when the board had held it over the first time around for an inspection in the field, and then we did the inspection, and then we granted the application. When it went before the building department, the plans examiner, Mina Kerr, she had some concerns about how the approval was written up due to the size of the lot. So she wanted clarification on the square footages. So originally I tried to submit a clarification letter to the board to see if we can clarify things, not to have to come back before
And that
you.
didn't work because the square footage that you're requesting here was not what you
Yes.
requested at the original hearing.
Exa-
So the
ex- ex-
546 square foot rear, first floor addition, we see that, we do recall it. When it comes to the
Yes.
second floor for board members, I know the 950 looks large, but as I recall, there was a pre-existing square footage on the second floor. Tell the
Yeah,
board
the
what that was.
pre-existing was over 700, and we're just basically going over. The one thing I do want to point out, Mr. DeChance, is on the original survey that was submitted with the first application, the size of the dimension on the rear yard had the same setbacks. It was just the calculations were off. So the
Yes.
first survey that had been submitted with the first application, with all the etched out areas showing you where the construction was due to take place, is in the same exact area. The only thing that's changed is the numbers and the calculations, because that's what happened when the plans were finalized.
In
But
any
otherwise,
event, your
everything's
second
still the same.
story on the rebuild, your second story is going from 700 and change to, is it 936 or 950?
950,
All right,
950.
The calendar says 950, your survey says 936. You're requesting 950, so you don't have any issues. It's
Exactly.
still less than 200 square feet of
Correct.
what was there.
The-
And in
the
terms
oth-
of how it
Mhm.
compares to others in the neighborhood,
Yeah, I submitted a picture. I had emailed them over to Lori, as you had requested with the last hearings, to email over all the files. You can see that the house directly to the south is exactly the same house that we're doing, the same square footage, the same layout, the same size property. I also submitted 2 other pictures of houses in the area. I'm sorry, that one should have been twisted around. I think I submitted another one. So I'm sorry about that. But I also submitted 2 other properties directly across the street that show very large homes in the area. This is common. It's an old neighborhood. The other thing that I wanted to bring up to the board, that the concern was with the building department, and I confirmed it with Lori, and Lori confirmed that it's really not jurisdiction of the building department, is the plan examiner had some concern on whether or not we needed a variance for the height of the building. And Lori had expressed that, that there isn't a height restriction on the 50-foot wide lot unless you impose it. So I just want to make sure that there's not going to be any issues with that as well.
there is no
Okay.
request for height in
Yes.
this application. We do see what your survey says. I understand what the code says. There were
Mhm.
some mistakes made in the permit review process in the past, but that
Sure.
doesn't affect what the code says. So you're not
Okay,
here for a height
perfect.
variance. You know what the code permits you to do here, and if you have any issue, I guess you should bring it up with them.
Yeah, no, nope, I have no issues. It was actually a cross communication with the building department.
I
So
believe
we
that
should be good.
I personally had a conversation there, and I think the issue is resolved.
Okay,
But I
perfect.
know that you're not the only person that had that issue. I think we've
Okay.
resolved it, though. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there anything further from the board? And does the board have a motion on this?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to grant the application type 2.
Second,
Motion by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 21, Mercy Center Ministries, Inc., care of Woodhull Expediting, 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson. Property is located on the northwest corner, Week Street and Atlantic Avenue in Blue Point. Applicant requests rear yard variance for proposed second-story deck with stairs. Also side yard and rear yard variances for existing shed located in the required side yard.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chair, I have Amy DeVito for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Vito, we can hear you. Are you able to hear us?
I am.
Very good.
afternoon, Mr.
Good
Chairman.
afternoon. Let me ask you to give your attention to John Doyle.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Let's start with your appearance for the record.
Amy DeVito, Woodhull Expediting, with offices at 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777.
Thank you. Mr. Vito, what would you like to tell us here?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We are proposing to install a second-story staircase with landing to reach the upper level of the high ranch. The purpose of the staircase is to provide a rear means of egress out of the second level of the home. We did submit photos of the home, and you could clearly see on the survey that's before you right now that the lot is unique. It's very wide at 125 feet and very shallow with only 50 feet in width. So the way the house is placed on the property, there virtually is no rear yard. And really any structure that you place in what functions as the rear yard in the rear of the home would create a variance requirement. We are also requesting to legalize the shed located in the required side yard. Again, the reason why the shed is placed where it is because of the lack of area in the rear yard. And we did submit some grants, which are similar to the variances that we're requesting today. And I am happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Vito. Questions from the board?
Mr. Vito?
Mr. Lazaro.
Yes.
Mr. Lazaro, hi, how are you?
Okay, the picture that I see on the screen right now is what we consider to be a high ranch. Nope.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So going back to your earlier statement is with respects to the purpose of the stair on the side, you say it is to provide another egress from the second floor?
That's correct.
Okay.
A rear egress, yes.
Rear egress. There's no intention of having another separate family living upstairs on the second floor.
No, Mr. Lazarou, this home is actually under, I'm trying to think of the word, how I can explain this. The home is owned by Mercy Ministries, and the home is to provide shelter for women in the community that require it. And because this type of use is governed by the state requires egress for emergency reasons. And that's the purpose of requesting the rear staircase, because the state is requiring that it's installed.
I see. And is there any special zoning requirements with respects to the fact that this is not really a one-family home, but a shelter?
Well, it is a one-family home. It just provides housing for people in need. I do not know if there's a special criteria for this particular type of housing. I am not involved with that aspect of that part of the application with my client at all. I was just retained to handle the zoning request for the staircase.
So the client you say is Mercy Center Ministries.
That's correct, Mercy Center Ministries.
Okay, let's go to the shed in the front. Do you have? Right. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm looking at. How long has that been there? Has it been there since the house was built, or was it an added?
I'm not sure if it's been there since the house was built. According to the aerials, it existed there at least in 2016. And prior to that, it was there at least prior to 2010. I don't know how long my clients have owned the house without looking that up. I'll just tell you in one moment. So they purchased the house in 2000, and I do see it in the aerials going back to as far back as 2000, and it looks like 2010 was the earliest that I see it in the aerials. And it's just used for storage, because obviously in these high ranches, there's not much room for storage, as there's no basements and there's no garage here. And they use it for storage of just, regular property maintenance items.
Okay. Now, I noticed that it looks to me like there is a swing set and some kind of a climbing device. Does that indicate there are children in there?
There are children, yes.
They are children.
Yes,
Okay.
there are.
May I see, Anthony, may I see a aerial view, please? Any history of complaints from any of the neighbors because of the use of the house?
Not that I know of. Like I had said earlier, Mr. Lazaru, I haven't been heavily involved with this property. I was only retained for the zoning variance. So I don't know any history of complaints, although I could tell you that as far as our application, we have not received any correspondence from the neighbors about complaints, and my client hasn't advised me of any prior complaints.
Okay, Anthony, do we have any speakers?
Mr. Lazaro, we do not have any speakers on.
Oh, well, we don't have speakers. I can give you a little bit more
Oh,
information
Mr.
concerning history.
Mr. Chair,
Vega,
I do
was
have
there
a
something
speaker. I
further?
I apologize.
And I
There
have
is
a letter
speaker.
too.
All right, we'll take the speaker first.
Mr. Lazaro, I have the Beth Tomasi.
Mr. Massey, we see that you're being promoted. We'll need you to put your video and audio on. I see you've done the audio, and we can see you, sir. Can you hear us?
Hello, how are you?
Very good. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I do.
Very good, sir. I'm going to ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn.
Okay,
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
And sir, start with your name and address, please.
Is Salvatore Tomasi, 25 Week Street, Blue Point.
25 Week Street. Okay, sir. You are, we see your two across Atlantic Avenue, 2 residences up. Is that kind of
Correct.
on the
Correct.
same side
Yes.
of the road?
Yeah, you got the parking lot next to us, and then they're across the street.
All
Yeah.
right. What comment did you have for us on this
Okay.
application?
There are lots of problems with that house. The cops are always there. The ambulance are always there. There's lots of little kids. I just don't think they should have a 2-story deck in the back of that house. And they overlook the Shatino's house, which is right next door. It's very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, I understand we're referring to a deck. To us, it looks more like a stairway and a landing.
Okay.
There's some indication that there was something there previously. Do you recall that?
No. Yeah, I'm on for 23 years, so I don't remember anything being there before.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vito. The building department records indicate some sort of reference to a demo for an existing 2nd-story deck. Do you know what that reference is?
I don't actually. I have been trying to figure out where that deck actually was located. I do have the CO for the deck from 1986. I actually do not have the demo. For some reason, that did not come back in my FOIL request. But there was at one time a 2nd-story deck existing at the property. I would assume that it was probably on the side of the building because of the size of it. But I'm not sure. And Mr. Chairman, you are absolutely correct. This is just a staircase. This is not a deck for, it won't even be large enough for somebody to even put a chair on. It truly is just a staircase with a landing to code coming out of the back of the house. So
There appears to be a number. I mean, you mentioned it's a high ranch. There appears to be lots of steps, though. Your survey is showing, what is that, 10 or so? That's a little bit more than what we're used to seeing for high ranch. Landing is 5-6 feet off the ground sometimes. This appears to be higher. And from the photograph that we looked at, it looks actually like a true 2-story.
Well, from the rear of the house, yes, that is going to go up to what would be considered the 2nd story of the home. You know, when you're looking at the front of a high ranch, the entryway is usually placed right in between the first and second level, as it is the case with this particular house. But when you have to reach the actual second level of the
Anthony,
house.
can you show us the rear of the house? That's the side. All right, let me just clean things up a little bit. Mr. Tomasi, did you want to say anything further?
No, that's it. I'm just worried that, because there are multifamilies living in the house. So I'm just concerned that by them having another entrance in the back, it's gonna make it worse over there.
All right, sir, thank you. Are there any
Thank you.
questions or comments from board members for Mr. Tomasi? All right, sir, thank you very much for your comments. For the record and for board members and Mr. Vito, there's some indication in the portal of prior history regarding the parcel. It dates back to this owner, Mercy Center Ministries Incorporated, to May 31, 2013, described as illegal multifamily, and the violation number was 068971. I don't see that there's a resolution, although there may have been. Mr. Doyle, do you have any information for the board?
Second.
Well, we're having you look for that resolution. Mr. Vito, the landing and the stairs are proposed from the rear of the house, which holds only an 8-foot setback, and as a result, you're here for a 4'10" setback. If in fact a second story access is required by the state and it's permitted here, did you, with the applicant, consider it in a side yard or the side yard, which would be to the, I guess that's the west side of the dwelling?
I believe
Somewhere where the setback would have been larger and not as not so close to the neighboring residential use.
I believe that they did take into consideration another placement for this. I have not personally been in this home for reasons of not disturbing the occupants. So I am not familiar with the interior of the home, but in discussing this with my client, they did say that this was the most practical place to put the staircase because of it led out of one of the main areas of the house. I believe the back of the house where this.
I mean, from a zoning standpoint, it may not be the most conforming, and there's a conflict between what's practical and what's conforming. I understand that. On the second story, is there bedroom use? Are we going to a bedroom with this stairway?
No, this is coming out of the main area of the the main living area. This is the living room, kitchen, dining.
Bedrooms are generally on the lower floor of this house then?
The lower floor, and then on the I'm just trying to find my compass, on the west side of the house.
All right.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Cunha.
I may be able to shed a little light on these houses. That small window that we're looking at right now, the last one on the top floor going towards, that's usually a kitchen window on a high ranch, and the next to that would be the dining area. That's probably where they're coming off of, the dining area, because that's usually when you build a brand new high ranch, that's usually where the sliding glass door is that goes out to a second story deck and staircase coming out. A lot of times they have the second staircase in these houses because you have to provide a second means of egress, because most high ranches in the beginning when they're constructed do not have a finished first floor. So the entire second floor needs a secondary form of egress. And I'm assuming that that's what they're trying to do here. It can go, as you were asking, it can go to the side yard, because typically in these houses, there's nothing on that side yard wall, on the, I would say, easterly wall, except the wall of the dining room as well.
Thank you. Mr. Vito, did you have any responsive comment?
Well, there's a roof over the doorway on that eastern side of the house, so that would require them, and there's also a doorway there, so that would require them removing that roof over, and it could potentially interfere with egress from that particular door.
And that's also the frontage, but you also have the opposite yard. I just don't know if you're speaking specific enough to preclude the board from considering those locations. If you want to get a floor plan of the house for us, maybe
I
that would
could, but
assist.
there is, Mr. Chairman, there's bedrooms on the west side of the house. So the way the picture is up right now on the left side of the house, those are bedrooms. So it would be not practical to have a means of egress outside of a bedroom. They want to put the egress in the main living area, which is, as Mr. Kuna said, on the east side of the house. And if the staircase was put on the actual east side of the house, that roof over on the side, which is opposite the picture that's being shown now, the roof over on the side right there would have to be removed, and there would be some reconfiguration to be considered. And again, you know, I do understand that as the, you know, it's the board's job to create or approve the minimum variance required. But in this case, the most practical place to put this staircase is in the rear of the house.
All right. Is there anything further from the board on the application?
Chairman,
Mr. Doyle.
I checked the system. There's no pending litigation or violation on the parcel.
Thank you.
Just something in the portal, but that's it.
Ms. DeVito, I don't know that you're going to be able to establish a conforming setback to the 4'10" that you're requesting, and I think it would assist the board when deciding such a tight setback for a second story, for steps to a landing on a second story that's so close to another residential use, that you provide us with a floor plan for the second floor. So I'm requesting that you do that, and I'd like to hold over briefly for you to do it. I'm not sure the thinking of the other board members. Would anyone want anything further?
No, I think the suggestion of the substantiation of the floor plan would be a necessary thing.
Oh,
But
thank you.
we also have a letter that Ms.
Yes, I'll
Victoria-
have that written now.
Actually, the letter that I had was from Mr. Tomasi, who was our speaker.
All right, so then it would indicate the same comment that Mr. Tomasi just gave us. So we're making that letter part of the record. Ms. DeVito, I've made that request. How long do you think you need to do that?
What is the next available hearing date?
I have February 10. I
No,
think it's the 10th.
February, today's the 10th, February
Oh, sorry.
24th or March 10th.
I will request if we could adjourn to March 10th, please. I just want to have
Very
adequate time.
All right, then if there's nothing further, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn to March 10.
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 21A, Ramey Gachalian, 21 Beechwood Drive, Manorville. Property is located on the northeast corner, Beechwood Drive and Carrington Crescent, Manorville. Applicant requests rear yard and side yard variances for proposed in-ground swimming pool. Height variance for existing 6-foot high fence on top of 3.6-foot high retaining wall, creating overall height exceeding the 6-foot high permitted. It's 9.6-foot high exists.
Mr. Chair, I have Diane Moshe for the applicant.
Thank you. Ms. Mojay, we can see you. Are you able to hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Mr. Chair, recuse.
The record will reflect that Mr. Cunha has recused. You've previously been sworn. Let's just start with your appearance for the record.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Diane Moshe, D&I Expediting Services, offices located at 779 Horse Block Road in Farmingdale. Mr. Chairman, this application was before you 2 years ago for a proposed in-ground swimming pool, and at the time proposed in 6-foot vinyl fence. Since that time, they were not sure if they were going to go forward with the pool, so we held off on the permit. Inadvertently, the grant did expire without the benefit of a permit, and miscommunication, and the fence was constructed and we're before the board seeking the same approval that was granted previously. There's been no circumstances that have changed other than the fact that the fence was put up, and we are planning to obtain the pool permit at this time, and it will be built sometime in August.
Thank you. Mr. Vega, this request is for a fence on a retaining wall. Could you locate a photo where the board can see the retaining wall? And questions on the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bergson.
So Diane, the fence that is shown on this survey on Beechwood that runs on Beechwood, that's proposed and that's a 6-foot fence? Is that a front yard
Yes, it is.
issue?
Yeah, well, yes, it's an odd layout because it's a corner parcel. Okay, but the biggest part of the property fronts between Beechwood Drive and Carrington Crescent. So the front yard that it affects is on the other side of the house that's adjacent to the interior lot. So that would be between 21 and 23 on your aerial that you have up on the screen at this point. So it's in the more narrow side of the house. So if you're standing in the street looking at the house on Beechwood, it would be to the right of the house. And so the fence comes up and goes across the front. and then
Anthony, can I ask you to
back.
just pull the photo that you had with the wrought iron fence on the block
That
wall?
is not.
Is that the property line you're talking about?
That's the property line, but that is not our fence. Our fence is the one that runs across the front and along the driveway.
Can you just tell
That
Anthony
fence,
when
the
you
split
see?
rail- Go ahead, keep going. It's on the other side. You can see it in the distance. So that's the side of the yard that it, there you go, where that walk gate was. So it's on the other side. Just go back one, Anthony, go back. Sorry. That one is on the one side of the house. Go ahead. Go through them again. Next. Go. I'm sorry, I'm trying to navigate it with, okay, that's behind the house. Bear with me a second. See behind the truck? You can see behind the truck in the driveway.
There was
That's
just a
where the
vinyl fence that just flipped past.
Yes, behind the truck in the driveway to the right. That split rail fence had pre-existed. There you go. You can see where the fence is. It's really not even noticeable. You see it right behind the truck there, and then it goes across the front for a short distance. And then it meets up to the retaining wall, and the fence on top of the retaining wall, the wrought iron fence, is actually the neighbor's fence.
Okay, so I'm confused. Is it on Beechwood? Is that a proposed fence or?
It was proposed when we originally applied for the variance. It's a re-grant of a previous, it's a prior grant. So at the time that we originally applied, it was proposed. Since then, the fence was constructed.
So it's constructed appropriately with a variance from this board?
It was built appropriately with a variance from this board. However, we did not obtain a building permit from the building department. We were waiting on plans and a decision to be made about the pool. I should have split the application and gotten a fence permit separately. I did not do that. So in not doing that, the grant expired and I needed to come back to the board.
So, but are you here for that fence on Beechwood?
I'm here for the fence and for the proposed pool. Because they are now going to build the pool.
The way the calendar, height variance for existing 6-foot fence on top of 3.6-foot high retaining wall.
That's how the original call was read. The retaining wall, you can see by the photographs on the inside of the yard, is not on top of the retaining wall.
Well, that's a separate issue. Diane, is the retaining wall that the fence is on top of, is that facing, is the retaining wall facing this property or facing the neighbor?
It's in between the neighbor and this property.
Well, so if
on the
you're
property line.
If you're looking at the fence from the house, are you looking at the retaining wall, or does the neighbor look at the retaining wall?
And the black wrought iron fence, which you've seen pictures of.
Right. So So that,
So
the,
the vinyl fence runs across the front of Beechwood to
okay,
the right-hand side of the driveway.
okay, so I'm still, do you need anything from this board for the fence on Beechwood?
Yes.
Of course, I don't see that on the call.
Well, no, well, let me interrupt if I could, only for that section of the fence to the south of the driveway, to,
Correct.
not toward the corner.
Correct.
Just what's highlighted in yellow.
Correct.
What's highlighted in yellow runs across the front.
A
in Beechwood.
section of Beechwood, yes, and then back. I think they in the photographs don't show us that area. This is why they're a bit
And I don't
confused.
think the calendar reflects that. That's all I'm saying.
The calendar. We have rear yard and side yard for proposing ground pool height for existing 6-foot fence on a retaining wall, creating an overall. No, it doesn't, the calendar won't tell you where it is, but it will tell you that,
Okay, all right. So, the retaining, the fence on Beechwood comes almost is to the actual property line. Is there other fences in the area that come down that far into a front yard?
There are other fences in the area. This is a unique parcel because of the corner, and it's a rather large corner, and they wanted to make some privacy for that portion of their yard. They could not likely, if you look at the aerial, you can see how it's not evenly distributed. So they have fenced in the side of their property, and that's their predominant living space and yard utilized for the kids with sports and whatnot.
Okay, well, I can see that given the location of the lot with respect to Beechwood and traffic on Beechwood, the fence itself coming down to the property line would not create any traffic issues.
And I got to be honest with you, it's kind of tucked in, so you really don't even notice it. It's not really problematic. It's
That's what I was saying.
discreet, if you will.
Okay, so now the pool you're asking for 8 feet, and there seems to be more room than
In all
enough room
fairness,
to have a little bit larger setback than that.
okay, but in all fairness, you previously granted this pool in its location, and so I would request that you consider granting it as it was previously granted.
Okay, so there was a previous grant at 8 foot on the rear and the side
Correct.
yard.
Yes, there was.
Okay, all right, I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve the application as submitted.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Motion is by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 22, Martin and Francine Sobelman, care of Andrew Malguanera. Properties located on the north side of Hughes Street, 285 feet west of Nostrand Avenue, Port Jefferson Station. Applicant requests side yard variance for existing shed located in the required side yard. Also permission for existing in-ground swimming pool located less than the required 25 feet from overhead wires, 6 feet. It was a prior BZA grant, number 26 of April 25th, 1984 for a 7-foot rear yard for the pool.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malguanera for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Malguanera, we can see you. You previously been sworn. Let's start with your appearance.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us here?
So what we have here, we'll start with the roof over. It's been there since late 90s, early 2000s. Fits in with the area. A lot of these houses have similar roof overs. It just adds a better look to the overall house. There's no adverse effects on that. As far as the overhead wires go, I mean, as you know, in 1984, we didn't really put the wires on the surveys all the time. Those wires were there, but were never called out on a survey, and hence now we're back for this. We were trying to close out the pool permit that's been open since 1984, and this came up. We gave the hot stick test as required, and if the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Wisdom.
Andrew, the hot stick requirements, what did they say when that came back to you?
Everything passed.
Okay. And the shed?
Yeah.
How long has that been there?
10 years. I don't have the exact date, but it's been there for a good amount of time.
Andrew, let me just bring us back to the pool. The letter that we have, which I assume is the result of the test from PSE&G dated November 16, 2020. It looks different from the ones, and the language is different from the ones that we normally see. Do you have which one do you have? Mine says this letter is to advise that we have inspected the distribution facilities at the subject location. The pool installation constructed at this location meets the conditions set forth in both National Electric Codes Article 680-8 and the National Electric Safety Code Article 234E. The distribution conductors and service laterals adhere to the clearances set forth in these articles, and these facilities are owned, operated, and maintained by LIPA. It's not the language that we normally see. Do you?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I didn't, that's what the owner provided. It is a little different than a normal test. I could.
To me, it sounds like they're confirming that those are their wires.
Okay.
But they do reference pool clearance, so that's why I wondered if you ever saw that. And
yeah, I've never seen it, but again, it said pool. It looked like it, kind of covered us. But if it, you tell me, what you think.
They usually have like the setbacks.
Yeah,
stuff.
you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I mean, I could talk to the owner and have him, try to get something more like we normally,
All right. So I interrupted the discussion concerning it. I think that's what we will eventually do. I think we need something more specific from them regarding the issue of the setback between the pool and the overhead wires. But someone was asking you a question. Let me ask that board member to continue.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So as far as the hot stick goes, you could just get PSE&G out there probably pretty fast.
Yeah.
And then get another letter, see what it says, and bring it in, and we can go from there. And the shed's been there for what? Quite a while.
Not forever, but it's been there for a good amount of time.
No complaints about it from the neighbors or anything like that.
No complaints at all.
What's in the shed? Regular lawn equipment?
Yep, exactly.
And probably pool equipment.
Exactly. And I don't know if there's pool equipment in there, but definitely lawn equipment for sure. Is it possible that we could close it pending me getting the right hot stick test?
Yeah, what I can offer to do is to close it subject only to the receipt of the hot stick test.
Yeah.
And if we reach our 62 days, I'm just going to ask you to waive them so we can, if you need additional time to get that.
We'll get right on it. We'll get right on it. Yep.
Is there anything further from the board on the application?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Wisdom.
The 6-foot high fence on the top of a 3-foot, is that you? No, that's not you. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Okay, so all you were looking for was the existing in-ground swimming pool and the required overhead wires, and a BZA grant. This came out once before for 7 foot from the rear pool, and that's still in effect.
Correct. The permit was taken out, just never closed out.
Okay, so we'll leave it like that. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Wisdom. Is there anything further from the board? All right, the motion then is to close subject only to the hot stick test from PSE&G. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to case 23.
Case number 23, Abina Agyakum, care of Tracy's Permits. Property is located on the south side of Park Lane, 400 feet east of Dunbar Avenue, west side of Montague Avenue, not open, Middle Island. Applicant requests front yard setback variance from Montague Avenue for existing deck.
Mr. Chair, I have Tracy Rivera for the applicant.
Thank you. Ms. Rivera, welcome back. You've previously been sworn. Let's start with your appearance for the record, please.
Tracy Rivera, agent for the applicant, 80 Terry Street, Patchogue, New York, 11772.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us about the request here?
So, Miss Sabina, let me say your last name, Geekum, actually bought the house approximately 3 years ago, exactly as it is. Received some violations, went to district court, had to legalize an accessory apartment, had to get some permits for the lower level of the house. And upon getting the CO and the final license, the survey picked up on Montague Avenue not being open, an unopened street, and therefore her deck is considered being in the second front yard. So we are before the board to legalize the smallest amount of portion of that deck. If you could see it, it's highlighted in yellow. That little area bumps out and goes into Montague Avenue, and that's why we're here. So once the board looks upon this and says that we're okay, then we'll continue the process. On the denial that was submitted to the board, there's a note on there that there needs to be a new application submitted for AA 019017. I've had the opportunity to have communications with the accessory apartment division with Robert Serrano, and they've extended time with applications and timeframes due to COVID. So we will continue the process and finalize her and get her officially completed.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. Questions from the board? I think Mr. Wisdom might want to look at this.
Actually, it's yours, Mr. Chair.
It's mine. Thank you very
It's
much.
me and you, Paul.
We do see that this is a secondary front yard.
Yes.
Montague is not an open
Thanks, Rick.
roadway, and it doesn't appear as though it will ever be. The request is for the extension of the deck, which is only 2 or 3 feet with the steps. So I don't have anything for you. Technically, it's a violation of code requirement, but in this instance, I have nothing to ask you about it. So if there's nothing further from the board, I'll ask for a motion.
I'll
Mr.
make a
Chair.
motion, correct? Never mind.
Motion
Go
is by
ahead,
Mr.
go ahead.
Wisdom, and I think the second is, I'll take that from Mr.
Second.
Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Dynamically well.
Thank you. I'll see you on holdovers. Thank you.
Case number 24, Patricia Lopez Schaffer, care of Woodhull Expediting. Property is located on the northwest corner of Penn Street and Justin Circle, Port Jefferson. Applicant requests side yard variance for a proposed in-ground swimming pool.
Mr. Chair, I have Amy DeVito for the applicant.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
I also
Yes,
have
Mr.
the
Vito.
applicant.
Thank you. Amy, your client is here with us. Do they intend to speak?
No, she's just here to spectate.
All right. You've previously been sworn. Let's start with your appearance.
Amy DeVito, Woodhull Expediting, with offices at 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777.
And this is case number 24. So you're here for a proposed pool meeting side yard setbacks, but because of a tight corner lot, but because of a tight yard, you're proposing 8 feet.
That's correct.
And what would you like to tell us?
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we are proposing a 37-foot by 16-foot or 24-foot by 37-foot pool, irregular shape in the rear yard. Because of the yard's depth, which is only actually 29 feet from the rear of the house to the rear property line, it is a bit difficult to fit really any size pool in this yard. So we were mindful of that. When my client was designing the pool size, we felt that 16 feet would really kind of be a minimum for the width. We are maintaining the 15-foot side yard setback. And we are being cognizant of the fact that there is a clearing limit at this property and trying not to interfere with the plantings, which is why we set it back the 8 feet. We're also fairly tight to the house and didn't want to get any closer to it The home is on a slab, and we will be able to get an engineer's letter stating that it could be that close to the house for building department purposes. But again, we did want to be mindful of not getting really any closer to the house. And we did submit some similar grants in the neighborhood. If you look at the aerial of the neighborhood, there are, it's really a fairly big subdivision with a lot of very similar sized properties. And you'll see throughout the neighborhood, there are a lot of pools close to the property lines because of the size of the rear yards. And I am happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha.
Amy, how are you?
Good, how are
We
you?
meet again.
Meet again.
Okay, so the purpose for this being actually in the side yard, one I see just jumps out right off the survey is you're basically held to a 70% clearing limit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's, I'm assuming throughout the entire subdivision, everybody has to maintain those standards.
Yes, I'm not familiar with exactly everybody's clearing limits, but I do know that as part of the subdivision, clearing limits were in place, and I'm assuming they're all similar, if not, exactly this particular clearing limit.
Okay, and if you had gone to the back or to the other side, one would be in the front yard, obviously, and to the back, you would actually compromise the clearing limit. Is that correct?
That's correct. This really is the most logical place to place a pool without interfering with the clearing limit and to maintain the best setbacks we can.
So you're maintaining the 15 foot, which is what's required on one side. And then the other side, you're asking for 8 feet, and that's it. Is that
That's
correct?
correct. That's correct.
All right, no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as presented, type 2.
The motion is by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 25, TBM Holdings LLC, care of Michelle Cotrali, 100 Colonial Drive, East Patchogue. Property is located on the east side of First Walk, 70 feet north of Center Walk, Davis Park, Fire Island National Seashore. Applicant requests rear yard variance for existing AC system and platform.
Mr. Chair, I have Michelle Cotrali for the applicant.
Thank you.
Hello?
Ms. Cotrali, yes, we can hear you.
Great.
I'm not sure. I don't have video yet, I don't think, from you.
Okay, let's see why.
There you go. All right, I still have a little bit of a problem though with your volume tonight. Just for the record, you've previously been sworn. Let's start with your appearance for the record.
Okay, Michelle Cotrali, agent for the applicant, 100 Colonial Drive, East Patchogue, New York.
Thank you. We see that you're here for these utilities in the side yard. In this instance, an AC unit on a platform.
Correct.
Is that right? And you're requesting based upon the configuration of the parcel. Is it a rear yard request?
It is a rear yard setback request, correct?
And what did you want to tell us?
Basically, we were going for the CO and we noticed that they put an AC unit in, and as this board's aware, AC units have to be on a platform. So it's not the AC unit that we're here for, but we're here for the platform. And there's really no other location for this platform to be located without coming before this board for some sort of type of area variance. And as you can see by the photo that Anthony has up, the neighbor's shed is about 1 foot from his property line. That's a good barrier between the house and the backyard, so it really has no effect whatsoever on the eastern neighbor. So if the board has any questions?
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair, let me start with, is there any letters from anywhere?
We have a Fire Island National Seashore no objection letter.
Okay, was that filed with us?
It should be.
Yeah, I have that for the record, and I also have a letter from the Davis Park Association stating that they take no position because they're in the middle of reconstituting their advisory committee, and that process hasn't been finalized yet, and the ferry service is not operating until later in the year, and it's making it difficult to assess this property. So that's why they're taking no position right now.
Okay, and so Michelle, you're telling me the neighbor's shed is 1 foot off the property line?
Yes, we went and did a variance a few years, many years ago, I should say, for that.
For those people?
Yes, they're my clients, the Burfords.
Okay. And what about the area? Is it taking up more area than
Yes, but we're still under 35%. We're at 32% lot coverage.
Okay, you're at 32%?
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Chair, do you have anything you'd like to add to this?
I do not, Mr. Lindsay.
Okay, because sometimes you know a little more than I.
Well, I see Ms. Cutrelli smiling that I said that, which is good.
Yeah, me too.
We know it's coming though. Anyway, was there anything further, Ms. Lindsay?
No, there is nothing further.
All right. Do we have anyone wishing to speak, Mr. Vega?
Mr. Chair, I do not have any speakers at this time.
Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application type 2 is presented. Thank you.
All right. I am sorry. I understand that the application is also subject to Chapter 81 of the code. It's a waterfront residence. That motion by Ms. Lindsay is to grant subject to the Chapter 81. And Mr. Wisdom seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, case numbers 26 and 26A are in the name of Danny Sabatino, care of Christine Nicole. The property is located on the east side right-of-way, opposite and east of right-of-way to Tut Hill Point Road, East Moriches. Applicant requests a front yard setback variance for a proposed one-family dwelling. The existing dwelling is to be demolished. Also, front yard setback variance for proposed covered deck, height variance for proposed 29-foot-high, two-story cabana with balcony and steps to be located in the required front yard, not permitted. Side yard variance for proposed second-story landing with stairs attached to said cabana. And side yard variances for a proposed pool deck, all in conjunction with the proposed dwelling.
Mr. Chair, I have Chris Nicole for the applicant. I also have the applicant, Danny Sabatino, but I also have 3 speakers as well.
Very good. Why don't we promote the applicant? We will start. Ms. Nicole, I can see you. You need to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Sabatino, we can see you. We can also hear you. I'm waiting just for Ms. Nicole to unmute herself and then we can proceed.
Okay.
Yes, you're good. All right. Ms. Nicole, you've previously been sworn. Mr. Sabatino, I'm going to ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Very good. Thank you, sir. And just let's start. Give us your name and address, please.
Me?
Yes, sir.
Danny Sabatino, 86 Argonne Place, New Hyde Park, New York, 11040.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Nicole, your appearance for the record.
Christine Nicole, agent for the applicant with offices at 18 Railroad Avenue in Center Moriches.
Very good. As you know, the board's planner reviewed this application and
Yes.
provided the board with certain comment. Mr. Reed is here. We'll have him sworn and we'll take his testimony now.
John?
John.
Solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Property is located on the east side of a right-of-way at Tuttle Hill Point Road in the hamlet of East Moriches, and the applicant proposes to erect a 2-story dwelling with decking and 2-story cabana on the 53,202 square foot parcel. And the parcel is improved with a 2-story dwelling and detached garage, which is intended to be removed and replaced with a new 2-story dwelling with decking and 2-story cabana. With regard to the relief of the front yard, the dwelling to be removed appears to have a 55-foot front yard at its closest point. And as such, the proposal at 45 feet is not expected to result in an undesirable change in the locale. Further, due to the environmental constraints in the rear, as well as the septic system and the driveway in the front, there may not be feasible alternatives for the applicant other than the requested relief. It is noted that the covered porch also requires a front yard variance. With regard to the cabana, the applicant seeks relief for same in the required front yard, which is not permitted. Staff notes that there have been board action permitting accessory structures in the front yard in order to obtain water views. With regard to the height, however, staff is unaware of any board action for a two-story cabana with or without water view. And an inquiry to the applicant's representative is recommended as to why a 29-foot high cabana is required to meet the applicant's needs. And cabana pool house accessory structures are typically used for changing and typically have one room with a bathroom. There is a concern that its proposed attributes may allow it to morph into something other than a cabana. And the board had similar concerns in 2000 when the applicant proposed to convert the existing two-story garage to living space, which was denied with findings. Sabatino, case number 18 of August 22, 2000. The swim pool decking also requires a 5-foot relaxation. Staff notes the swim pool is to remain and enjoys a 16-foot side yard. This new decking would allow decking around the entire pool. And further, the dwelling to the north is approximately 150 feet away. And there appears to be some significant vegetation near the shared property line. As such, the proposed relief is not expected to be detrimental to the adjacent property. The application is a type 2 action, and should the board look favorably, consideration should be giving imposing certain covenants regarding the use of the cabana.
Thank you.
All right, then, Mr. Nicole, for the record, those are the comments of the board's planner. I will also ask the board to incorporate the prior records concerning this parcel, specifically the one mentioned by Mr. Reed concerning the garage. In addition, the May 16, 2007 application for the parcel as case number 22, and specifically wherein a request was made for permission for proposed 29-foot high, 600 square foot pool house with storage, ultimately resulting in a grant at that time. So request is made to incorporate those records. As a board of a motion.
Thank you.
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Nicole, then I think that you have everything, at least the relevant past proceedings and the planner's testimony in the record. I'll let you do your presentation now.
Thank you. I'd just like to make one correction that
Yes.
my client was not the applicant at that time. It was his father who owned the property, Vincent Sabatino. So it was not the applicant. My client didn't take over the premises until 2012. So I just want to make that
Thank you.
correction.
Appreciate that.
Okay. The Sabatino property is located in East Mauritius on Tuttle Point. It is 53,202 square feet. It is improved by a two-story resident, built before 1959 with decking, an in-ground swimming pool, multiple sheds, a detached two-story garage that encroaches on the property to the north, and a dock. There is no bulk cutting. Photos have been provided of the property. This property belonged to my client's father, Vincent, up until 2012, when Danny, his son, took possession. While his father owned it, he had added a second story to that detached garage with living area above. He tried to legal this, as you stated, through the board on September 27th, 2000, case number 8, and of course was denied. Two houses are not permitted on the property. My client, Danny Sabatino, is proposing to demolish the existing house, the detached garage, and build a more environmentally conforming home to be used as his summer home now. Last January, we originally planned to renovate the detached garage, which no longer, by the way, has living area upstairs. That's long been removed. And we filed for a variance to use that as the cabana. before we knew where we were going on the property. However, after discussions with neighbors who opposed that idea, we withdrew the application and decided to demolish the garage. I also want to state that once we got response from the DEC, a lot of our plans changed. We're proposing a 2-story home with decking, additional decking around the pool for safety and convenience, and a 2-story cabana with storage below, and a bath and changing room upstairs. These plans have been changed numerous times in order to comply with state and town concerns. It is important to note that a variance for a 20 by 30 2-story cabana, as you stated, 29 feet high, was granted to the neighbor directly next door in the name of Nicole Sherman on May 16, 2007, case number 22. We're doing the same thing. As Mr. Reed stated in his letter, it is not uncommon in this area to have accessory structures in the front yard. Most tennis courts in this area are in the front yard or in a non-conforming location due to the water. On July 26, 2007, Mr. Adam Hollander was granted a variance for an existing 21.2 high 2-story detached garage with 697 square feet on each floor, a storage box and tennis court, all located in the front yard. There are no paved roads in this development. It's all dirt roads, right-of-ways. So you need to know that. It's not like it's going to be right on top of a road. The house will be placed no closer to the water due to the town environmental concerns. Wetlands were flagged, and if you look at the survey, up the sides of the property, it is now limiting where we can put anything on the property. On one area there, it's the wetlands have creeped up 55 feet and another 30. We need to keep 75 from that. That's why everything is in one area. By the way, we're very limited, right? The existing garage is also very close to the wetlands. So again, that's going to be removed. And all of the sheds that used to be right next to that garage, which are gone now, have been removed. That would have been a problem with the DEC. We're removing the existing sanitary system, which is an old system. The house was built in the 50s, and that was closer to the water. We're now putting that in the front. So that's going to be further away from the water. I just want to stress, we're not going any closer to the water with the house. If anything, we're moving it back some. We're replacing the sanitary system with an innovative and alternative on-site wastewater treatment system. And as I said, it's located in the front yard. My client was also able to connect to public water, which he never had before. And I'd like to say that we feel that the granting of this variance is in harmony with the area and the environment. DEC is lead agency here, and we were dictated by them as to where we could place the house and other accessory structures. And I feel that once this house is built, the values of other in the area would be considerably higher. I would like to read into the letter, a letter from the architect concerning something that would address some of the neighbors' concerns, and also the board should be aware of this. Can I do that? It's from Kerry Kazel.
Yes.
Okay. She says, "Dear Zoning Board and Zoning Board of Appeals members, it has been brought to my attention that there may be some concern that the architectural drawings for the above referenced project were not immediately made available to neighboring property owners upon request. Please accept this letter to explain why. The project plans were submitted to DEC and the town DEP, both of which requested revisions. The most important request is to maintain 75-foot buffer between the wetland setback and the home, which we were happy to oblige. But this request resulted in many changes to the plans that were time-consuming to complete. And as we were trying to do this without compromising the owner's wishes, while also attempting to minimize any variance requests, specifically front yard setback, due to having to slide the house forward, we also needed to reduce the size of the decking around the home to accommodate the New York State DEC. In addition to the above, we also needed to relocate the existing cabana structure, which is the garage, from the rear yard to the front yard. And the structure exists right now within 75 feet of the wetlands. It is also partially on the neighbor's property. This revision resulted in a substantial change to the overall site plan, and additional time was needed for the survey and architectural drawings to be updated. As you can see from above, we did not want to send out architectural drawings or site plans to neighboring community that we knew was still in revision process. We are all aware of the problems that can arise when too many sets of preliminary drawings are floating around. It can become very confusing to all parties involved and also results in unnecessary mistakes. Please note that Mr. Sabatino's team has been working very diligently to conform to all the requirements of the New York State DEC, Town DEP, and Suffolk County Department of Health Services. In an effort to conform to the wetlands requirements, we have designed the new home in a location further away from the wetlands than the existing home, relocated the existing cabana structure currently in the wetlands and also partially on the neighbor's property to the front of the property as far away from the wetlands as possible. Mr. Sabatino has already removed 3 sheds that were located within the wetlands in an effort to bring his property into complete compliance with wetlands regulations. And probably the most important wetland safety measure, Mr. Sabatino has an application pending with the Suffolk County Department of Health Services for new, innovative, and alternative on-site wastewater treatment system to be located in his front yard. Again, away from the wetlands as code allows. She said she can personally attest that Mr. Sabatino's team has been working diligently for over 18 months to create the best solutions for this property in terms of wetlands improvement and conservation. And now I'm open to any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Let me just clarify. I think when we started this, what I meant to say was that prior grant for the cabana was on the neighboring parcel. You did clarify that during your presentation. Before I give it to board members, I just want to clarify for the record because I find there's lots of confusion. Where we're talking about raised structures, they suddenly become stories. The grade, the story at grade though is limited to storage only. So is that what we're dealing with the cabana? That it's being raised and as a result, there's only 1 story of cabana.
Yes.
But it has storage below because it's in a raised configuration.
Exactly. I asked the building department. I was so afraid that they would deny this improperly because it was very confusing. So I had to state that it'll be storage on the bottom. Okay, and then the first floor starts above the floodplain. Okay, and that's where the cabana will be.
And will the construction of the house also? The construction of the house will also be done the same way.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I just wanted to clarify that for the record because what we hear sometimes is 2 stories with storage, and it sounds like a 3-story structure.
And
all right,
helical files are used.
With that being said, then questions from the board.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lazaru.
Ms. Nichols, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Okay. I think I followed this whole scenario, so hopefully I'm familiar with the dark outline of the existing 2-story building. That's going to be removed, but I'm mindful of the 75-foot arcs, which are if you look at the site plan, are kind of like pointed, which are in effect closing this piece of property to a limited part of the whole of the property, which is that you have to maintain that 75-foot arc setback from the wetlands. So you're pretty compact, as I would think of it as being. I've located the existing 2-story garage that's to be demolished, which is to the north of the property, right on the property line.
Yes, over the property line.
Yes, well, wherever. I'm trying to get my hands around the purple colored entire section of this garage, the house with a in-house garage of the building. The structure for the cabana now is was a good clarification with regards to the fact that the lower portion is going to be at ground level, which makes it subject to maybe some flooding.
It will be on piles. No, that's why we're raising it. That's why it's 29 feet.
Well, that's where I'm going. This whole building is going to be on piles.
Correct.
Okay, so you have a situation where you've got all of this whole structure with a great amount of decks around it and leading out to the structure all the way to the front of the building, of the property rather, with the proposed cabana. Has there ever been any opposition or any letters that came from the neighbors with regards to this a little larger or grander proposal to replace the existing buildings and outbuildings?
I'm glad you asked that. My client took the time out in the fall to visit the neighbors that would be most affected by this. He sat down, and he can tell you that later. He sat down and he spoke with them. He explained what he was doing. He was going to demolish the house that's there now that it's his. Don't forget, his father owned it. His father might not have been the greatest neighbor. He owns it now. He's going to move into it. So he did. He met with the neighbors, and he was very happy that they seemed like they were in agreement with what we were doing. Then I hear recently now that there's neighbors that are going to be opposing this, and we're very surprised because we thought we made it clear what we were doing. And if anything, we're making it better. I mean, we're not really doing anything outrageous, not that anybody else has done there. I just explained 2 cases that, I could quote that set precedent. So we're not doing anything out of the ordinary here. But I'm anxious to see what the neighbors have to say. I really don't understand what they could say. We're not really doing anything that's different than what has been done already in the area.
And we have a situation where, did I hear that the owner would use this as a summer house?
Correct.
Okay. Which is a large portion of some of this East End new construction and especially with the placement on the water.
Sure.
The application has been made to the DEC with the upgraded sanitation system?
Everything,
Hello?
yes.
Everything. Okay.
They're the ones that keep making us tweak this. I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have done these plans over so many times because something has been coming up each time. The sanitary system was difficult to locate. They wanted it away as much as possible since there are so many wetlands on the property. So yes, we have addressed every agency, including the health department, and we're into all those agencies.
Okay. The existing sanitary system, which is that dotted circle, that's going to be abandoned.
Yes.
Okay, and just left. None of the structure is to be removed.
Yes.
Just going to lie there abandoned underground.
No, they actually have to fill it in. They have
Yes,
to empty it and fill it in.
Right.
Right.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman, but I would like very much to know if we have speakers and letters.
We have speakers and letters, yes, and we'll get to them. Ms. Nicole, can you just speak to, before we continue, the conformity of the setbacks created by both the cabana at 13.7 to the front yard and the stairs and pool deck at 10 feet?
Well,
I understand why they're there, and I understand the wetlands issues, but in terms of establishing conformity to setbacks, you didn't speak to those. And
you really can't because we don't have roads. We only have right of ways. All right. And if you look at your aerial, I think I provided an aerial too. You'll see that there's structures all over there. There are tennis courts right on top of the road. That's an accessory structure. I mean, they are right there. They appear to be they appear to be because it's only a dirt road. And the one that's closest to my client is right in the front yard.
For instance, with regard to the cabana, we understand it's on piles and it will be raised. It is holding a 13.7 as proposed to that right of way. What is the closest dwelling, if you will?
I really couldn't answer that.
Is there an aerial, Anthony, that we could see what distance there is?
Let me just look at Mr. Hollander's stuff.
Actually, we have an aerial up now.
Okay. Hollander, let's see.
So in essence, There's dwellings at angles to the rear, and I don't know what direction that is. I'm assuming that's north, to the north or something. But there's nothing in this, in a line behind it. Is that what I'm saying?
No,
No,
no, that's, well, if you see where it says, I didn't mean to interrupt, I apologize.
no problem. Just Mr. Sebastiano, just indicate your name for the record so that when the stenographer finds it, he'll know it's you talking.
So where the number 50 is on the on the opposite, on the side where the pool is.
Yes.
That's all basically what you see there. It's just trees. There's no,
It's vegetated. That's what, that my
that's
point
all
was. There's no
all-
house directly in line with yours.
no, the only house is where the number 50 is.
All right. And are there other raised structures at the waterfront location in this area yet?
My neighbor.
Yeah, number 73.
It's 73? Okay. All right. Thank you for answering that question.
No problem.
Is there anything further from the board before we open it up?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha?
Hi, Christine. Hi, Mr.
Hello.
Sebastiano. I have a question regarding the heights on the proposed cabana. You're showing a finished floor elevation of 16.8, but yet your house is only being proposed at 12. So we're looking at almost 4 feet higher, four and change higher. Is there a reason for that? From your finished floor elevation of the house to the cabana. And I see that your deck around the pool is at 7.3, so I'm assuming you're not raising the pool. Your deck is just.
Exactly. We're not raising the pool. No.
But there is.
It
a
might have been in
big
relationship to
4 foot.
the house why we did that.
No, I understand, but I mean, there's a 4 foot discrepancy between the cabana and the house, and you also have almost an 8 foot discrepancy between the cabana first floor elevation and the deck of the pool. So I was just wondering if you can touch upon that.
Let's see. Well, I know that the cabana was designed, all right, so it would be in harmony with the house and that it would accommodate the pool. So as far as the elevation is concerned, I know that they needed storage, so the whole bottom will be storage, and then there'll just be a changing room and 2 changing rooms and a bath on the top. I really can't tell you why the discrepancy, but I know we had to go above the floodplain in order to put this. So in different parts of the property, of course, it's going to be a little bit different because of the grading. So that we had to relocate.
Yeah, but Ms. Nicole, I don't see a 5 foot or a 4 foot grade difference from one side of the property to the other from left to right. On the survey, I see an elevation of 6.0 on the, let's actually get on the north front side or northwest side. And on the southerly side, you see an elevation of 5.5. I mean, we're looking at about 5 inches across the front of the property.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, is it, and I'm not trying to, I'm trying to help here a little bit and trying to figure this out. I mean, we're going to be parking cars or vehicles?
If you don't mind if I chime in? This is Danny.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Sabatino.
I had asked my architect for that because it's storage. I asked for higher ceiling height because underneath the house, like I only got like 5 feet. It's very low. So I asked to have a little extra higher ceilings with the storage area under the cabana, just in case. I do have pickup trucks, so I probably use it for storage. I got all my lawn furniture. I got electrical car, the little carts that go around like golf cart. So I wanted to have a higher ceiling for storage.
So it's almost acting as a garage with a higher ceiling to get your vehicles underneath.
Yeah.
Okay,
With breakaway
that's where I was actually going, and I just wanted to make sure that that's what you intended.
And it is breakaway construction.
It's all breakaway construction?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so it meets all the FEMA construction
does.
regulations. And the only other question I have is something that wasn't picked up, and I don't know if it needs to be or if they pick it up later on, Chris. So this is more like housekeeping. I see you got 2 propane tanks on the property line. They may.
They're going to be removed.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that they didn't pick that up.
Yeah, we picked that up too.
Whatever happens here tonight.
Thank you.
And I don't want you back here again for 2 tanks. It's crazy. All right, have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else from the board? Christine, can we clarify? So the proposed storage originally was at 5 feet. It was raised at the request of the applicant for parking. What did it go to? Is it 7 feet in the storage area? 6 feet?
Let me see. You mean the low, what the height is down there?
Yes.
Okay, let's see. It says the first floor elevation is at 12
From 5?
from,
No, I believe that's the house.
sorry, I'm using a
Oh,
magnifying.
no,
glass.
no, I'm
Can't
looking
see
at, is it 6.8? Am I looking at that right? No, or is it 16.8?
That's the
It's
finished
16.8.
16.8.
Is the, yeah, that's the floor elevation is at 16.8 and the first floor is at 12.
And difference is 4.8.
Right.
So what does that make the height of the storage area under the cabana?
Okay.
Depending on structure and floor height, somewhere between 10 and 12 feet.
Mr. Sabatino, does that sound correct to you?
I asked my architect to give me the highest that I could have in storage.
All right. I understand the higher, once you go over 5 feet, the building department will deny it as another story. And obviously, asking them to go as high as they could go results in the cabana being 29 feet, wherein it probably could be 7 feet lower at 22. I'm just
I would
pointing that
definitely
out
call-
as,
I could talk to my architect if I had to
Mhm.
lower it. Like I said, I do have pickup trucks and stuff, high stuff. So, you know, if I had to lower it, I have no issues with that. You know,
The front entrance drive, I'm looking at is elevation 5 feet. And then if you project that across the driveway and go to the north to get under the cabana, which is at 16, the first floor is 16'8". So you take 5 feet from 16'8", and that's where your first floor level is
okay.
on the cabana.
Yes, and that's approximately the 11 or
That's
11
feet.
so feet.
Right.
yeah.
Okay. Yes.
All right. Just and finally, I do want to open it up for comment, but Ms. Nicole, in looking at the plans, I do see where the cabana is. I want you to understand or know that you're familiar with the board imposed covenant on these types of structures. You made reference to your cabana and the proposed layout of it. And what I heard was 2 dressing rooms, and I'm going to read you for the record the standard language of our pool house covenant, which states that the cabana shall not contain more than 1 room other than a bathroom, shall not be heated or contain a kitchen or be designed, equipped, or used for cooking or sleeping purposes. Interior plumbing fixtures shall be limited to a sink plus 1 bathroom containing a toilet and sink. No indoor shower shall be established. So that's the standard covenant regarding cabanas. What I heard that was different from that was only the interest in having a second dressing area that may
We
be
can make
limited.
that one. That's
All right.
that's a simple fix.
And
That's no problem.
the other question I had was, and I know that this is your survey and this is your plan, but part of the request for relief is the setback for the stairs for the cabana, and the setbacks are specifically noted to that they are steps to the required front yard, not steps to the pool, but steps to the required front yard, so that the stairs are accessed from the front yard, not from the pool area. I'm interested in why that was done.
Danny, can you answer that?
Yeah, what happens is when you come around, you know what it is? If you look at the structure of my house, the whole house and the porch, the covered porch from my house kind of goes right to the pool. So if you were in front of my house, I wanted to have access, not only from the center of the house, I wanted to have access going towards the pool.
But if you're walking to the pool and you'd like to change for the pool, you actually have to walk into the front yard, around to the front of the cabana to walk up the stairs. I would just, again, it didn't strike me as what I would normally see, which is the landing right at the pool deck, up the stairs to the pool. It did appear to be unusual, and I'm interested in why, and I think you just answered. If there's anything else, I'll take it.
Yeah, just so you'll understand, like I said, when people come, they have access to get there because we're hanging out by the pool. There's also a stairs, so that doesn't just bring it doesn't just bring you to the pool. It also, in that I'm gonna say the gazebo, the little corner there. I have stairs that go up there that actually, it's that little, right at the corner. I have stairs that bring you up to the covered porch from that section as well. So you're not just going to the pool, you could actually, you come around and you go up the stairs.
All right, and just finally,
Actually, I apologize, you see the stairs, so you see that little black line where it says pool, that's your stairs to get to the pool area. And then when you get to the pool area, you have the stairs that go up to the cabana.
well, when you get to the pool area, don't you have to walk around the side of the cabana toward the west, the frontage in order to climb the stairs? The first step is furthest away from the pool. That was my point.
I put the stairs to get to the cabana out of the way because I didn't want it to be in the front of the house. That's why I put the access to the pool cabana in the back.
On that side.
On that side, because my whole design for the entire house has kind of like flows. So whatever's happening to the structure of my house is actually happening to the same structure of the pool cabana. So I made
All right.
everything look that it all belongs.
And then finally, Ms. Nicole, we did look at the aerial. There are larger parcels. The one next door that was raised it looks like a large parcel. The house appears to be on the parcel, maybe has some proximity to a property line. The balance of the residences look like they have better setbacks, but do we know what the setback is for the dwelling at radius 73? Or no, I guess that's number 73.
Okay, I gave you a survey. I did give you a survey on that.
Oh, for the parcel next door? Next door?
Yes, and it looks like it's 39.
All right. That's all I needed. If there's nothing further from the board, what I want to do is I'll take the speakers on the application first. Mr. Vega, you can bring whoever you have in. We will swear them together and take their testimony.
Mr. Chair, I have 4 speakers.
All right, I'm watching all of you come in. If you can please unmute yourselves and put your video on. I see Nick Fleur, Alec Rains.
I have a Nicole Sherman.
I see
And a
Dan. I
Danny
see someone
Kammerer.
named Danny. And okay. So Nicole, you have to unmute yourself. Danny, I have no video, and you need to unmute. Mr. Rainsby and Mr. Fleur, you look like you're all set for us. Are you able to hear us?
We are. I am.
Very good. Let me just get everyone up at the same time. Nicole, if you can unmute yourself, please. That's
Sorry,
good.
I wasn't slated to be speaking, so I'm going to defer to the next people. I don't know why I was
All
put
right.
on. So
Well,
if I'm
do you-
muted, I will be here.
All right. So then you can shut your video off if you like. I'm going to gentleman named Danny. I can't see your last name, sir. You can hear us now also.
Kammerer, Kammerer, Kammerer.
E-R-E-R. Okay, Mr. Kammerer, Mr. Rainsby, and
Mr. Fleur.
Mr. Fleur. Yes, there you are. I'm going to ask you all to please give your attention to the board's attorney, John Doyle. He will swear you in.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. I do.
Very good. First person wishing to speak, why don't you start with your name and address, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Nick Fleur. I've lived on Tuttle Point for 25 years, and as we talked about, I live in 73, so I'm right next door to Mr. Sabatino.
Yes.
I did log in some written comments that I'll attempt to summarize, probably not as articulately as I wrote them, but
you'll be fine.
Oh, good. Last summer, I was contacted by Chris Nicole and advised that the Sabatinos had planned to rebuild their home. I told Ms. Nicole at that time that probably, given that, we were all very interested in the proposed plans. You know, as she intimated, Danny's dad, Vincent, I mean, there was a whole hullabaloo with respect to, you know, not getting permits and putting additions on and so forth, which I'm sure both the Sabatinos and all of the neighbors were not very happy about in the end. But the bottom line, I did ask Ms. Nicole to provide us a copy of the proposed plans. As I said, look, all the neighbors are deeply value this area, as I'm sure Mr. Sabatino does, and want to see the right thing done. As she stated, we haven't seen a copy of the plans. I did get a copy of the proposed survey from Ms. Riccardi just before the hearing. So that's the only information that we've had, other than that the house is going to be replaced. Now, clearly we want to have the property improved, but based on what we can see from the survey, the proposed house, a 2-story pool cabana with a balcony, an extensive decking, appear to dramatically overbuild the small lot. And based on, again, we haven't seen the plans, but what we can see within the survey, we want to keep the nature and character of the surrounding homes. It's very important to us. We did get a permit, as Chris Nicole said, for a pool house. That pool house did meet the setback requirements. However, it was never constructed. So bottom line, as neighbors, we want to be supportive of Danny's plans to rebuild the house. That said, we, like all the neighbors, treasure this Tuttle Point area. As long-term residents, we want to ensure that any plan that impacts our small, single-lane dirt road community is carefully considered, suitable for the lot, and abides by the town's height and setback requirements. And based on the limited information that we have been provided to date, the survey suggests that this isn't the case. And accordingly, we're asking that the variances be denied.
Thank you, sir. I want you to speak a little bit more specifically in terms of, you keep mentioning the plan. The plan, I guess, in your mind would be an elevation or a drawing, a sketch of what it would look like. But you recognize that this board is here and is concerned with setbacks, and those are the variances that are sought. So those setbacks we find on a survey, which you have in front of you, and they show us what the proposed setbacks are. So you do have that information before you, and I know that you're saying as a whole, the proposal, you're concerned that it would not be to scale or may not be conforming to the neighborhood. But talk to us specifically about which setbacks or which heights you believe or not would not conform favorably.
Well, I would say that the most troubling from looking at the survey is the pool cabana, which is right at the corner of the property. And given the proposed height, I would see it as very impactful. The garage that is going to be demolished, admittedly, had bedrooms added to the top of it. It abutted, if not impeded, transgressed the.
Well, the garage is being demolished. I know that in terms of the cabana, was it you or a former owner that sought and received permission for a 29-foot high pool house?
Me.
All right. So is it so? Am I to understand then it's not the height that troubles you as much, because you obviously requested the same thing for your parcel but never built it. It's more of the setback. Is that the issue with you, or are you now saying it's both?
Well, I think that the height, I mean, the proposed structure that we were going to build, I mean, you have my house up on the map there, but it would have resided at the end of our pool deck, effectively centered on our property. And wouldn't have been visible by any of the surrounding homes, whereas the proposed cabana, as I understand it, would be right on the top corner, the northwest corner of the Sabatino property, which would be quite visible, quite imposing, especially given the height. I mean, that's
all right. That clarifies it better for the record. Thank you very much for saying that. Was there anything else that you wanted to add?
No.
Okay. Let's move on to Mr. Fleur? I'm sorry, Mr. Rainsby.
Yep, thank you very much for your time today. So I have a few things to say.
I'm just going to ask you to start, sir, with your name and address.
Thank you. Alec Rainsby, 50 Tut Hill Point Road, East Mauritius. So I have the property marked 50. You can see it on the screen right there.
Yes, sir.
So the first thing I would like to say is we talked about, is there anything behind the proposed buildings? And my house is directly behind it. When I get up in the morning and I open the curtains in my bedroom, I look at the illegal garage that's being taken down. So I'm very thankful, and that is on my property, as Chris Nicole correctly points out. So I'm very happy to see that go. And then I'm really not very happy to see an equally sized building built even closer to my home, and that I will get up each morning and I will look at that before I see the bay. And so those setbacks, I think, are very, very important. As you can see, the parcel of land that almost everybody else has on this road is much bigger than Mr. Sabatino's. And I think it is a beautiful piece of property. But I think the proposed size in terms of where the setbacks are and everything else, that lot is being overbuilt, in my opinion. And I am concerned that I will have to look at that structure every day. I'm even more concerned now that I will hear that there will be trucks parked beneath it. So as I walk my dog each day along that, what's showing as a right of way on the diagram there, by the way, I don't necessarily agree with that right of way. It's not shown on my survey. I don't have any record of the LIBA that's mentioned there either. So I think that right of way may be incorrect. I certainly don't know that. Over this summer, there has been a large amount of parking on this property. The parking, so there are a large number of events. There's lots of parking on that property. That parking spills over onto my property. So there's a large amount of the encroachment. There's a large amount of adverse possession issues from my perspective. We're all on the record here, I believe. So one of the things I'm very confused about is Ms. Nicole mentioned that Mr. Sabatino has sat down with everybody. He did not sit down with me, not once. Mr. Sabatino came to me in the summer and he asked if he could traverse my property to get water to his home. And I told him I was very happy for him to have city water. I thought we should all have city water and not have well water, not very safe.
You're welcome.
And at that time, I asked Mr. Sabatino if he could take down some lampposts that he has on my property that light up that right of way that I disagree with. And by the way, the right of way, you see, it doesn't really have, it's like a dotted line. It doesn't show where it ends, doesn't really go anywhere. I don't understand, so I don't even understand why that's on there. There are lampposts all over that right of way. That's my property. So there are electric circuits with those as well. Most of those lampposts have been knocked down and don't work anymore. So they're standing there and they're not in working order. One of the lampposts is knocked down and there is exposed wiring. So when Mr. Sabatino came and asked for city water and my permission to cross my land, I asked him if he could remove those lampposts. Mr. Sabatino said he would be happy to, and he would get right on that. He has not done that. Those lampposts still exist today. And so I find this application quite frustrating in terms of all of the setbacks for the cabana, the setbacks for the house. I think they all encroach. And I must admit, I'm not a city planner and I don't understand what all the setbacks are. I actually think the pool is too close. I'm not in agreement with the height of the decks, that it reduces the privacy for my property. I'd love to know why somebody thinks my property value would go up with my loss of privacy and blocking views that I have to the water. That makes no sense to me. So whoever says that, that would be good if they could explain that to me. The other thing I would like to explore is that I would have thought that there would have been larger setbacks for this new septic system as well, which seems to be very close to my property line as well. So I have questions about not only the current setbacks, but the setback of the septic system. I don't understand if the existing pool is actually legal as well with those setbacks. Let me just think if there's anything else that I would add. No, I think, so there's the stone driveway that's also there that leads right up onto my property as well. So it feels like that my property is just an extension of the parking. And the only way to get to the cabana parking would be over my property as well. So I find this a very unacceptable proposal. And I don't know why we would entertain this.
All right, sir, thank you very much for those comments. Mr. Kammerer, sir, you've previously been sworn. Can we have your name and address, please?
Yes, Dan Kammerer, 75 Tuttle Point Road is the point of the property. And I spend my winters in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Welcome, sir. What additional comment did you have for us here?
Well, first I have to say this. I always like to say this. My father was Commissioner of Public Works for Suffolk County for 20 years. So I'd like to put that out there. Not that it's going to make any difference, because I was afraid of him.
You were on the other side of Mr. Rainsby. Do I understand that?
Yes, no, I'm on the other side of Nick, Mr. Fuel.
Okay, Mr. Fuel, very good.
Yeah, I understand what's going on. This is the Sabatinis have a good family, good nice people. It's just that it's a very fragile area, one-way road. If you go up too high, you're looking over everybody. It's something that I mean, it's like I'm a native of West Hampton Beach, grew up there. We overdeveloped it. Their ideas of what they need probably doesn't fit the overall environment. So that's why I regret to say that I don't back that what they want to do. So that's my position.
All right, thank you very much. Questions or comments from board members for each of for any of the individuals?
May I speak?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Just for the record, just state very good.
And pertaining to Alex, you're right. I did not speak with you. I spoke to your wife. I had a conversation with your wife for over 35 minutes, explaining what I was going to build, the size of the house. And yes, I did say I was going to remove the light poles. However, you asked me to remove a down light pole that I could not find. So there's a down low light pole so that's what you asked me for, and I couldn't find it. There's a light pole on the corner, which I was going to demo when I start demoing the house, and the other light pole that's down is on my property. As far as you saying that I park, all my guys park on my property. And since my parents passed away, okay, after my parents passed away, how many times do you actually see me at that house? My mother passed away in 2017. You're lucky we're out there. We're lucky we're even out there 4 or 5 times a weekend. The parties that you say, I don't have those parties. Those parties were back when my father was around. I had 3 parties this summer. One was my niece's graduation and my son's 2 parties and my son's 30th birthday party. And they were small. The parties don't go out crazy like you said. So I disagree with what you're saying. I thought when we had this conversation, to be honest with you, I never met Dan. My brother-in-law met Dan. I spoke to, like I said, your wife. I had a brief conversation with Nick. I also, if you go back to the aerial plan, because what happened was I spoke to the people that I needed to get signatures so I could run water. And I do appreciate you allowing me to dig up the property, run my water line. I spoke to the people at 69 and I spoke to the people at 71. And I had a whole conversation with these guys for a half hour, explained everything that I was doing. I did not speak with Dan and I didn't speak to the people in 20, but I spoke to the people that were next to me. So I apologize that I didn't speak to you, Alex. Listen, I didn't think anybody had a problem with me personally. I thought after I spoke with everybody, everything was fine. I'm looking to knock this down house, build a beautiful house for me and my family. My brothers have nothing to do with this. Like I said, back then it was a family property. Everybody was there. This is for me. My kids have kids. I'm a grandfather. This is a house that I want to enjoy with my family. I'm building a house that would accommodate my future family. That's the first, and I wanted to build something beautiful with this. You know, you're saying that my stuff is going to be an eyesore. You know, it's gonna I don't know if you wanted to see drawings of my house. I have no problem with that. Like I said, it was still in the design stage because we had to keep making changes. But the house that I'm building is beautiful. You know, and the issue here is, you know, I had to raise the house. You know, the porches. My house has to be on helical piles because of all the new codes. So I did all enclosed porches. So I'm and all enclosed porches, so I could actually enjoy the house. You know, so you know, like I said, you're saying, and Pete, it's not going to be, you know, it's not going to be that garage that everybody's been looking at for 20 years that I didn't have anything to do with. You know, yes, my father built that. All that stuff was my father. You know what
All
I'm
right,
saying?
Mr. Sabatino, I'm sorry. I need to stop you there. We do have,
Okay.
we're getting too far into this meeting. I have too many things ahead of us. For the record, I want to read for the record that the communications we've received.
Actually, I received 3 letters from the 3 gentlemen that just spoke
All
on
right,
the
so we'll make
record.
those part of the record, and then we could just take the one that we haven't heard from.
I have an email from Adam Hollander of 77 Tut Hill Point. I would like to voice my objection to the proposed plan by Mr. Sabatino. The size of the proposed building and its height seem unreasonable in proportion to the size of the property. I've lived on Tuttle Point for over 50 years and am fully conscious of its fragile environment. The proposed expansion and bulk of the building would drastically alter the environment, which my neighbors and I value.
All right, then that is what we have in terms of written communication, apart from the speakers that we had. Ms. Nicole, I'm going to give you the opportunity just to give us your final comments.
Well, I wanted to ask Danny about Mr. Rainsby. I believe his view is not going to be affected. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes, what?
No, you got to talk to Rainsby.
No, I said Mr. Rainsby said that he's not going to be able to have a view anymore. That's not true. His
No,
house.
like I said, I you know, he says that he doesn't want to look at a high structure. You know, I'm not building anything that my house is not that much bigger. I did move the structure in the front. Like I said, I didn't see that I was blocking his water fuse from his house, you know, especially when you have all the trees.
And the board has the aerial, obviously, due from the house to the water. The parcel's owned by that gentleman, so there's no obstruction. But we do understand what he said. It will be in view when he looks in that direction, and
Okay.
that's how the board took it.
Okay. I also want to state that we're entitled to put a house. We have a house there now. We're entitled to put another house there. We have to conform to all the agencies that are dictating what we can and can't do. It is a very expensive piece of property, and the house is going to be a very expensive house. And we feel that we're not doing anything that's out of character. I wish the board would have showed the latest design, although that may change again, but the latest design of the house I did provide to the board. It is a beautiful house. I'd be glad to, you know, show it to the neighbors and stuff. But we don't think anything we're doing is out of character for the neighborhood. And the cabana that was granted for Mr. Fleur was also in a front yard. It wasn't as close, but it was in a front yard also. So I just want to make that statement. And if you want to leave the case open and I can address other stuff, maybe with the architect, I would do that if you want to hold it over.
If that's your request, I don't have an issue with that.
10th.
What date?
March 10th.
March 10th we have.
Okay.
Is that acceptable? So gentlemen, you have all came to speak this evening. The applicants requested to hold over for some additional comment or materials from the architect. The matter will appear on the board's holdover calendar on March 10th. The holdover calendar is the last called calendar the board has, so it will be. We wouldn't be able to tell you what time. That's the date of it. You can follow it online. You'll get new notice of the date. This is the notice that you're getting. The holdover calendar follows. Well, for instance, we have a holdover calendar this evening. We haven't gotten to it yet. We never know what time we're getting to it because we don't know how long the calendar is going to take us. So it will be on the holdover calendar. We welcome you back to provide any additional comment limited to the additional materials supplied or additional testimony given to us on behalf of the applicant. Does everyone understand that?
Just to be clear, so I'm sorry, it's Nick Fleur speaking.
Yes, thank you.
We will be furnished with, I mean, again, it was very hard for me to follow, not being a surveyor, exactly what is proposed and what the heights, and Chris, Nicole, just to be clear, you're going to send us those plans and the survey so that we can view this stuff?
I'm going to let you work that out, and if anyone would, I guess you can FOIL request or you can request a copy of the survey. Ms. Nicole, why don't we make it easier for everyone? If your office has the ability to send surveys out either by email, whatever, I'm going to ask you to acquire those email addresses and send those out.
That's no problem.
All right.
Can you hear me?
I can. Was that Mr. Kammerer?
Oh, yeah.
Sir.
Oh, I hope you didn't hear my words with my wife when I chased her out of the room.
No, I did. I've heard some dogs. I've seen a cat.
You heard? Oh, yeah. Anyway, so I just wanted to a quick question: how many feet is the highest deck you're going to have? Because if you're looking over everybody, that kind of spoils it too. So.
Well, you know what, Mr. Kammerer, you're going to get the plans, and I want you to study them, and then you'll have that answer, and you could provide us with additional comment. I want to move us out to the next application, just for the sake of the fact that I need to address everything this evening on my calendar. and I don't have time
Understood.
I thank you that. I do see for the first time in my life on the Zoom platform, I'm actually seeing the raised hands. So, Mr. Rainsby, you have a raised hand. What would you like to add?
Yeah, I'd just like to add, so I'm a bit confused what we're going to gain from the holdover, because as you said before, quite accurately, you're just here to consider the setbacks. I didn't hear Miss Nicole say she was going to change any of the setbacks or the size of the structure.
That's absolutely correct. I heard no request to amend the application. I've heard a request to provide the board with additional support for the application. As to an applicant, it's customary for the board to grant that request. You have the same ability to comment on whatever additional materials come in. The board certainly heard what you had to say this evening, and we will take that information along with everything else we received this evening. But when an applicant requests additional time to provide information, especially when it comes to an application such as this, the board will not decline that request.
I understand. Okay, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you. If there's
Mr.
nothing,
Chairman?
yes.
I just
Was that
have one
Mr. Cunha?
question. Yes, it
Yes.
is. I would just like to ask Ms. Nicole one question. Ms. Nicole, I know somebody had mentioned something about the septic system. The proposed septic system that you have gone through the health department. Is that correct? And they've
We're
given you
in the
the
health
setbacks?
department. Yes, we're in the health department now, and apparently the setbacks are different for these systems. They're not like they used to be. You're not going to see the system. It's going to be underground, so it's not. It have different setbacks than a normal sanitary system would have.
I just wanted to make sure that it was understood that you were in the health department with it. Also,
Absolutely.
Also, I know that there's a lot of discussion on heights, and I even brought them up. But the truth is the house is taller than the gazebo. Is that correct?
The house is taller than what?
Then that gazebo is going to be the roof height. The ridge line on the house is going to be higher than that.
He's
gazebo.
referencing the cabana.
The
I'm
cabana.
sorry.
Oh, the
I'm-
cabana.
I-
Yes, the house will be higher.
Yes, because of the roof line,
Yes.
and so will not look out of place with the house.
No,
Is
and
that
that's
correct?
why I want to hold the case over. I will get more details from the architect. She couldn't be available. That's why she wrote the letter. She was on vacation. So I want to provide that, maybe make the neighbors feel better. And again, once they see, these seem to be the final plans, I hope, maybe they'll have a different attitude.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, then with that, does the board have a motion to hold over until March 10th?
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
The opposed, motion carries. Thank you all for coming out this evening.
Thank you.
Case number 27, Phyllis and Richard Cavalieri, care of Christine Nicole. Properties located on the southeast corner, Forest Road and Bayview Drive, Mastic Beach. Applicant requests lot area, lot frontage, both streets, front yard setback from both streets, rear yard and total side yard variances for proposed one-family dwelling.
Mr. Chair, I have Christine Nicole for the applicant.
I hope I didn't lose you. Do you see me?
Oh, no, you're, well, we can hear you, but we don't have video any longer.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. Hold on. I forgot I had another case on. Why don't you go to the next one?
Well,
And then by then I'll be,
let me offer this, Ms. Nicole. We certainly recognize the voice.
okay,
And
great.
you've previously been sworn. So why don't you
Okay,
just give
that's
us
fine.
your appearance for the record?
Okay, Christine Nicole, 18 Railroad Avenue, Sentiment Riches. The subject property is located in Mastic Beach. It's 95 by 100, and it's zoned A1. It has been single and separate since 1966, but the required date is 1964. Sometime during that period, 5 foot was taken off a 100 by 100 foot parcel and was given to the lot to the south because of a shed that straddled the property line, and the owner at that time didn't want to move the shed, so instead they stupidly moved the property line, making my lot not single and separate to 64. As I said, my client has owned the property since 1977. Looking at the radius map, you'll note that our lot more than conforms with surrounding properties. It might be 5 foot smaller, but the majority lots in that area are 100 by 100 or smaller. And I don't feel that this is out of character because of the 5 feet. Also, we would have to be installing an IOWATS system on this property also because of its location near the water. The board has any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Cole. We will take Mr. Reed's testimony on this also.
Property is located on the southeast corner of Forest Avenue and Bayview Drive in the hamlet of Mastic Beach. The applicant proposes to erect a 2-story dwelling on the 9,500 square foot parcel, which is located in the A1 Residence District, and with the parcel having been owned by the applicant since 1977. The neighborhood is well established with a total of 81 improved residential lots within the 500-foot radius, and 33% or 27 lots enjoy area and frontage conformance with the application. It is the opinion of staff that the proposed dwelling is modest in size and conforms to the recommendations in section 85-883 of Town Code for similar sized lots, which reveals a maximum dwelling size of 2,450 square feet via 1,600 and 850 square feet on the first and second floors respectively, and the first floor footprint reveals 1,040 square feet. Should the board look favorably, staff recommends the standard residential mitigation.
For the record, then, those are the comments and testimony of the board's planner. Ms. Nicole, we did hear your application on behalf of the applicant. Does the board have questions?
Actually, no, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do we have a speaker on this application, Mr. Vega, or anything in writing?
Mr. Chair, I do
Nothing.
not have any speakers.
No.
All right, then. Does the board have a motion?
Chairman, I move to approve the application as submitted type 2, subject to standard residential mitigation measures.
I'll take that motion
Second.
by Mr. Bergson. Also note that the application is subject to Chapter 78A of the code. Motion is by Mr. Bergson. Who was the second?
Second, me.
I think it was Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Case number 29, Shirley Swift, care of Michelle Catrali. Property is located on the north side of Bay Walk, 48 feet west of Shady Walk, Fire Island Pines, Fire Island National Seashore. Applicant requests permission for existing 6-foot-high fence forward of principal structure and for existing handicap ramp, a second access walk, which is not permitted. Also, minimum and total side yard variances for existing steps from deck to proposed patio pavers and for existing bench seating on rear deck.
Mr. Chair, I have Michelle Quatrali for the applicant.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Catrelli, welcome back. You've previously been sworn. Can we have your appearance for the record?
Sure. Michelle Quattrelli, agent for the applicant, 100 Colonial Drive, East Patchogue, New York, 11772.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us here?
I'm here requesting, I'm here to request to maintain a handicap ramp, which is a second access, a 1.3 foot linear foot, I should say, of a 6-foot fence that is forward of the principal structure. A small set of steps, about 6 square feet, to get down to a deck where the shed is located. an L-shaped bench seating that was constructed on an existing legal non-conforming rear deck. All the area variances are minor for the board to grant and have no negative impact to the neighbors or the community as a whole. The steps and the benches do not encroach into the established side yard. The small section of fence was installed to connect to the east side neighbor's
30.
fence to keep the deer out. And the handicap ramp.
Does he
is
need it?
a
Or,
necessity,
okay, all
As
right.
Mr. Swift has developed health issues, and walking up the front set of steps to enter the home has
give
become
it to
very
him.
difficult.
Yeah. Paul, do you need
Structures
water?
were installed in 2002 without incident or any complaints from the neighbors. The lot occupancy is 35%. We have applied for the town DEP permit, and I just got that in yesterday. I have a letter from Fire Island Pines Zoning Advisory Committee, basically no objections, as well as Fire Island National Seashore, no objection letter. So if the board has any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Cutrelli. We did receive the same communications from those entities. Does the board have a motion? I mean, sorry, does the board have questions? This one I might be correct. Mr. Wisdom, if you'd like to. review it.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make the motion to grant the application type 2.
All right, so then what I asked for were questions, Mr. Wisdom.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to just, I don't see anything wrong with it.
I don't disagree with you. Talk to us, Ms. Cutrelli, about the handicap ramp. So while we have seen second access walks for due to corner parcels, primarily you're asking for a second access walk because a handicap ramp is required here.
Yes, Mr. Swift is getting elderly. He's having health issues. And the way to get into the house presently, or the main entrance, is a set of steps up. You should have a photo in there showing that.
Yes.
They're not usable for him. So they installed in 2002 a ramp so he can get into the house.
All right. I would agree with Mr. Wisdom that the balance of the application seeks are for structures and setbacks that the board has seen previously. And we do have your documentation submitted in support of the application. So with that being said, now, Mr. Wisdom, I'll ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion to grant the application type 2.
All right,
Second.
And this one is subject to Chapter 81. That motion by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Chris, we're gonna.
Case number 30, David Ward, care of Michelle Cutrelli, located on the north side of Fire Island Boulevard, 40 feet east of Holly Walk, Fire Island Pines, Fire Island National Seashore. Applicant requests rear yard and minimum and total side yard variances for proposed reconstruction of existing pool deck and permission for proposed 6-foot-high fence on top of deck. Side yard variance for proposed swimming pool, minimum and total side yard variances for proposed shed/shower enclosure, permission for proposed 6-foot-high perimeter fence forward of principal structure not permitted, minimum and total side yard variances for existing above ground swimming pool, and permission to exceed the 35% lot occupancy, 40.7%.
Mr. Chair.
All right,
Revita.
Ms. Cutrelli, you previously have been sworn. Just let's start with your appearance for the record. Michelle? We can't hear you now. We got a little bit. Can you try that again?
Can you say Michelle Cutrelli?
Yes, yes, we can hear you now.
100 Colonial Drive, East Patchogue, New York.
All right, Ms. Cutrelli, in looking very closely at the call of the calendar, I need to ask you to amend the application in that the call of the calendar seeks a side yard variance for a swimming pool, but then toward the end also seeks a minimum and total side yard variance for an above ground swimming pool, which we both know doesn't exist, but it's for an above ground swimming pool heater platform. So I want to ask you for consent to amend the application to add the words heater platform after above ground swimming pool in the call of the calendar.
Sure.
Does the board have that motion?
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now just bear with us one moment on this side. All right, then. We've resolved that. So that we have your appearance, Ms. Quattrelli, what would you like to tell us about this application?
Okay, basically, my client is proposing to raise and reconstruct his rear deck and pool. And by doing so, he will be increasing the legal non-conforming rear yard setback from 11.9 feet to a 13.8 foot setback for the deck. The proposed reconstructed deck and new swimming pool will also not encroach any further into the illegally established side yards covered under CEU 016918 for the deck and CO 111105 for the pool. The west side setback is presently 4.6 foot to an existing shed. And Mr. Ward is proposing to raise and reconstruct and enlarge his existing shed to accommodate a shower. By doing so, he'll be increasing the legal non-conforming setback of 4.6 side yard to a 5.3 foot side yard. As far as the request to install a 6-foot fence photo of the principal structure, as this board's aware, this is not uncommon and has been granted numerous times by you. And then lastly, we are asking for a 40.7% lot coverage, which is a reduction from the 2006 zoning board grant of 42.8% lot coverage. We feel that Mr. Ward is trying to get into conformance as best he can without losing what he purchased. All right. And he purchased this, I believe, in 2000. I'm not sure. I'll find that information for you. But we feel that it's a minor variance for the board to grant due to the legally established setbacks, certificates that were issued. The proposal won't create an undesirable change in the character of the neighborhood or cause a detriment to nearby neighbors. And if you have any questions, I'd like to entertain them.
Thank you, Ms. Quattrelli. I'm assuming do we have a communication from Fire Island National Seashore? I'll have Ms. Riccardi read it for the record.
Okay.
Okay, Fire Island National Seashore, they have an objection. They object to the overdevelopment of this lot. The allowable lot occupancy under federal zoning regulations is 35%, including dwelling, decking, and accessory structures. And the proposed application brings the lot occupancy to over 40%. Adhering to the lot occupancy allows for more vegetation to grow, stabilizing the environment, stabilizing the island. And I also have a letter from Fire Island Property Owners Association, Zoning Advisory Committee. We note that the lot coverage is being reduced from 41.5% to 40.7% and assume that the owner or his representative will provide sufficient legal justification for lot coverage above the permissible limit. Subject to the above and any objections raised by neighboring homeowners, we have no objection to this application.
Thank you. So Ms. Quattrelli, the board is aware, looking at the history of the parcel, that you did establish entitlement to you or someone else on behalf of the applicant, establish entitlement to certain structures resulting in a CEU being issued and then in a grant from this board of lot occupancy of 42.8% based upon structures that existed before the inception of the code, at least as it pertained to Fire Island. In this instance, what I'm seeing is it the house is being raised and as a result the decks are being raised?
No, actually, this pool and deck is lower than the house, and they're trying to get it up to be even with the finished first floor.
All right. So generally, when we see a house structures at a parcel being raised due for FEMA, based on FEMA requirements, we don't generally see a denial for lot occupancy. In this instance, why did that occur?
Because I'm not in front of the town permit examiners at this stage, so.
But in terms of the location, let's talk about the rear yard deck. In terms of the location of the deck behind the house, it is similar to that that pre-existed. However, in this instance, you're proposing a slight. You're proposing to make it slightly smaller. I think you're taking a foot off the rear of the deck.
We take 2 feet off the deck. Can you put up the right survey though, Anthony? You have Mr. Swift's survey on.
Yes, I'm sorry. We'll have that done.
Mr. Chair, I also have Mr. Ward. He just asked if they have any questions he would be able to answer.
Thank you. So if we just get closer to that X area all the way in the rear part of the deck, that's an area that's proposed not to exist following this reconstruction of the deck.
Right.
Is that right?
In the back,
But
that's attached, it will be removed.
all right. So, but in terms of the balance area of the deck, you're proposing now a swimming pool in the middle, but the balance of the area of the deck that pre-existed, and you're raising it to the house level at this point.
He is proposing to make a smaller pool and center it inside the deck.
Yes, slightly smaller deck, and then when you look at the survey, he has a shed there. He's removing that, and he's making a slightly narrower shed, narrower structure to create a slightly better setback. It's going to be a shed slash shower.
Correct.
So we're adding that, and we're adding this pool heater platform.
Yes, but pool heater platform was there at the last hearing that you saw in 2006, I believe I said. It was enlarged by 3 by 3. The heater must have gotten larger and they needed a bigger platform. Mr. Ward did not do this. He purchased the property this way, and now he's trying to upgrade it a little bit and reduce the lot coverage in the meantime.
When was the house raised?
The house was not raised.
The house was not raised, but you said the decks were brought up to because they were lower than the house. Explain that to us.
The decks, you take a step down, as you see in the back end of the house where it says 40.2, there's a step, and then there's decking, and then there's another, if you look at the pictures, then there's another step into the pool area. So everything's being raised to be even with the finished first floor.
And in terms of the balance of the proposal, not before us, but for the permits that you're seeking, there are 2 roof over porch areas or roof over areas on the south side of the house that you are also proposing on behalf of the applicant, or trying to get a permit to enclose.
No.
No?
Incorrect.
That's not correct.
That's always been there, the roof over. Sometime before they made a laundry room in it where it says 3.9. So there is a laundry closet that used to be wide open. That used to be the roof over would be consistent totally without anything in the middle. So that middle portion, 3.9 by 6.6, is a laundry room, has a washer dryer. So we're legalizing that, but that does not part of the variance. And once again, Mr. Ward did not do that.
When it comes to lot coverage, do you see this request as similar to the one that you applied for a different applicant earlier in the hearing, or is this different in your opinion?
Well, this is a little bit different because this board actually gave them 42 point something percent back in 2006. So we are reducing from what you already approved.
But in terms of the structures that were approved, they're the same here, apart from minor changes in the dimensions of the shed.
Well, I think both my clients that I brought before you today are trying to do the best that they can under the circumstances. You have to understand.
So do you want the board's decision to be, do you believe the board's decision to be consistent should be the same for both of these applications?
I think you should both take everything that I say into consideration for each of these.
As we do.
All right, but you have to understand that these are not $300,000 homes. These individuals are paying millions of dollars for these homes, and they're trying to fix them up, and for them to be reduced on stuff, on lot coverage or structures that they've already paid for and are certificated is, I think, a slap in the face by the board to do that.
Well, I might agree with you more where it's the same structure, but just being rebuilt at a different height than bartering structure for structure. And I think there may be more of an argument there, and certainly the board will consider that.
I hope
But
you do.
all right. Is there anything further from the board on this application? All right. Mr. Ward is still here. Why don't we bring him up just to make sure he doesn't want to add something?
Chairman, I just want to have you look at those pictures also. As you can see, these decks are in total disarray. They need to be repaired no matter what. So this is basically of the essence if they're going to use this for next summer. These decks are in pretty bad shape.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Mr.
Okay.
Ward, yes, we can see you also. Just may I ask for you to give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn?
Absolutely.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Okay.
And just your name for your name and address for the record, sir.
Sure. My name is David Ward, and my home address is 55 West 17th Street, apartment 502, and that's in New York, 10011.
Very good. I know that you've been here with listening to the hearing concerning your parcel on Fire Island. What additional comment did you have for the board?
Yeah, just a few things. I think Michelle already made most of the points. I'd like to just take the last one that she made and emphasize it, and that is that the deck is in extremely bad shape. I don't actually think it even comes through in these pictures just how bad it is. I didn't realize it prior to buying the place, unfortunately, but it just needs to be completely rebuilt. And upon looking underneath it, underneath the deck boards, it was evident to me that some of the structure should be beefed up as well. And so, part of this project was, in for a penny and for a pound. If I'm going to rebuild the deck, then might as well make some modest changes to it. And by modest changes, I mean the most obvious one is expanding that the shed that hangs off to add a shower next to it that's missing. And we recognize that was a change, and we brought the deck in by some amount in the back to sort of to make up for that, as it were. It's not a huge deck even as it is. So we're the only real increase in space that we're getting is from shrinking the pool. There have been a number of questions about why the deck is lower than the house. My understanding of that is that that the pool is built into the water table. But the bottom line is that the pool itself is sort of lower down, and we're bringing that up as well. I will emphasize Michelle's point, which is, I didn't, going into this process, didn't appreciate some of these issues with respect to lot coverage fully. I did have an understanding or an expectation, which I've been disabused of, that what was approved in 2006 in terms of coverage would be respected, and that's sort of the limit. I do, from what I understand now, appreciate that that's not necessarily the case. That said, we are dialing back the coverage a bit. The work needs to be done, and I would hate to throw good money after bad by simply rebuilding or replacing boards on a deck that's really end of life, when, something more should be done to it in my view.
Thank you, Mr. Ward.
And, and one other point, I'm not sure that this may be evident from the plans, but the fence that we're talking about, it would just be like a wire deer fence to keep the deer out so that I can actually plant things in the yard.
Understood.
Okay.
Ms. Cutrali, did you wish to add anything further? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said, no, I'm fine.
All right, is there anything further from the board? Do we have anyone wishing to speak on the application? Anyone else? Mr. Vega?
Mr. Chair, I do not have any other speakers.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the board for a motion then. Why don't I offer to the board a motion to close and hold so we can consider both
Second.
of the applications. Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Good luck to you, Mr. Ward.
Thank you very much.
Case number 31, Barbara Morton, care of Woodhull Expediting, 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson. Property is located on the west side of Fern Road, 45 feet north of Locust Drive, Rocky Point. Applicant requests front yard setback variances for proposed second-story residence addition and for proposed roof over porch. Also, total side yard variance for proposed carport.
Mr. Chair, I have Amy DeVito for the applicant.
Thank you.
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Vito, welcome back. You've previously been sworn. Can we have your appearance for the record?
Amy DeVito, Woodhull Expediting, with offices at 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us here?
Mr. Chairman, my client is proposing to build a second floor addition on their home, along with a small first floor addition and a carport. The proposed square footage of the first floor is de minimis and does not require a variance. The total first floor area will be 958 square feet on a single and separate lot. The second floor area being proposed is 812 square feet, which is under the required maximum for the single and separate lot. So we're here today to request variance relief for the setback encroachments. We are encroaching 4 feet further into the established setback for the front yard for the second story addition. We are going to be encroaching 2.2 feet into the front yard for the proposed porch, which will be located under the second floor addition. And we are encroaching 1.3 feet above the total side yard above the total side yard setback for the proposed carport, which is 21 feet by 13 feet. All of these requests, in my opinion, are de minimis requests. We are surrounded by homes that are 1 and 2 stories, both of similar size and setbacks on similar property size. We have a Suffolk County Health Department approval for up to a 4-bedroom improvement. A 4-bedroom home. The second floor will be adding 3 bedrooms, including the first floor. So we'll have a total of 4 as per the Health Department approval. And we feel that our proposal is not out of character for the neighborhood and will not create a detriment on the environment as we are upgrading the septic system as per Suffolk County Health Department standards. I did send in some comparables along with the plans that you see now on the screen of homes that are located directly on the street and just around the corner that are very similar in size and setbacks to the proposed renovation that we're planning. And I am happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Vito. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I
Mr.
apologize
Cunha.
for the barking dog.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Vito, I missed one of the things. You said your 2.2 foot front yard or 1.3 total above, above the total side yard. What was the first thing you mentioned?
So we're requesting 2 variances, although the structures are actually maintaining the same setback. We're requesting, if you look on the plans, the elevations that are up right now, there's going to be a front porch underneath the second story addition. The front porch has to maintain a 24-foot setback. So we're encroaching 2.2 feet into that required setback, and the actual second floor. Okay.
And then you had the total side yard of 1.3. What was the first one you mentioned?
Yep. So that was for the second floor addition above that porch. That has to maintain a different setback than the porch. So we're encroaching just 4 feet further into the already established front yard setback.
So you're basically just building right over the front porch. You're building the whole second story, but it's gonna go over the front porch, and that's the variance you're talking
That's
about.
correct. And I
Okay.
apologize for the cuckoo clock. It is
No,
a thing that happens every time now.
it's telling us we're not moving fast enough. How's that?
That's correct. That is correct.
All right, and the carport is a carport, it's not enclosed, why? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, it's not enclosed. It's completely open. They didn't actually want a garage. They just wanted an area to park their car out of the elements. And it also serves as a little area for a side entry near the back.
Okay, no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as presented, type 2.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha, second by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Board members, just to give you notice, we will be breaking for approximately 15 minutes at case 34. When we come back, we will finish off the calendar and the holdover calendar. It should be just a couple of minutes after that.
Case number 32, Susan and Albert Goodhart, care of Woodhull Expediting, located on the south side of Green Avenue, 100 feet east of Erie Street, Port Jefferson Station. Applicant requests front yard setback variance for proposed 8-foot by 9-foot covered porch exceeding the 6-foot permitted encroachment, 8 feet. Rear yard variance for proposed 1-story residence addition. Also minimum and total side yard variances for proposed carport.
Mr. Chair, I have Amy DeVito for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Vito, your appearance again for the record.
Amy DeVito, Woodhull Expediting, with offices at 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777.
You're showing us another carport with this application.
I am. It's a little trend tonight.
What would you like to tell us?
Okay, so actually, this is actually a pretty similar case to the last one, just in a different neighborhood. We are proposing a small rear addition, 6 feet by 14 feet. That addition, the purpose of it is to enlarge the existing master bedroom. And we are also proposing a carport. So this is a high ranch. There is a 2-car garage. I did submit photos of the interior of the garage so that you could see. It is used solely for storage. There is no very limited storage in this house because it's a high ranch. So my client uses the garage as storage for overflow of household items. I don't see the picture here, but I do have it right here. I can show you. Overflow of household items, just things that they really just can't store anywhere else in the house. So they're proposing the carport for purposes of keeping the car out of the element, keeping the cars out of the elements. We did find some similar homes in the neighborhood with similar side yard and total side yard setbacks. I did submit those comps as well. Anthony, do you have those?
I do not have the comps for case 32.
Okay, I think that was in that second email that got distorted, but that's okay. So if I may, they are in the envelope though that I gave to Ms. Ricciardi. If I may, this is the garage open that you could see. It's, you know, very cluttered with storage. This is the other side of the garage. So it's all storage in there.
It's fine.
And like I said, I did submit comps. I'm happy to kind of read those off to the board.
Let me see what kind of questions we get for you, Amy. Questions from the board.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lindsay.
Mr. Lindsay?
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Okay, the addition's going to be 88.8 feet for their bedroom. Yes, their bedroom will be bumping out the back.
Yes, it's 14 feet by 6 feet. So they're just enlarging their master bedroom and it's in the rear.
Okay. Second, proposed concrete walkway. Is there already a concrete walkway there attaching to the concrete walkway? See where it says that inside
Oh,
the carport?
yeah, there's I don't know why they called it proposed. There actually is a walkway there, unless they're deciding to change it a bit. Yeah, the
Okay.
walkway's there. I don't know why he called it proposed. It does exist.
Okay. Third, the roofed over porch. What is
Yes.
that? platform to get up inside the house? Couple.
Yes, they're just doing a, you know, a modest proposed roof over portico or portico over the porch.
Okay.
Just to provide some shelter from elements when walking in and out of the house.
Okay, so let's get to the carport.
Yes,
So they're using their garage for storage instead of for cars.
that's correct.
And they want to build an additional place to store cars because they have too much stuff and they're storing it in their garage. Is that basically what you're telling me, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, can you show me other carports within a 500 square foot, within the range?
So this was part of what I attempted to submit via email, but I could show you that there is actually at 137 Green Avenue, there's actually an attached garage, which is, it's the identical house and it's very similar. Actually, it's a little larger than what we're proposing. This is going to be hard to see because it's a bit of a dark photo, but I hope you can see it. Do you see the garage there?
Okay, but they had no garage on that house, correct? Or they turned that into living space?
It looks like they converted their garage.
Okay, did that come before the board? Like, did we give them a variance for that?
I don't know. The foil didn't come back yet.
Yeah.
So I couldn't say, but this is 137 Green Avenue, which is just a couple of houses away from the subject premises.
Which I totally understand, but if we don't know if we granted that, then I would be setting kind of a precedent for people to use their garages for storage and granting a carport, correct?
That's correct. And again, I cannot answer that question because I did not actually get the foil back yet to see if it was certified, because if it's certified, then we know for sure it went before the board because it is definitely encroaching in the side yard and total side yard setback.
Why I was question.
And
So it's, you understand my questioning, correct? Is
yes,
we're going through areas right now where right on 112, we just had a huge storage area place come in front of variances. My only dilemma is granting a side yard carport because they're using their garage for storage. You know, my mother uses half of her 2-car garage for storage and the other half for her car. So that's my dilemma is. And if you show me carports within that area, I would have absolutely no problem with any of this.
well,
Or give a variance for something similar to that, but you haven't got the foil back yet.
that's right. So that garage, in my opinion, out of everything that we found, is the most similar to what we're proposing. So if you and the board wishes, we could request a holdover so that I could wait to get that information back and supply it to the board.
I would like to ask Chair his opinion on that.
We would have no objection to your request to hold over if you want to submit additional documentation in support of the application. That's no problem. I can also close subject to the receipt of that FOIL result.
And that's going to put us in a predicament if we didn't give them a variance, correct?
Well, it's not a predicament. I think the board would then consider the variance request on the record. You want to find out whether there's prior board action granting a carport with a setback similar. And if there is, then it will be provided and we'll be guided by it. And if there's not, then the board will consider the application and decide it based upon the record that we have.
Mr. Chairman, it doesn't have to be specific though to that particular property that I mentioned, correct? I mean, I'm waiting for that FOIL, but in addition,
I will take whatever you submit and that would be fine. If there's no objection, I think my preference would be to close subject to the receipt because the calendars are getting too large and we can accomplish the same goal that way.
Excellent, Mr. Chair. That's why I deferred it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Is there anything further from the board on this application? All right, then I believe that the motion is to close subject to the receipt of the additional documentation from the applicant.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded by now Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Case number 33, John and Loretta Bailey, care of Woodhull Expediting, located on the north side of Orleans Green, 137 feet west of Bristol Downs Quorum. Applicant requests minimum and total side yard variances for existing covered cellar entrance and rear yard variance for existing shed.
Mr. Chair, I have Amy DeVito for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Vito. We see that you're there. Welcome again. Your appearance for the record.
Amy DeVito, Woodhull Expediting, with offices at 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777.
All right, in this, for this application, you're dealing with a covered cellar entrance and a shed. What would you like to tell us here?
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we are actually legalizing a few items at this property. We are going to be legalizing an accessory apartment, the covered cellar entrance, the roof over patio in the rear, the covered entry in the front, and the sheds. One of the sheds is not maintaining the required rear yard setback. I just think that my clients inadvertently put it there, not realizing that it was out of conformity. I did submit photos of the shed. The sheds are used for storage. The basement is an apartment, so they do not use the basement for storage. So the sheds provide much needed storage space for them. This was another email that I sent to Anthony where I kept getting an undeliverable. So I'm not sure if you guys have photos of the interior of the shed, but if you don't, I do. There's the exterior of the sheds. And yeah, it doesn't look like that one went through. Okay, so I'm just gonna hold them up just so you guys can see them. This is the inside of the shed.
Mr. Vito, I have them up.
Oh, thanks, Anthony, sorry. So that's
There
the
you go.
interior of the 3 sheds, just so you
Yep.
can see that. We also have a roof over the cellar entrance. The roof over was built about 15 years ago. It was built for the purposes of providing shelter from the elements when entering, exiting the basement. And the sheds, they've existed as far back as 5 years to 25 years and are not out of character for the neighborhood, nor is the cellar entrance roof over. And the property is jogged a little bit on that side, which is why we're encroaching in the side yard setback. And I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lazaro.
Okay.
Lazarus.
Amy, you said that the cellar entrance was an original part of the structure?
The cellar entrance, we're legalizing, but
You're
that's in
legalizing.
conformity, yeah. The roof over the cellar entrance is the item in question.
Okay, so the cellar entrance was there. The subsequent additive was the roof over to protect the entrance.
No, the cellar entrance and the roof over were added, and we're legalizing both, but the roof over is what's encroaching into the side yard setback.
Okay, and then the shed of question is when you look at the site plan is the one in the middle?
That's correct.
Okay, I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lazaro. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Grant the application as presented, type 2.
Motion is by Mr. Lazaro,
Second.
second by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Thank you.
Case number 34, Antonio and Maria Pereira, 120 Norwood Avenue, Port Jefferson Station, located on the south side of Norwood Avenue, 195 feet east of Woodhull Avenue, Port Jefferson Station. Applicant requests height variance for existing 17.1 foot high, 840 square foot detached garage with 9 foot high ceiling height in storage area. Side yard variance for existing outdoor fireplace, side yard variance for existing generator located in the required side yard.
Mr. Chair, I have Diane Moshe for the applicant.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I recuse.
Record will reflect that Mr. Cunha is recused. Ms. Moget, you've previously been sworn.
Yes.
Just state your appearance for the record, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Diane Moshe, DNI Expediting Services with offices located at 779 Horse Block Road in Farmingville.
Thank you, Ms. Moget. This must be the third generator in the required side yard tonight.
Yeah, popular things, right? One power outage, that's all it takes. Mr. Chairman, I am representing the owners of the home at 120 Norwood Avenue in Port Jefferson Station. We have a lot that's approximately 101 feet in width along Norwood Avenue that runs approximately 243 feet in depth. We're before the board today seeking permission to maintain an existing detached garage that is slightly oversized and is slightly over height. The call of the meeting does say that the storage area has a 9-foot ceiling height. I just want to reiterate that the garage itself is a 1-story, and I found some additional pictures in the file that show with the garage door open. I don't know if you can see that or not, in the back.
Yeah, we do. I do see that.
Okay.
Let me add, yeah, go ahead.
So further, there is a outdoor fireplace that exceeds, that I think is also listed on the call of the meeting. And I have verified with the owner that there is no heat and there is no running water in that detached garage. What else do we have here? I have another photograph of the actual one of the fireplaces that they have in the backyard, which is actually beautiful. So it has a very European feel to it, this yard. It's actually very well done and attractive. I would say that the granting of this variance, what we've requested here, does not create any kind of a precedent, nor does it impair the values thereof. We believe that it does in fact conform with the area, although it is a little bit ornate and a little different than what you would see. I think it's still something that does not create a negative aspect to the surrounding area. I'd like to open it up to questions from the board. I think that's probably the easiest way to address this at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mojay. Before I do that, am I on mute? Before I do that, I'm going to I'll state for the record that the portal has an older violation on this parcel for an illegal rental. Violation V069285. I say it now at this point because to save some time, I thought that Mr. Doyle could look into that issue, and certainly you can comment on that, Ms. Moshe, but I just wanted to save time on the latter part of this. What else?
There is no rental on the property. It is a single family dwelling. There is a finished basement in the home. There is a situation where there's or there was a second kitchen that is going to be addressed either by way of accessory apartment or modifying it to make sure that it meets criteria, but there is absolutely no rental in this home.
All right, thank you. Questions from the board on the application?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bergson.
So Diane, let's start with the generator. The generator is in the side yard. It's close to the property line. I think I saw a picture that shows the generator essentially surrounded by a 6-foot vinyl fence. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. So that is really cut off from the neighbor.
Yes, it is.
How long has the generator been there?
The generator has been there for several years. I want to say that I've been working on this file on and off for a very, very long time, probably in excess of 10 years. So I would say that the generator has been existing there for probably at least 8 or 9 years.
So, and in that time, you haven't heard any complaints from
No,
through your clients from the neighbors regarding the generator?
Not at all.
Well, okay, so now how long has the fireplace been there? It is a little close to the property line, but how long has it been there at this point? You know?
I would say in excess of 10 years.
As well?
Yes.
Okay. And again, there hasn't been any complaint with respect to the neighbors regarding the fireplace.
No,
is there a chimney on it and it's smoke? There's smoke coming out of the top? Is a regular wood burning fireplace?
There's two fireplaces. There's a detached structure that has an outdoor kitchen attached to it. And there is the fireplace under there, and it's kind of a double-sided like brick oven feature. And so it is stacked out of the roof of that
Okay.
overhang.
It
They
says-
also have the arbor.
It says the 8.9 feet high of the fireplace. That's the total height, is that right? It's not any high, there's no chimney.
That
that's
is,
higher.
that is, here, let me just show you that picture again, I'm sorry.
Oh, I see it. I think I see it from the side. And it's a few feet higher than the fence. And you say that that's been there for like 10 years?
Right, it's not
Okay.
really terrible, it's just the way that it's ornate, you know, this is very European, like I said.
Okay. And so let's talk about the garage.
Okay.
The garage is all the way in the back.
Yep.
It is 17 feet. Are there
Right.
other, and it is a, now, it's not clear to me when it says, the call of the calendar says the 9-foot high ceiling height and storage area. Is there a second floor to this?
No, there's not. See, that's why I started out, and actually it threw me off when I started the case, because I totally lost my train of thought when I reread that, because it's a little misleading. It seems like it's a 2-story garage when it's not. The inside ceiling height of the garage is 9 feet.
So from the concrete to the height of the ceiling, it's 9 feet.
So I'm gonna just show you this, this picture again, where you can kind of see to the back of the garage, and the garage door is open. You know, it's not finished in any way. It is only a 1-story.
Is there a stairs is there any storage up above that 9-foot level?
There is, it's a crawl space though, you can't stand up. There's the picture right there that's on the screen right now. You could tell that if the ceiling height is 9 feet inside the garage, you know,
Okay.
we had to take the overall height to the peak.
Right, okay, all right, so.
So you're talking about only 3 feet over what's permitted. So you're not talking about a large amount of space. It's not a 2-story garage. And the way the call of the meeting looks, you would expect a 2-story garage, to which it's not.
Okay, so is there a pull down stairs to get to that second level?
I'm not sure if it's a pull down stair. I'm not sure the access, but I know you can't stand in the
Right.
storage of it. It's like an attic. You have to crawl. You can see it visually from the picture that you have up on the
Right.
screen at the moment.
Right, is there any plumbing or heating in the
No
garage?
plumbing or heating in that.
Okay. All right, I don't have anything else. Oh, one other thing. Do you have any objection to the covenant, our usual covenant with respect to this?
I don't have a problem with that. It's
Okay.
not used for any other intention, so I don't
Okay,
have.
I have
an issue.
nothing else. Thank you.
All right, I just want the record to be clear. I did just look at the building denial. This is a garage and it has storage area above, and the code permits a storage area. The storage area above the grade floor at its peak, I think, Diane, because the way the
Right.
roof goes, it's 9 feet in the center, not 9 feet on the sides. Is that what it is? But there is a storage area above.
Right.
I just didn't hear, how does one gain access within the structure to the storage area?
I don't know exactly. I don't know if it's a pull down or if there's a standard staircase, but I'm gonna guess that it's a pull down or a square that you have to go up with a ladder.
And there's something identified as a roof over on the forward part of the garage on the
Yes, that's
north side, I
correct. You
guess.
can see it in
What
the
is that? Do you know?
photograph. That it's a return gable. It's just a roof over. Again, you can see it in some of the pictures I submitted. Can you see?
Anthony, do we have pictures of the front of the garage?
Yeah, you do. Those are other houses.
You can just tell him to
That's
stop
the
when you see it.
side. Okay, that's the side of the garage, and you can see that roof over. That's the main house, but there's the garage on the bottom picture. There you go. So there's a walk door. And then there's the garage door. And then on the side of the building is a like 1 car size overhead door, which is in another photograph. And that's to get like the snow blower and you know, the kids' bikes and stuff like that. They made a smaller door. There's no garage in the main part of the house.
Is that the garage also?
That's it. The bottom picture there is on the side of the detached garage. See the small door?
Yes.
That's where they get the snow blower and like the lawn maintenance.
Mr. Chairman, I'm
Yes,
confused. Are you
Mr.
saying
Berkson.
that the denial said that it was a 9-foot storage over the garage?
Well, that's what that means. The storage area, the code permits a storage area above the ground floor, and it permits 6 feet. The request is 9 because of, you can see the roof line at the very middle. That's what it is. Dane, do you think that's incorrect? Did they deny it wrong?
I don't think they called it correctly. I don't think they called it correctly because clearly that structure, there's no way that there's 9 feet on the second
Well, I
floor.
would agree with you because, well, we don't have Rick here. We do have Charles. I mean,
Yes.
from the window height, or you could tell that the height of that
Yes.
garage door is what, 6 feet?
Probably could be about 6'8" or something like that, maybe
All right.
less than 6'6".
And you got to
but-
think the ceiling goes above those windows. So what is that, 10
Right.
feet? So
Yeah.
10 feet, there's not another 9 there.
I think it's designated or worded incorrectly.
All right.
There's no 9-foot high space above that ceiling.
Here's my issue. I would just like to just let it, we all know that it's wrong and just move on the application. The problem is I'm creating precedent for everyone else who wants that 9-foot height in the ceiling area, which we have
Let's
denied in
amend
the
the
past.
application.
Do you want to amend it and
Yeah,
then
sure.
let us know if there's any issues? So actually you don't need the height, you won't need the ceiling height in the storage area.
Right, so the overall height of the building, I think, is 17 feet, we
Yeah,
called it out.
right.
correct?
Yes, we have, so we have the height. I would amend the application by eliminating the request for 9-foot ceiling height in the storage area.
I
I
think
think they're
it's,
wrong. And if there is something that you
But
need
they're
to write,
saying, yeah, the way they listed it was incorrect. It's 9 feet, I believe, from the slab to the
roof, it can't be to the roof
the
line.
rafters inside, right?
Yeah,
So
well,
then
then they're mistaken because they're supposed to measure the storage area height, not the height from the ground
correct,
floor to the
that's what
ceiling.
I think happened. So
All right.
so the ceiling height inside the garage is 9'6" or whatever, and then you have the floor joists in between.
All right, so do
Right.
this. I think that you can amend the application to eliminate the request for 9 feet in the storage area.
Long as this discussion on the record proves that.
I will.
in case they have a problem with
If
the
you
word.
if you haven't, I think that it was denied wrong. If you have an issue.
Yeah, I
you-
agree, I agree.
It's
So-
insert. Go ahead.
I'd like to amend the application to eliminate the request for the 9-foot storage
Ceiling height in
area.
the storage area.
So moved.
Ceiling height in the storage area.
Or in the
correct.
storage area above.
And
That
then-
motion is made by Mr.
Second.
Bergson. I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Oh, then we have the amended application. I don't think this is going to be an issue. Diane, you'll let us know. I'll be happy to speak to the.
Absolutely. Like I said, I lost my total train of thought when I was trying to read that when I first started and wait a minute.
And I have Ms.
something's not
Recordy
right there.
shaking her head because she recognized that there something was wrong with it also. All right, then
Yeah.
is there anything further from the board on the application? Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, move to approve the application as amended, type 2.
Second,
second,
Have a nice evening. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very
Motion
much.
was by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
aye,
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Case number 35, Julie Donnelly, 255 Radio Avenue, Miller Place. Location, East Side Radio Avenue, 6,688 feet south of Town Avenue, Miller Place. Applicant requests side yard variance for proposed shed with roof over.
Mr. Chair, I have Ralph Sasser for the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, Ralph L. Sasser for the
Well,
applicant.
it's very good to see you, Mr. Alsasser. How are you these days?
Good to see you, Chairman DeChance, and the members of the board. How are you?
We are well, and we're very pleased to know that this is the last case on our regular calendar before the holdover calendar. So we're
Well,
happy to see
I-
you. We're happy it's our last case.
All right, Mr. Chairman, let me just give you just a quick rundown on this.
Of course.
The owners of this home purchased this as a foreclosure. Matter of fact, if you look at the Google Earth one, you'll still see the old real estate sign up there. They haven't even moved into the house yet. They're doing items and so forth. This particular shed is something that it's manufactured in Pennsylvania. It's not here yet, but it's coming down, and they were going to the aesthetics with the roof over. They just loved it, and if you can see with the overhead as far as the area goes, you wouldn't even be able to see it from the street. There's so many trees.
All right. Well, thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes.
I think that would be Mr. Wisdom.
Mr. Wisdom, good to see you, sir.
Good to see you. So we're talking about a shed, right?
Actually, Jimmy, I'm sorry. Let me stop you there. Ralph, I forgot to have you sworn in, so I
Oh,
apologize for that. Let me
I
thank
apologize.
Board Member Cunha for pointing that out. I'm going to ask you to give your attention to Mr. Doyle to be sworn.
Sure.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do, Mr. Doyle. Thank you. Ralph L. Sasser for the applicant.
Thank
Mr.
you, Ralph.
Chairman, members of the board.
Now go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Wisdom.
Okay, here we go. Are there any other sheds in the area that are similar to the size of this with a roof over porch?
Mr. Wisdom, you know, when I did the overheads on this thing, you could see there's a lot of sheds and a lot of swimming pools, and it's so overgrown, it was really hard to tell. But I'm sure there's quite a bit of sheds over there, and there's a couple in particular I saw with the overhead that looked like they were on the larger side. And the reason we're putting this where we're putting it is when they move into the house, they want it, as you can see where the swimming pool is, and it's fenced around. They want a play area for the kids. And that's why they elected to put it here. And being that we're set so far back off the road and all the trees in the front, as you can see with the overhead view, it'll look fine. And you got the 6-foot fence there too.
So it makes sense that it's common in the area?
Yes, it does, Mr. Wisdom.
It's not out of character at all?
Not out of character, no, sir.
And I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Wisdom. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to grant the application type 2.
Second.
A motion is by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Board members,
Mr.
that
Chairman,
concludes. Yes,
Members
Mr.
of the board,
Alsasser.
have a good evening.
You too, sir.
Take care, Ralph.
Take care.
Board members, that concludes the 2 p.m. holdover calendar. I know that we are approaching our 8th hour our 6th hour of hearing. I'm going to ask the board for a brief recess. It is 7:33. How about 7:45? We have a
Mr.
very
Chairman,
quick
I'll be there.
holdover calendar, and then we can go directly into the executive session.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be traveling. I'll be as prompt as possible.
Very good. Thank you. Is there a motion for a brief recess?
So moved.
Motion second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Is there a motion to resume the hearing?
So moved.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Board members turning to the holdover calendar.
Case number 23 of January 13th, 2021, 63 Westbury LLC, care of Tracy's Permits, located on the east side of Westbury Drive, 169 feet north of Rocky Point Road, Sound Beach. Applicant requests front yard setback variance for existing one-story residence addition, minimum side yard variance for second existing one-story residence addition.
All right, and for the record, we do have Jim Wisdom with us now also. This is 63 Westbury LLC, originally heard by the board.
Mr. Chair, I have Tracy Rivera for the applicant.
Thank you. Lori, is that the correct date, January 13, 2021, or was it 20?
No, it was 2000. It was just a couple of weeks ago.
63 Westbury, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, Ms. Rivera?
Yes, hi.
Okay, you're back. You've previously been sworn. Your appearance for the record, please.
Tracy Rivera, agent for the applicant, 80 Terry Street, Patchogue, New York, 11772.
Thank you. This matter was heard by the board January 13th, 2021, and held for an inspection. Do we have an inspection report?
Yes, we have an inspection report from Stephen Yalamas from the Law Department. Results of inspection conducted on January 25th, 2021. No business was being conducted from the residents, and the following inspection resulted in no rental permits, missing smoke and CO alarms, no fire-rated sheetrock, and door to boiler room. Request removal of door frames to adjoining rooms to the first floor bedroom areas. Applicable building permits and rental permits may be issued upon inspections and approvals.
All right, so what I'm hearing is, Tracy, there are violations here that need to be resolved before the board can move on the application and before the applicant can finalize their applications for a rental permit. So I would not like to have to hold this on calendar for that time, for a long time period. If you believe that those matters can be resolved quickly, I will do that. If not, we can hold over indefinitely. It's up to you.
I'm not sure if I'm understanding you correctly. I know that we were put on the holdover for the inspection because there was some concerns with the neighbors and whatnot. But what we need to address is basically what needs to be addressed with almost any building permit that needs to be taken care of. Fire rating around a boiler, a couple smoke detectors. And I was present for the inspection, so I was able to see what was going on. And the door jams that he's talking about is just because of the way that the house is set up. It's set up in a weird location. But I don't understand why this
All
would
right,
hold us up
so your
from getting
position
an
is that the
approval.
board can move on this subject to those issues?
Absolutely, because we're only here for those 2 additions. I want to keep the application going. This has been in the building department for way too long. Let's just wrap this up, if you don't mind.
Following inspection resulted in no rental permits, missing smoke
Yes.
and CO alarms, no fire-rated sheetrock and door to boiler room. Request removal of door frames. Okay, I don't disagree with you as long as these are conditions.
Absolutely, and I'm not to interrupt. I'm sorry if I'm being rude, but there was a house rental permit applied for, but was never obtained because we had to resolve these issues. So those, I said even in the last hearing, we can move forward if the board wants. I've had them do this on one other application in the past where they granted the approval for this variance and wanted the building permits and the house rental taken out at the same time. So this way, everything is all, there's no gray
Well,
areas here.
you
Everything's taken care of.
filed for a rental permit already, and this is how you've came to the issues of having to come here, correct?
Yes and no. There were more that went on with this. So, I mean, normally they're not going to issue a rental permit till the COs are taken care of. But there has been situations where the building department, especially if the law department is involved.
I don't want to talk about situations. I want to talk about what's going on here. I want you to know that while I was not at the January 13th hearing, I've read through the transcript and watched the video. So I am a voting member with regard to this application. You went back and forth. I'm fully familiar with it. I'm fully familiar with it. You went back and forth at the original hearing about whether they're going to get a rental permit and what their plans are with regard to.
Oh, no, I made it quite clear we are getting a rental permit.
All right. So have you, I'm not asking you whether you got the rental permit. I'm asking you, have you filled out the application and delivered it?
Yes, the application was filled out over 3 years ago.
And then this is what brings you eventually here because there are these structures that need variances.
Correct.
Correct. So I don't have to condition you upon filing for a rental permit because one's been filed for.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. I can condition a decision by the board on the findings made in this report, though, and that's what I'm going to suggest the board do. So I agree with Ms. Rivera. We can move on this application this evening in light of the circumstances that we just discussed. So I would move to grant the application as a type 2 action, subject to the resolution of those issues identified in the report of, just bear with me, of Stephen Yalamas, made by email on February 9, 2021, as read by Ms. Riccardi at the hearing. Is there a second?
Excuse me,
So
Mr. Chair, before you do that. I
Mr.
just have a
Cunha, yes, of
question.
course.
Just a quick question, because it's boggling my mind here, which is nothing left anymore. If we condition it upon fixing those things, they need a building permit in order to fix those things. Wouldn't we be in a catch-22 loop?
Already have Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes, Mr. Doyle.
Well, they already have a building permit because they're here. And before they can get their CO, they're gonna have to get everything cleared anyway. Some of these things were flagged, including, I think this variance relief was flagged when they were trying to legalize other things.
Yeah, the point is not to, I don't want to ignore the content of the report. So the motion is to grant the application as a type 2 action. I want to continue to alert the next entity in line that these violations, these issues were identified and need to be resolved. So yes, will they identify them themselves independently? Yes, but I want to make some reference to the report. So whatever the language is that we can agree to, I'm fine with.
No,
Oh,
I'm fine with it.
absolutely. Just so you're aware, on the plans, in order for the plans to pass to get the permits, the smoke detectors are on there. Everything that was in the report will
Understood.
be
Yep, mhm.
addressed.
Okay, so I think we can go with that motion. If the building has any question at all, they'll ask us and we will, we'll let them know that we're aware of it. We're bringing the content of the report to their attention.
The other question I just want to put on, or the other statement I want to put on the record is, at times they say, I've had it in the past where the board has pointed out or made it a condition that a rental permit has to be taken out within a certain period of time. So I don't want to have to keep coming back before the board because there isn't enough time. So if you are going to impose that, can you at least put like 6 months, which gives us enough time to get our permits, get our COs, and then get our rental permit?
You're offering that now. I think the board can accept that. So we'll
Okay.
add that to the motion I just made. It's been made and seconded. Did we do all in favor?
No.
Can we do all in favor?
Aye.
Please say. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
The end is in sight.
Case number 37 of August 26, 2020, Albert DeLuca, care of Tracy's Permits. Properties located on the southeast corner, Peconic Avenue and Peekskill Avenue, Medford. Applicant requests front yard setback variance from Peekskill Avenue for existing 40.5 foot by 16.4 foot wood deck with steps and wood ramp. Minimum side yard variance for existing roofed over cellar entrance, rear yard and side yard variances for existing shed, side yard variance for existing 19 foot by 30 foot deck.
All right, then, and this matter was heard by the board originally on October 26, 2020, and was held over in part to correct a survey that was presented to the board and for an inspection. Ms. Rivera, why don't we take your appearance first and we'll read the content of that report. inspection report.
Sure. Tracy Rivera, agent for the applicant, 80 Terry Street, Patchogue, New York, 11772. And this was a long time in the making, waiting for this one, huh? For this inspection report. A lot of holdovers.
Okay. This is from Anthony Bremner, Senior Building Inspector, and this is dated February 10th. On January 15th, at January 15th, the building inspector inspected the subject premises. Present was Tracy Rivera and Albert DeLuca, the owner. The scope of the inspection included the interior of the dwelling, including the basement. Upon inspection of the main floor, the undersigned building inspector observed no obvious violations and consisted of a kitchen, dining room, 3 bedrooms, and a bathroom. The inspector then inspected the basement and found it converted to living space, which consisted of 2 separate rooms, 1 bedroom, utility room, bathroom, and recreation area with an outside cellar entrance. Inside the recreation area was a refrigerator, upper kitchen cabinets, and a slop sink. The bedroom was without an opening for emergency escape and rescue.
Ms. Rivera, do you have comment here?
Actually, when we first presented this application back in August, everything that's in the report, I was upfront with the town, told them that it was extended living space, that if Mr. DeLuca decided he was going to use it as an accessory apartment, which at that point he wasn't, it was for extended family only, that we would file for an accessory apartment application. He had some violations that were on the house that were part of what brought us before the board. And the violations were not for the basement. The violations were for, I think, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was for the fence and the decking around the property. And we're just looking to bring the entire parcel into compliance. So the things that need to be addressed in the basement, we already know that there's going to have to be an egress window put in that area. And Mr. DeLuca already knows that the rooms are going to have to be opened up to one open area, but we haven't done anything with doing any work on the property because we need to get the permits in place, and we can't do that till the board acts on this application. So, the new survey was handed in. Everything that's on this that we're before the board for today is more than conforming to this neighborhood, let alone any other neighborhood. So I'm hoping the board acts favorable. Any questions?
Yes, Ms. Rivera, speaking to these to the violations noted in this report, you don't find them different from the ones that we just read regarding the other application?
No, from the very beginning,
We
from
have
the
we have
very
a bedroom
beginning.
without an emergency escape rescue. So do you need a permit to put in a window?
Oh, yeah, an egress window. Well, we're gonna open it up. I mean, if we open it up, then we'll have the two ways in and out. So I have to see what the bedroom count is and whether or not he's gonna have to go to the Board of Health. If not, the plans have to be drafted up. They have to be approved from the town. Then the inspections have to be done. So whatever needs to be done to bring this property into compliance will be done with the plans examiners and the architect in field.
I'm less satisfied with that response than the last application, in that at this point, the applicant must have come to a decision as to whether or not he wants an accessory apartment or he wants to remove what are now violations. And you're telling me he hasn't made the decision yet.
Well, that's
But
because he had
but when he
extended.
makes it, then you'll take care of whatever the issues are.
Yes, he's still up in the air whether or not it's gonna be recreational. He's still, it depends on what's going on with his family. Either way, it'll be 100% legal.
When?
So
I mean, how long does it take to make a decision?
after tonight, I haven't
All right,
spoken to
good.
Mr.
So what
DeLuca
I'm gonna
except for
do
to
is
briefly tell me
I'm
that.
gonna hold you over again, and then he's gonna make his decision tonight, and you'll let us know what it is February 10, and we'll know how to guide the wording of the motion. Fair enough?
On whether or not he files for an accessory apartment?
Yeah.
Wow.
I just find the responses too vague. So I'd like a little bit more detail, and not the vagueness that I'm getting. I
Okay,
think
so let me ask you this, Mr. DeChance. Are there any, I can call Mr. DeLuca and ask him whether or not he wants to put an apartment in now. So if you have another application you want to go to and come back to me, I'll call him right now and ask him.
honestly, I'm not going to put the board through that. I don't see that he's waiting at his house with the tools in hand to do the work. So it's not like he needs an answer tonight. I think that February 24 is soon enough that he can get an answer, and you'll have a response to us by then. I don't necessarily believe that you need a permit to remove structures that were put in or petitions put in or whatever modifications he did to that basement without a
He didn't
permit.
do the modifications. He
Well,
bought the
whatever it
house
is,
as is.
well, right, but he doesn't need a permit to remove
I didn't,
these
I would have
structures.
had an answer for this evening on whether or not we do an accessory apartment. I didn't know that we needed to have it as long as the property was moving forward being legalized. How many houses in the town of Brookhaven have finished basements and they come before the board? It's not even a substandard size lot and you're gonna hold him over on whether or not he's gonna put an apartment in and make that part of the record?
Have you sought, is there a request to any department in town for a finished basement?
Yes, actually, it is part of the application that went before the board when I did the denial was to finish the lower level. And part of the very beginning application that I brought before the board was I was upfront with you and told you that it was finished off for extended family.
All right.
And whether or not he's gonna have family there and his sister's leaving or the twins are leaving, I haven't even asked him that far yet. Because I didn't think that we had to have an answer for it this evening. He's already been held over since last August and I went back and forth with the building department just to get an
Understand
inspection.
I know that you want to point to the building department as a reason for the delay in the application, but he brought this on himself by either purchasing a property without the proper permits or by and certainly submitting a survey to this board that was not accurate. So I don't want to just point to the building department and say this poor man has gotten to this place
No, but
only
we've waited
only
since
for them.
August we've waited since August for
I
an
know, but you
inspection.
did mention it several times, and I have some concern about that because I don't see it all resting with us or with the building department. There were certain choices that this gentleman made, and they brought us here tonight at 8:04 p.m. So I am going to ask the board for a motion to hold us over until February 24. I will close it at your request. I can close it at your request, and we'll have a motion at that point. I would like a response to my inquiry, and we can close it subject to that response. But the wording of the decision, based upon my notes from the prior hearing, I think it's got to be a little bit more specific, and we'll
So
have
just
that.
so we're on the same page, what exactly are you looking for from Mr. DeLuca to know whether or not he's applying for an apartment? Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, whether he intends to return the basement to its unfinished state, or
And
whether
he's
he
not gonna
intends.
return it to unfinished state. It's gonna be at least finished off as a rec room with a bathroom and a utility closet.
All right. So again, what I've said was I'm closing. You can certainly provide that whatever information you have concerning Mr. DeLuca and his thoughts this evening, and we'll be happy to take those, and we will have a decision for you soon after that, but it's not going to be this evening.
Okay.
I
Can
know
I-
you want to
can I-
discuss
yeah,
it
but-
further, but honestly, it's after
Yeah,
8
but
and I'm
I
not willing to
understand
do
that, but
that.
we're not even before the board for a finished basement. That's not what we came to
I
the Board of
understand that you
Appeals for.
applied to the building department for a finished basement.
Yes, but that's not what
You're
we're
not
before the
here.
Board of Appeals for.
You're not telling me anything I don't know. Is there a motion to hold, to close and hold?
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Case number 5 of January 13th, 2021, Bettina Warner, care of Andrew Malguanera, located on the east side of Middle Island Boulevard, 75 feet south of Cedar Grove Terrace, Middle Island. Applicant requests side yard variance for existing cellar entrance exceeding the 5-foot permitted encroachment, 9 feet.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malganaro for the applicant.
Thank you.
I don't have an inspection, so.
This is Warner.
Yep.
Andrew, good evening
Yes.
again.
Hello, good to see
Your
you.
appearance for the record, please.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
I understand there was a hearing on this matter, January 13, 2021. A request for an inspection was made. We
Yes.
don't have an inspection report to your knowledge. Was it inspection scheduled?
It was inspected and he said it was good. I guess he didn't make it over to the ZBA, but I
right,
guess
well-
we'll have to push it over again. But it
All
was
right, I
made, so.
I'm glad that it's done. I think Lori's checking her email
I
one
just want to
final
see if
time.
anything came
No
over,
worries.
yeah.
No worries.
Andrew Bremner. Search.
I believe it was last week.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything recent.
All right, well, if it was done, then the report's coming.
Yeah.
I can put you
Sure.
over as soon as the 24th,
Yeah.
February
That's
24th.
fine. That's no problem. I'll follow up with Anthony tomorrow. I'll make sure he gets it over to you guys.
Thank you. Is there a motion to hold over until February 24th?
So moved.
Don't move.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, case number 14 of January 13, 2021, Michael Vandenberg, care of Andrew Malguanera, properties located on the west side of White Birch Circle, 76 feet south of White Birch Circle, Miller Place. Applicant requests side yard variances for existing detached garage located in the required side yard and for existing tennis court. Also height variance for existing 8-foot high fence around said tennis court.
And Mr. Malganara, your appearance for the record, please.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you. Again, this matter came on before the board January 13, 2021. During the hearing, I think it was Mr. Cunha brought up the issue of whether or not additional relief would be required for either light poles or lighting. Did you have any further comment for the board in that regard?
Yeah, I checked with Angus Graham and there are 14 feet high light pole, 14-foot high light poles, and he said that falls within regulations. So, and they are dark skies there, straight down as required. So I don't think there's any issues there.
Thank you. Understanding that, if there's nothing further from the board, I'll take a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to grant the application
Second.
as presented.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
He's
I
on the
got this
last
one.
one.
Oh, you have another one?
Yeah.
Case number 28 of January 13, 2021, Evan and Christine Silverman, 9 Highview Road, Stony Brook, located on the north side of Highview Road, 372 feet east of Christian Avenue, Stony Brook. Applicant requests rear yard variances for proposed 1-story residence addition and proposed covered porch. Also, height variance and rear yard variance for a proposed addition to detached garage and partial reconstruction of existing detached garage, creating entire garage area exceeding the 600 square feet permitted, 826 square feet, and exceeding the 14-foot high permitted, 18 feet high.
And Mr. Malganara, your appearance for the record.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you. Again, this matter came before the board January 13, 2021. I understand that there was a discussion concerning a revision of plans for the garage. We did have some neighbor input on it. Did you have anything else to report to the board?
Yes, so we revised the plan for the garage and moved it down to 16 and a half feet, 799 square feet, and two-car garage. We presented that to the historic district, and they gave it. They didn't object to it as they did previously. They gave some recommendations which we're willing to follow. And if the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. So do I understand that you want to amend the application?
Yes.
All right. So the 18-foot request has now gone to what height?
16 and a half.
16 and a half, and the 826 square feet of area for the garage is now what?
799.
826 to 799. Does the board have a motion to amend the application for 16 and a half foot high, 799 square foot garage?
So amend.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. With that regard, Ms. Ricardi, can I ask you, did we receive any independent further comment from HDAC?
Yeah, hang on. I also have other correspondence from people.
We'll take that.
Okay. Well, from HDAC dated February 4th, 2021, the HDAC takes no position for the variances requested for the additions to the main house. While the HDAC previously recommended denial of the variances for the detached garage, the HDAC now instead takes no position, as well as the applicant has revised their proposal to decrease the size of the garage, which satisfactorily addresses the HDAC's concerns. The HDAC now recommended final approval for the detached garage, provided that they provide plantings in front of the right side shed of the garage instead of paving. Limit paving to the width of the garage doors and provide planting to property's edge. And submit cut sheets detailed specifications of proposed garage doors and exterior lighting for HDAC review and approval. And then I have two more letters from neighbors. From William Honor dated January 16th. The purpose of this letter is to voice our support for the property improvement proposed for Evan and Christine Silverman. We have lived directly across the street for over 18 years, which is significantly longer than the Silvermans have had their home. Since moving in, there have been many improvements to the property. The side yard, which was already mostly cleared by the previous owners, has had grass planted and maintained and includes a quality basketball court. Previous owners had a backboard attached to a telephone pole in the street. The driveway was redone with a cobblestone border and drainage that helped reduce the puddling in the street. They removed the 6-foot PVC fence and replaced it with a more appropriate split rail fence, making the home much more appealing and appropriate to the neighborhood. The entire property is always meticulously maintained. The existing garage has been in need of repair since we moved in. Expansion would also help remove an existing car from the driveway. No business is being operated from, nor any vehicles ever repaired at their house. That's from 8 Highview Road, Stony Brook. And I have a unanimous letter. Do you want me to read the unanimous
Sure.
letter? On behalf of my family, in close proximity to 9 Highview Road, I would like to make clear our thoughts on the proposed variance. We have no objections to the rear expansion of the house belonging to the Silvermans. The pair has made numerous aesthetic improvements to the property in the past 5 years. Their new driveway and external shutters were both installed quickly and unobtrusively. We anticipate the rear expansion will be conducted similarly. That's all I have.
Mr. Vega, do we have a survey on this application? Thank you. And do we have any speakers?
Mr. Chair, we do not have any speakers.
All right. So what I heard some conditions from HDAC. Are there any questions or comments from board members? All right, I did not review this application, so I will be abstaining from the vote on it. Mr. Malgunar, did you want to add anything further?
I'm okay. Thank you.
All right. Are you does the applicant find the conditions recommended by HDAC acceptable?
Yes, they do.
All right. Does the board have a vote on it?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to grant the application as amended and subject to the HDAC requirements.
Second.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Malgunar.
Thanks, guys.
That
Have a good night.
concludes the board's calendar. We're going to go directly into executive session. Is there a motion to resume the hearing?
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Board members, turning to today's worksheet, page number 4. Case number 7, in the name of Patricia and Michael Carper. Is that the right one? No, I'm sorry. Oh, it is. Case number 8. I'm sorry. Case number 8, in the name of James Suskin. Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the application as submitted type 2, subject to the requirements of chapter 81 of the code.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Turning to page 16, case number 30, in the name of David Ward. Does the board have a motion? Oh, Chair would move to grant the application as a type 2 action, also subject to the requirements of chapter 81 of the code. Is there a second?
Yes,
I'll take that from Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Turning to page 23. I think I skipped one. 23, under request for grant extension, case 19 of November 28, 2018, and in the name of Max New York Management LLC. Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to grant the application. Type 2.
Motion is by Mr. Wisdom,
Second.
second by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case, case 3 of May 16, 2018, the name, again, in the name of Max New York Management LLC. Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chair, make a motion to grant the application. Type 2.
Oh,
Second.
boy. You know what? I'm sorry. These motions,
Well, that,
Mr. Wisdom, do you have page 23?
I have,
23,
I do. They're all over the place.
Would you like me?
Cat's been working on them.
All right, you know what, while you're looking at that, because I have Mr. Lazaru and Mr. Lindsay on this page, so I'm going to call these motions again. Page 23, case 19 of November 28, 2018, in the name of Max New York Management LLC. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Prior grant.
Oh, wait, can I have Charles Lazaru as the motion maker.
Okay, well, make it.
Mr. Lazaru.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. The motion is prior grant of 11/28/18 is extended for a period of 6 months to expire 5/28/21.
Motion is by Mr. Lazaru.
Second.
Second by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Second on the page, under request for grant extension, case 3 of May 16, 2018, in the same name, Max New York Management LLC. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the prior grant of 5/16/18 is extended to expire 5/28/21.
Motion is by Mr. Lazaru, seconded by
Second.
Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Finally, on that page, under request for grant extension, case 4 of May 16, 2018, also in the name of Max New York Management LLC. Does the board have a motion?
Yes. Prior grant of 5/16/18 is extended to expire 5/28/21.
Motion by Mr. Lazaru, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The following page I have is Mr. Lazaru and Mr. Wisdom. Under request for grant extension, case 25 of January 16, 2019, in the name of Wayne Stark. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Prior grant of 1/16/19 is extended for a period of 6 months to expire 7/16/21.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Lazaru, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Case 26 of January 16, 2019, also in the name of Wayne Stark. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Prior grant of 1/16/19 is extended for a period of 6 months to expire 7/16/21.
Second.
Motion again by Mr. Lazaru, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Finally, on the page, grant extension request, case 8 of August 18, 2018, in the name of Nelson Zisbon. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Prior grant of 8/18/18 is extended to expire 9/15/21. Final extension.
Motion by Mr.
Second.
Lazaru, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Turning to page 25. Under request to reopen for rehearing, case 16 of July 1st, 2020, in the name of Herb Banyan. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that the application be reheard March 10th, 2021.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Under request for extension of board stipulation. Case is number 10 of April 22, 2020, in the name of Kalpana Patel. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move the prior grant of 4/22/20 is amended to reflect a 6-month time extension from the date of the letter to obtain rental permit, remaining conditions as originally approved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Board members turning to page 27, case 26 of December 9, 2020, in the name of Robert and Donna Matalovich. Does the board have a motion?
Only on page, is this me? I'm sorry.
Yes,
It
sir.
is at page 27.
Granted as presented, type 2 action.
Motion by Mr. Lindsay,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. To page 28, case 30 of December 9, 2020, in the name of Donald and Danielle Dermody. Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, move to approve the application, or grant the application as presented, type 2.
Motion is by Mr. Bergson,
Second.
second by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Finally, board members, at the bottom of the page, case 33 of December 9, 2020, in the name of Cheryl DeGroot. Does the board have a motion?
Chairman, move to grant the application as presented, type 2.
Motion is by Mr. Bergson,
Second.
second is by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries at 8:46 PM. Does the board have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion seconded, have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Again, have a very good holiday. It's good to see you all.